Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, cool. I'm getting. It's hard to keep up with these notifications. I don't want to miss something. It's worse for you because you're missing some. I think I'm getting on, but then you don't know if you're not getting one. How would you know?
But it's loading up. Okay.
There's Alan, and there's, yep. I don't know, let me see.
Me?
Yep, we can hear you. Alan, you can hear it, right?
I see someone there.
I don't know, I've got a lot of other background noise here.
We're still setting up, so it's cool.
I'm going to hang the phone up now.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, mostly I wanted to check, Dan, is it okay if I just black out and disappear for a while?
Yeah,
or do you
sure.
want me to leave the spot free?
No problem.
Okay. Then I will catch you later. Good luck with the beginning of the show.
Okay, you hear me okay?
All right. Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Just make sure.
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Okay. Did you got that good? Oh, okay, you're green on here. And
yeah, I'm green on here. I'll be blue on the...
Right. I didn't know whether to open... I was going to... Well, I don't want to open the other one up because then that'll screw my sound up. So I'm not going to be able to view...
Oh, you can... If you can just turn the... Are you on the same... Oh, you're on the same computer.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I just have this one computer.
Yeah, it's actually green behind me. It just looks pretty.
Yeah.
All a scam. The whole world is a scam, isn't it?
I'm just waiting for you to turn around and start pointing to the invisible weather map, you know. You know. That's right. It's raining. Oh, no, it's over there. Oh, I need to move my mouse. I got to move my mouse off your face. Okay.
Okay. All right, let's see.
And I got all my cheat sheets of my questions I want to ask you. And what else have I got here? Oh, and I got some pen and paper.
Oh man, you work with cheat sheets? I think Dan just wings it all the time.
Well, he's going to be winging it with my questions. Other than he put up that video, which I'm glad he did. You can sing, dude.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, you snuck that in on me. I didn't get the notification. It happened to be on your page, and I refreshed it, and there it was.
All right, let's see here. Okay, let me find my post with my questions. And
I'm not even going to try to navigate on there. I actually turned my computer off when I went out to get dinner, and left it off a little while so it would cool down. Or at least up the tip files, because it just gets laggy as the time goes on.
Alright, so that's there.
Now I'm hoping I'll think of some more, because I couldn't think of about 10 questions to ask you, because you wouldn't give me any direction.
Whatever you want to ask.
I know, but I'm not an interviewer.
That's okay.
I'm not an interviewee either.
Let me see what the weird spots on this thing here.
I know, just sure as the world while I'm talking to you, the dogs are going to have to go out tonight, but that's all right. I have a sliding glass door that's getting hard to open and close, and I'm always grunting to move it. And with 4 dogs, they can't all go out at one time and all come in at one time. They all get the urge at different times, so I'll just try not to make too much noise.
Now I've got to find your picture here. Let me add Linda. Oops.
I hate that, but you know, the original, when Hangouts first started, you know, your profile picture was down there in the blackout screen, and that should still be that way. I don't know why they changed it.
I don't know why. I'm not sure they did. It may be if you have a cam, but it's off. Or
No,
if you don't have a
to,
cam, it may be different.
I've done it both ways before, and with the video was turned off and without a cam, it came up as a black, you know, as your profile picture in a Hangout. So you actually got to see who it was that was sitting there that either didn't have a cam or had one and had it turned off. Just by their profile picture, you recognized them. So I don't know what changed there. I'm going to have to inquire about that
You get on them.
In a circle of people that I'll ask Chichu about that. That's his name. I guess that's how you say it. That's how it's spelled.
All right, let me see how I can crop you. I don't want to crop you at all.
I cropped my profile picture. I told you, the original picture, I looked too laid back.
Oh, it was like...
I was on a bed. No, I was laying across a bed, and so I took my picture, and it's the only one I had on my computer at the time. When I switched computers, and I just cropped that out. I thought, no, I don't want to put, I get enough comments as it is that are off the wall without encouraging them. Like that, what do you call it, the butt post I did. The one that went viral, and I'm still getting pop-ups about it. I know, and I wasn't even sure if I should post it because I kept looking at it going, is that too much?
What I'm doing is I'm setting up my shots here.
Oh, I know. You go right ahead. I knew you had to do all that stuff.
If you got to...
And thank God it's you doing it.
If you got to pee or anything, go ahead. Because you got like 5 or 10 minutes before we start.
Oh, I know. No, I did that. Well, I may have to before it's over with, but I can just raise my boom mic and still stay with you.
Let me see here. What I'm doing is I'm switching. I still had Steve Newman's picture up, so now I'm switching it to yours. So whenever you're talking, when we're talking together, they'll see your picture next to me, and when you're talking for length, then they'll just see your picture. So it doesn't really matter how I bring your audio in. It's all kind of cool.
All right. Well, I told you, you're going to have to take some pictures of all your screen while they're working. You know, take a camera, take some pictures. So when you're interviewing somebody, just so we can see how it all works.
I'll do that.
I'll buy a brick. I'm gonna buy you a brick. I'm gonna buy a brick. I get my name on your brick.
Be the first one you bought for a Brick Twit house.
That's right. That's for your house. I'll buy you a brick for your broadcast.
All right, now that's there, and then that's your solo, and then let's do me with the Hangout, which is, let me see, I've got a...
excuse me. Oh, I guess I need to, once it's ready and live to be viewed, I can put it up. I can share it. You tell me when to go over there and share that.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and start the Justin feed.
Oh, okay, I'll behave. I signed in. Actually, I signed into Justin. I need to sign out. Or actually, let me see if I left that, because originally, hold it, let me just drop this screen and make sure I'm not, yeah, there I am. All right, I just closed that because, oh, cool, I have a Oh, that's cool. My chat popped up with the Hangout invitation.
Yeah, I don't know how with
never seen
when
it.
You're invited to an on-air Hangout.
Mm-hmm.
I see that on mine. Sometimes it'll do it to Oleg.
Mm-hmm.
However, they incorporated the thing with I don't know what you call it.
Well, I didn't realize it because I didn't have that. I actually didn't.
Yeah, I don't
That's
know why.
cool. And it says you're offline and can't receive messages on chat, but I still got it. In fact, that's cool. Because a lot of times I don't have a stream page open, and the chat widget thing isn't on your I sit it on my profile page. I kind of park there so it doesn't just, my temp files just filling up, and then this whole thing bogs down, and I've got my temp files tripled on that, my RAM optimized. I've done everything I can and on it. I'm in between two computers actually, because I have a new one that my husband built me for Christmas, and because my all-in-one I think gets a little bit too warm for my liking, and I can't put any more RAM in it.
All right, I've got to look at. Let's see. We'll do the interview and then. Oh God, you know what?
What?
I've got to read. We should go to the show notes. I've got to read Elgin's article real quick. Look at this. Why Google Hangouts is a whole new medium. He was talking about this, but I want to make sure we can.
Yeah, and I don't know what order you're doing all this in, so I'm just going to be quiet and follow your lead.
Let me find the doc so you can look at the actual list with the links that we use here.
Well, I looked at the list on the doc. Let me see what I did with it now.
I can share it in this. Is your chat open on the?
Yeah.
Okay. I can share it there. So it's handy.
I had it open and I looked over it and I thought, well, he's just going to have to figure this out for me. I'm also going to change this over to my stream page. I'll leave it open, but I'll put it on someone that isn't posting so I know that I won't. Nothing will be flooding in there. Okay.
All right.
Hasn't
Let's give Oleg
up.
a couple more minutes, and then I'm going to open it up to the regular caller's circle. I just want him to not be able to get in.
Right. And because I won't be, I guess, well, no, I can't actually watch it because I'll get a double feed in my headset, won't I? Oh, wait a minute, I am watching it. Oh, pay attention, Linda.
Are you watching the Justin feed or the...
No, never mind. I forgot I had another window open. I mean, I have the
Do you have another
Hangout.
computer in the house?
No. Not one that isn't being used right now. No, I'm good. I got it. I don't need to see the Justin feed.
Okay.
I confused myself with too many tabs, and I'm closing some down. Now, what was it you were going to send me again? I forgot. Oh, here it is. I got it. Here we go. The doc. I'll put that up in a Windows thing. Actually, I should have opened that in a new window. No, I better keep things in tabs. I will get confused. Okay, I got the document open.
All right.
So you don't need to send me the link to that.
All right, I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. Oops. did I do with the remote? I'm just looking for the remote to turn the TV off. The sound's down, but I just don't want to have it. God, I need a tool belt that just so I can carry my remote controls around with me. Oh, here it is.
You need to go to Lowe's.
I know. No, I do.
Get on it.
No, I actually need a tool belt because this remote, I can't see it for looking, ever. No matter where it sits.
It's funny, once somebody got on me because I had the mouse over the person's face on the computer.
I know, I heard that. I know.
That was funny. All right, I think I don't know. I guess I'll just go ahead. I'm going to invite more.
Excuse me.
All right, they're going to start coming in.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Who'd you invite?
All the regular callers, with one
Oh.
exception that we discussed earlier,
Mm-hmm.
and the random info. Just.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that was record fast.
We say, Bruce.
Man, that was record fast. I've never gotten in a Hangout as fast as I did this time.
Your volume up, buddy?
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, that's better.
See, Anthony is here despite his cat sabotaging my Google Doc.
Man, you're brave posting that karaoke song. That was pretty good, too.
I know. I know. He's got guts, doesn't he?
Oh, I enjoyed it.
I did, too. It's very good. Very good. I was impressed.
All right, let's see here.
I was in Florida on business a couple of weeks ago. My daughter tried to get me to sing karaoke in a place. I really should have gone ahead and done it, but
I did it once. One time. And fortunately, it was about 20 other people, so if I sounded bad, you'd have never known it.
Yeah, well, this was Christmas time. You know, we were right on the Indian River on the east coast of Florida, and people were singing Christmas songs, and it would have been real easy to do something, and it would have been fun. So,
Yeah, I was in a seminar at in Pennsylvania, and it ended up being that you know, the bar downstairs after all the work was done, and everyone there was from New York except me, and they wanted to sing New York, New York. I didn't even know the words. I didn't know the words. I didn't live in New York. You know, I'm in Virginia, so I just got up there and swayed with everyone else and moved my mouth. I had no idea what the words were.
keep spreading the news.
Didn't know the words.
How are you doing, Anthony?
I'm doing good. It's kind of strange though. I've noticed that when I try to join a Hangout, like I was watching Dan's his live feed, and apparently I had joined the room, but like I hadn't actually joined the room, at least from my end. So I had to exit and come back in.
Yeah, I had a different experience this time as well. And that was just that as soon as I clicked on I agree and Hangout, I mean, it was boom. I got in really, really fast. So.
Well, I went in, but it said no one's here right now, and I came in on an invite, so I thought, okay, I'll wait a minute because I know someone's here, and then, you know, I knew Dan was the one that was in there, and then it finally came up, but it took a bit.
Hey, Dan, have you heard anything through the grapevine or anything as far as why Google Plus Hangouts doesn't see virtual camera mode and programs like VidBlaster and XSplit. I mean, the only virtual camera that Google Hangout sees right now that I've used is Mendicam, which is a really low-end free product.
I don't know. I know that I can't use. I used to be able to shoot the background that you see on the TV version or whatever into the Hangout. Now I can't. Thank God, Oleg.
Hello.
I was worried I would fill up and you wouldn't be able to get in, and I would have an angry Russian.
Oh, you could kick me out.
No.
And then let him come in.
You're the guest of honor. You're the guest of honor.
I can go out at any time.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to make sure Oleg.
No, stay.
All right, what we'll do.
Does anybody notice that they're putting me on one end and Alan on the other end for some reason? Anybody notice that?
Is it the same for everybody? I mean, can everyone see the same order? Because in the other Hangout, it wasn't like that.
It's always alphabetical.
It is?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, by last name or first name?
It is traditionally by first name.
First name.
I didn't know that. See, you always learn something.
Oh, so right next to Linda then, if that's the case.
Yeah.
Why can I see Linda?
Because I don't have the cam hooked up. I don't have a cam hooked up on this computer.
Okay, everyone, you got. Let's do it in about 2 minutes. For anyone watching on the YouTube player in Google, welcome. We're about to start. This is the behind-the-scenes look at Google Plus Week, and what we're going to do is, I'll put myself up there since I'm talking. The produced version with the pretty graphics is at justin.tv/Dan McDermott, or you can watch here. You can watch on YouTube later, however you want to do it. It's cool. And we're going to be starting with an interview with Linda. And right now we haven't started the show yet, so this is kind of like prep stuff. But guys, I'm going to start in just a couple minutes, and I'm going to throw it to Alan or Oleg. Who wants to go first on the article? On Elgin's article about Hangouts.
Considering I haven't prepped at all for this show.
Same here. We'll do it
well, you guys go ahead and read it real quick.
Where is it?
It's in the Google. Let me share this link again. I don't think it's still there. I've got the link in the chat, but you start with a fresh chat window when you join, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, this is the Google Doc, and it's in there. I'll be back in 90 seconds.
90?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's 91,
So Linda, you wrote an article.
Hmm?
And why don't we just have Linda tell us about the article, and then we can pepper
What
her
article?
with questions.
What article?
The one you wrote.
Which one?
Steve Boyd.
So which of these links is Linda's article? I don't get it.
It's Mike Elgin's article about Hangouts. It's going to Datamation, and I've got the players live now. If anyone wants to share that,
So I now share that link for the player.
you could the Hangout, and then I'm going to post in a second. I'm getting ready now. I'm going to post the Justin thing as well, but whichever one you want to post doesn't matter to me. Let's see here.
Well, the Justin one will have both, won't it?
The Justin will have the fancy graphics, but it doesn't matter, whichever one they want to watch.
So you're doing the interview before Oleg and I have to say anything so we can prep first, right?
Correct. You can do your you can cheat, and if you guys have any questions for Linda, please, I'm gonna ask my questions. And
I have a question. Where's her webcam?
What is what?
No, where's your webcam?
You can't pick on her yet. We have to be nice for like 5 minutes, and then we're gonna unleash the angry Russian.
My webcam. All right, I keep refreshing your page, and when I to see what you got up there that I'm supposed to share, and every time I refresh it, y'all sound like y'all are gargling water. So.
No, the funny part is when you start breathing, Linda, when the windows switch, it ends up putting your black screen. So it's like Dan talks for 2 seconds, then there's the black screen. Then he talks, then there's black screen.
Yeah, I wish they would fix that. Like, what's the point of putting up a black screen?
I know.
It does. That's just only in this Hangout, right? In the regular Hangouts, because I've seen Anthony will come up sometimes with the white screen, and it'll go back and forth.
It used to do your profile picture.
Exactly, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I go to
my blue screen.
Linda has such a nice profile picture.
There's a joke somewhere there.
Well, it flips around. I can flip it to make it green like yours.
Yeah, green is good. Brown and black.
Minicam won't accept my video input. There's a stink bug.
I was waiting for him to show up.
Yeah.
Dan, did you go up to the settings? Dan,
Business?
did you go up to the settings here and switch to Manicam up in the little settings button at the top corner?
Oh,
Yeah,
I've tried that. It will not recognize the AverMedia card I'm using to bring into this computer. I have two outputs from my camera. One is going to the Hangout computer, and the other one's going to the Wirecast computer. And the Wirecast has a fancy Intensity Pro card. And then I'm coming out with just a regular SD feed into the Hangout. But the Hangout accepts it, but Minicam will not. Otherwise, I wouldn't have green behind me because it confuses people.
All right, I'm just going to share the, what do you call it, the Hangout on Air link right now.
Okay. That's cool.
I'll
And
share
I've got the other one up. Either one you want to do.
How about Linda? You don't want to do this on the phone?
Oh, this is fine as long as y'all can hear me. Okay.
No,
I can.
Perfect.
Okay, as long as I can hear you all.
The
We
problem.
can't do a phone one on air.
Hmm.
The problem. Go ahead.
No, Dan has the capability of doing it with his stuff.
Oh yeah. The problem
the
I had
phone
is I didn't want. Linda wanted to stay with us. She wanted to get off the phone and switch to the Hangout after her interview, and I was afraid she wouldn't be able to get in.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
okay.
That's why I figured, well, let's just do the whole thing in the Hangout.
Yeah,
No, this is fine. It's actually more comfortable because I'm hands-free with a headset.
Yeah.
You know, the headset I've got on, and I can walk around. It's wireless and all that stuff. Whereas with a phone, I've got this chin hits the button thing, and I disconnect myself all the time. And I'm glad not, and I don't have to hold anything to my ear.
So did anybody experience Mike's flying circle yesterday?
Yeah, I was in it.
Wow.
It was great.
I watched most of it too. I was very lucky.
Did you see her singing at the end? It was so awesome.
Yes, I did.
What?
In fact, I started watching just as you finished introducing yourself. Sorry, I had some background noise here. Yeah, I started watching just as Dan finished introducing himself.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, I saw a few minutes of it.
Oh, it's like a focus group. Yeah, so it's like a focus group. Yeah.
It was pretty neat. It's a shame the video is lost.
No, I was thinking easily. I mean, all these companies that do focus groups can easily use this for that. You know, it's perfect medium to use it for.
All right, I apologize. I can't cut the feed to you when I cough. I can only cut it to the fancy one.
So
All right, let's see. All right, I'm going to share it to Facebook, and then we shall begin. Got to whore out my Facebook friends.
You still have some?
I have, I don't know, 700 or 800.
Those are imaginary friends.
Gotcha.
They're my most asbestos BFFs.
I know, all 800 of them.
Right.
Now, Dan has problems with zeros. He said Google will reach 400,000 people by the end of next year. So it's probably 8 friends. He just adds a couple of zeros.
And with friends like Oleg.
That's right. That's right.
Everybody set?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the stink bug to show up, and then we're all here, right?
May not be too long.
No.
For the record, Dan, if I didn't like you, I would never say anything like that.
You would never. You probably wouldn't pick on me as much, and you wouldn't.
At all.
You wouldn't waste time on my show if you didn't like me. So I appreciate it.
Exactly. And I'm not wasting time.
All right. Okay. I think we're good.
Okay. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is Google Plus Week, our unofficial look at the world's coolest social network. Our guest tonight is Linda Lowry. She's a fellow Virginian, a good friend of mine, and a prolific poster on Google Plus. She was an early adopter of Google Buzz and then came over to Google Plus, where she's one of the most popular people on the social network. I think just yesterday I was looking and she was closing in on 350,000 followers, and today I think she's at about 365,000. So it's obviously you, Linda, you have experienced the McDermott bump. I'm just kidding.
I knew I had to blame it on somebody.
And for a lot of folks, you know, you'll in a month or so you'll have 500,000 followers. Most folks have never heard your voice before. So introduce yourself, Linda. I'm
Linda Lowry. It's actually pronounced Lowry.
Lowry, okay.
L-A-W, like law, and then Ree. And nobody pronounces it correctly, and it doesn't bother me one way or the other.
And I realized
I married that name.
Well, I'm so excited to have you here, and the reason I wanted you on was because I have some questions, and I know our viewers would have some questions about you personally and about what it's like to be in your position with so many folks following you and how that's affected you and that sort of thing. So that's kind of what I'm curious about. And I've just lost my list of questions. But the first thing I wanted to ask you, as I searched for them, was to just tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got involved and excited about Google Buzz initially, and then now Google Plus.
Okay, I'm a wife, a mom, a little bit of an IT tech, a big geek, and a housewife. And that's about it. I'm just an average Google Plus user, just like everybody else on there. I was heavily involved in another social network, not Facebook, but another one, and I was admin to some of the support groups there and started a few other support groups there, and really was there for several years, but the writing was on the wall that something was changing. They were sort of dressing the bride for a sale, and I knew that the social network was going to change, and I had a feeling not in a direction that I wanted to go. So I had heard about Google Buzz, and I honestly can't remember if I was invited in, or I just don't remember the initial Buzz system, whether I was invited in or whether I snuck in. I have no idea how I got in, but I was there early. And then from there, you know, the changes that were taking place, they were all positive changes for Google Buzz, but in the meantime, I think Google Plus was in the works right around that same time. So Google Buzz was, in my opinion, the foundation, and a lot of people's opinions that were from Google Buzz, it was a foundation to build on for Google Plus.
So really, Google Buzz was looked at not as a failure, but not as the success, or perhaps as a failure, but really it was a tremendous learning experience for them.
It was a tremendous learning experience for the users, and there were a lot of users, and it was very, very active. It was as active to me, and I followed a lot of people there, as Google Plus is for me. And, you know, it was the same thing, you know, nothing's going on over here. I don't know anybody, and it was like I couldn't keep up with my stream, and it's because people were following. You know, you look at their profile and they're following 8 people. No, your stream's not going to move. What are the odds against you being there at the same time the 8 people are there and all of you are posting at the same time? The odds were against it. You had to follow a lot of people, so that was a learning experience that just carried right over to Google Plus.
Do you think we wrestled with this? The hardest question I have, and you know, we're both big Google Plus fans, and we're both power users, I guess. Everyone in the show is, but what the heck is it? It's not really a social network, but it is. It's a aggregation network. It's a blog platform. A lot of folks have. I think Robert Scoble famously said he was going to start originating a lot of content here and on his blog less. How would you define that? I mean, it's a hard question to answer, isn't it? What exactly is Google Plus?
No, Google, to me, in my opinion, it is a social component to all of Google's other services, which may or may not be their intention. I think it was their intention all along. It's a social component to the web as well. With, you know, you see +1s on all these articles now, and in fact, the sites that don't have them, I'll go get the story somewhere else because it's easier to share it from somewhere else than and then the little share feature under it. So it's a social component to all of their other services, and it's integrating them very well. I'd like to see more of their other services, docs and things like that, integrated as well as YouTube is. You know, it auto-populates the video when you post it in. You know, Google Music auto-populates the, you know, listen now thing. And I think eventually, I think all their services are going to be just integrated even more fantastic than they already are.
It seems like they're really going slow as they innovate, and some of the decisions that they made early on were really cool. Okay, when it first started out, there were all these stories. You know, Google Plus takes on Facebook, goes for the jugular, the Facebook killer. Is it a Facebook killer, or is it something entirely different, and there's room for both?
There's no such thing as a Facebook killer. Facebook was here first. Just, you know, it is what it is. They'll have their growth spurts, and then they'll have where they stagnate for a little while, and then they'll grow again, like they've done all these years. There's no Google killer, and there is now no Google Plus killer. It is all going to coexist. There will be people who will need to use both for what they do online and what they need it for online. And then there are people that will do more in one place than the other. There are people that will not go to Facebook. They're happy on Google Plus. There's people on Facebook that are not comfortable with change, or, you know, so they won't come to Google Plus.
One of the complaints people have is that all their friends aren't on Google Plus, but they are on Facebook. You have basically deserted and are not a Facebook user now. Do you ever find that to be a disadvantage when you have an aunt or an uncle or a niece or someone who's using Facebook but isn't on Plus, and it's an inability to communicate on a social network level with them?
No, because I communicate with them outside of a social network. I don't need a social network for family and friends. A social network to me, what it does is it gives me the ability to step out of family, you know, offline life, and have an online relationship with people that I'll never meet. I'll never end up in Germany or, you know, other countries that I can become friends with or associates with or whatever online. And that's what, you know, that's what I use it for. I enjoy the people I meet there, and, you know, on Google Plus and previously on Google Buzz that have come over, but I don't have to have a family-only kind of social network. There's a lot of walled gardens out there I could use that for, and it wouldn't even have to be Facebook. I don't need it. Some people might. I don't.
One of the other things, you're on the recommended user list, and I think that's a great call because you're very popular and you interact so much with people, but you're closing in on 400,000 followers now. There was some, first of all, let me ask you this. Well, the first question is, on the recommended user list, that was controversial when it came out. Clearly their goal was for new people coming in who may or may not be technical or familiar at all with Google+, naturally they wouldn't be if they're brand new users. They wanted to recommend some users, and it could be famous celebrities or Google, famous Google people, the founders, etc. And you were among them. And they just felt that you were someone that they recommended that you follow because the content was compelling. Their goal is to get some people to get a new person to circle some people that they think will get that new person interested and stay on the service. Robert Scoble famously asked to be taken off the recommended user list. And because there was sort of this haves and have-nots. If you know somebody, you're on it. If you don't know somebody, you're not. And then there was this I don't want to get into this particular story, but because I don't know all the facts, but there was this one user who said he got death threats because he posted controversial things and was on the recommended user list and had hundreds of thousands of followers, and then deleted all his posts, and that's a whole thing. What are your thoughts on the whole recommended user list?
I believe the original intent was, and the complaint was, people come over and then they have nothing to look at. They have no stream. And this gave them the ability to find people who posted regularly and were active. You know, I looked at the original when I first found out about it, and I didn't find out about it right away. I think I eventually saw the link, didn't know I was on there, did not know the way it was set up. It actually looks better now than it did originally. But it was to give people a stream to look at. Without a stream, you land there and there's nothing to see when you click on stream, even if you haven't set up circles yet. And this gave people the ability to see content, to see something flowing down their page when they first got there. So it was a necessary well, I can't even call it necessary evil. It was necessary. Most social networks do have some kind of a recommendation so that when people first join, they have something to look at so that they can see kind of what's going on and watch how other people use it so that they understand that, oh, there's pictures in this post. Oh, there's that little thing I can add pictures or videos or whatever. So it gave them something to look at. And that, to me, it was necessary. I didn't know I was on it initially. When I saw I was on it, I was flattered. You know, of course I was flattered. I figured I was on there because I was so active. And the initial field testing and all that a lot of people did when they first got in there like I did, it was to work out a few bugs, you know, to work out a few and send the feedback. We sent tons and tons of feedback to Google, and Google looked at every bit of it as far as if something wasn't working right or if anybody had suggestions. And there was a lot of people in there doing all of that. So then, I don't know, later on I went over there because I needed some more tech people to follow, and I thought I'd see who was on there. And I didn't see myself on there, so I figured, okay, I've rotated off. They're rotating people around. Didn't think any more about it, followed some more tech people, and looked at the other ones. And it was months later before I found out I was on there, still on there or on there again. But now I've noticed when I go there to look for people to follow, you can't see yourself. If you're on the list, you can't see yourself. But Scoble had real good reasons for not wanting to be on there because there are advantages and disadvantages to being on there. The advantages are that you get to meet new, great people interested in what you're interested in. The disadvantages are that, you know, the alphabet soup names that end up being spammers come in, and they're going to circle everybody on there because that's their initial spamming people until they find other people. So that's who they know to go ahead and start spamming.
Also, with Scoble, he will monopolize your stream, admittedly so. And I joked with him because TechCrunch did an article when they introduced the volume slider, and someone in one of the comments referred to it as the Scoble slider.
I never got that. Never got that because Scoble did not post often. He had popular posts.
Correct, and people don't know how to use the mute button,
right,
as you said.
That's all they had to do.
I joked with him, and he laughed. I mean, he thought it was funny that they said that, and he's the first one to admit that if you don't mute his post, he gets so many comments on there that he will, you know, flood your stream, even though he's only posting 2 or 3 times a day. And
or
so that is a problem. And
you've got to follow someone other than him, or he's the only one you're going to see in your circle.
Well, exactly, and but not everyone is interested in tech stuff or business stuff that he writes about.
Oh, but that's not all he does. That's what I've noticed. You know, I know that he said that, you know, he's going to do more blogging on Google Plus than he has. But he puts up, I think I've seen pictures of his kids. I've seen personal, you know, just personal comments or something, nothing to do with tech, nothing to do with Google Plus. So you get an insight into him as a person that you don't get in a tech forum or a tech environment or maybe even on his, you know, tech-type blogs and stuff that he contributes to. So,
plus the amazing interviews he does with these innovators that you don't otherwise get to see, and he'll sit down for it's not a chopped-up 3-minute segment on Fox Business. It's a 40-minute, 30-minute, 20-minute real in-depth interview with these guys. It's really terrific content. How do you handle? I just looked. I think you're at 366,000 people. I think you've gotten 1,000 or more in the last hour that I checked. This is insane. How do you possibly, and I know I've seen some hysterical comments from folks, and that's a whole thing.
That's another topic.
And I know you have a whole secret thing you'll be announcing at some point in the next few weeks, but that's just a little tease there.
Oh, I
How
do?
You manage? I can barely handle, like, I took a shower and came back, and I had 16 notifications. You probably, you know, grab a cup of coffee and come back and have 30. How do you, but you engage a lot. You rarely miss anything that I send you. I know we're friends, so you probably look for my stuff, maybe more than a stranger, but how do you manage all those notifications? How do you handle this?
Because I don't get notifications from whatever the number was. You said 350,000, whatever it is that now. I don't get notifications from all of them. I don't, I only get notifications from those that I circle. You know, that's a setting you can choose, and I've got it set for my extended circles. But I don't get any notification. I can't. I haven't, you know, that's a setting that I don't get. Before that new setting was released, they could notify me. They could put up a post and add me. They could do public and a circle of, I haven't circled them back, and I get all these notifications, and Google fixed that. We used to call it post spam because I was getting notifications of people singing on YouTube, and I didn't know them from Adam, and I wasn't even circling them and things like that. So, Google took care of that problem. So I don't have to handle 400,000 people that are they're looking at me. I'm not looking at them. I mean, of the 400,000, I can only circle and have to manage the number that I circle back or that I circle that haven't even circled me. So I don't have to manage them. They manage themselves just like I manage myself, and I've circled people that are high in numbers. They're not circling me back, and they don't have to manage me. They don't have to get notifications from me.
And how many hours a day do you spend on Google Plus?
It varies because if I have to, I try. The Google Plus minute thing, that time-space continuum that Google Plus just sucks you into when you're going to go on there for 10 minutes, and it's 2 hours later. But I try to peek in the morning, and then I have things to do that are away from a computer, whether they're at home or whether I have to go out. And then there are other times when I'm on a computer, a different computer, working on it and doing it, and I've got Google Plus over in the corner, and I've got to sit there and wait on this computer, wait on this, wait on this, so I can't gauge it. There are times, I think it was a couple of weeks, I was looking to get on by 9 o'clock at night, and by 11, my eyes are just falling. I mean, I was doing more reading and plussing. I wasn't commenting because I couldn't, life, those 2 weeks was in a different, I was in a different place during that time of what was going on. So it just varies. I'm up and down with my computer all day long when I am around it. So I have 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there.
I know I got two questions here that are kind of one question. You have admittedly toned down a little bit. You behave yourself a little more, maybe?
I'm sorry, I lost what part of what you just said. Say it again.
You have admittedly toned down a little bit from the wild days of Google Buzz. And do you ever find yourself, first of all, do you censor yourself sometimes? You've had some posts with, I think you have one I saw recently, 1,300 shares, roughly. A million people saw that post.
That was the butt post, right?
That was the butt post, right. And we'd all like to complain about your
Not my butt. Not my butt.
Hang on, I've got a Virginia stink bug just landed on me again. But do you censor yourself before you click send? When you first started here, you probably had one follower, then 5, then 10, 50,000. Do you ever get nervous before you send something, thinking this is potential millions of people will read this? I don't want to. What impact does that have? Is that a bad thing or a good thing?
I've been posting publicly for so long, other than personal things. I may post something about my family or something. I post that strictly to my circles. I don't need that. I don't need those, those posts to go on Twitter because I am feeding my Google Plus over to Twitter too, and that's public. So my public posts on Google Plus go to Twitter, and that's public. So the only thing I try to watch the profanity. Keep it in check somewhat, but I also try to, I think twice more on a reshare than a share, because on the I see something that's really funny, but I know that if I reshare it, I'm going to get comments. I don't want to sit there moderating those comments because it's a little bit towards sexual in nature. It's funny as hell, but it doesn't mean that I want to be able to have to sit there and just start refreshing and removing comments that are just over the top and out of order.
Can you tell me about a specific post that you almost sent out, but you stopped yourself? You said, I can't do this.
Not
now we're
one.
into the good, juicy stuff here.
I know. No, it's ones like that, and they were usually reshares. Because I follow some great people that post some great stuff. I circle them. And some of it is funny, but it's not something people would expect to see from me, and it's something I'd have to moderate. And I moderate my comments, but I don't want to babysit a thread all day. I've got other things to do when I'm up and down. And so I really can't think of anything I've really had to stop myself on other than I have to think, no, I better not do that because I'm going to have to sit here and babysit this post, and I'm not going to do it today.
You ever had a post you regret?
Yes, but it was on Google Buzz. I meant to post it privately to people that I had in over there, followers or circles or whatever they want to call them, whatever they were called over there. They weren't called circles. And I meant for it to go to them, and I wanted to ask about someone who had just followed me because I just want to know, do you know who they are, or who they think they are? Because I thought their profile was very misleading about their relationship with Google. And I wasn't sure, and I posted it. The minute I posted it, I realized I did it publicly. They could see it. Everybody could see it. It's like, oh, my God. And I immediately deleted it. And that taught me a lesson. I pay attention now. And it's harder to make that mistake on Google Plus than it was Buzz. For whatever reason, it is harder.
What questions do you get asked the most? Question or questions?
Who are you? That's been the question lately, is who are you? And I don't know really how to answer that. How do I say I'm a Google Plus user and that's it? How many times can you say it? How many ways can you say it? I don't have a blog. I don't have that I go over and blog and then post here, and I don't run over to a friend feed, and I don't monetize anything. I'm just a Google Plus user and that's it. And they seem to think that the numbers mean I'm someone other than that, and I'm not.
You probably are the single most successful straight-up Google Plus user. You're not you're not Britney Spears. You're not a CEO. You're a CEO. I can't think of anyone who has more followers that basically just is a Buzz Pop power user and now a Google Plus power user.
The numbers don't mean anything, though. You've seen that. If you go through the list of who has circled me, because there's so many, I don't see all the notifications. I try to go through there and get rid of anybody that's got they're using a personal profile for something other than they should. They're using it as a business. They're using it to comment spam, their business name, things like that. That I will go in and block it so that, so they can't do that to me, at least. But a lot of them are lurkers. A lot of them have no profile pictures. A lot of them do participate. A lot of them speak another language, and they struggle to participate in my posts. And I'm grateful that they're trying. Thank God for the translate. I try honestly to translate. I don't say, oh, you have to post in English. No. If you're sitting there talking about pictures are beautiful, and you say it in some other language, and the translate add-on that I have for Chrome from Google translates it, that comment's going to stay. Sometimes it translates to something it shouldn't, maybe intentionally, maybe unintentionally, and I'll remove it. I don't say a word. I don't call them out. I just remove it. Because if I see it translated as something it shouldn't, that's not appropriate, then someone else is going to hit translate and see the same thing. So,
the next question is kind of a bad question, but a lot of people are wondering this. Sometimes, like you did this post with a picture of a big booty, and I don't think the post was related to the booty picture.
No, it was. It was actually a joke about the, what was it? It was the one where there was in the background, there's a dog driving the car. How many people noticed this?
Oh, right, yeah. Now, you knew that was going to go viral, correct?
No, I did not. It was something someone sent me in an email, and I thought it was funny. And
it was funny.
Yeah, and that is one I almost thought, I kept looking at that picture and seeing, is this too risque of a picture? Because even though she had clothes on and a thong under, it was a little much for what I put out there. But I thought the whole thing was kind of funny, and I'm still getting notifications on that. I mean,
it's over, I think it's 1290 or something, or 13 something by now. It's crazy. Millions of people will have seen that. What's the secret to... My theory, I'm interviewing you, but my theory briefly is what I do is I find something that interests me, catches my attention. And I'm interested, as you know, in technology and politics and news, right?
Mm-hmm.
But not partisan stuff, just interesting stuff. And then I think, well, is this something that other people would find interesting as well, and they may not know, and then I'll share that. and I'll try to do a witty comment or something. But some people are curious, what is the secret to a post that folks will share or get a lot of comments? What have you noticed that works and what doesn't work?
It is so different day to day. It depends on who's there, who's looking, when they're there, when you're there, when someone comments and bumps it up. I don't have a definition for that. The only thing I can subscribe to is I post what I find is interesting or funny or relevant, or in a lot of cases warnings about things that are going on in social networks, or all, that can compromise a computer and passwords and things like that. But I'm not a big sports fan. NFL and NASCAR are the only two I've ever paid attention to, and not that much in a long time. But I know I still find a lot of the sports stories interesting, and I know I have at least one great sports fan that's a friend of ours on there, me and my husband's, and so I'll post that up, and I'll make sure I mention him so he sees it when he gets on there, or ask him if he sees it. Normally, he's seen it before I did. He's that good. He's that into sports, but I still post it. But it may not mean a whole lot to me, but the story's interesting.
What is that's my last question, and then I've got a couple that people submitted, and then I'm going to throw it to the room. But what is you're a wife, you're a mother, you just had a beautiful granddaughter. What does your family think? Another granddaughter. What does your family think of your, for lack of a better term, your internet fame?
Infamy.
You were infamous on Buzz, but you're behaving yourself up. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But how do they deal with this? Do they laugh it off, or are they impressed, or what?
First of all, I don't consider it like fame. I'm very fortunate. I'm very lucky, and very grateful to have the medium to enjoy. To have a social network that I'm comfortable with and I enjoy. It doesn't. The numbers, like I said, don't matter, and everybody's going to say, "Oh, well, you got the numbers. You can say that." Honestly, I don't. All those numbers don't engage with me. It's a core group that normally get around to reading some of my stuff when they get around to it, and they may or may not have a comment, they may or may not have a plus. I'll find out later they read it and didn't even engage on the post. But my kids aren't on a social network at all. I've got 3 kids, and none of them are on a social network. They may have at one time created something somewhere, and they forgot it. They don't even know their password because they are so busy outside and away from computers in their employment and the things that they're doing that they don't have the time. I have the time because of the work I do, which is based around computers, and they don't have the opportunity. My daughter, who just had her new baby, that's the last thing she wants to do is turn on a computer. All she wants to do is nap when the baby naps. So, and then when the baby's not napping, she's got 2 in diapers now. So, they're just not there. And so my husband's on Google+. We post totally different things. He hasn't posted in a while because he's been busy, but he posts pictures and funny things and he sends me links to tech articles because he knows I'm going to post about it. But he's a bigger, tech head than I am. He is like uber, and it gives us, it's what we talk about, but he doesn't post about it.
You're very lucky that you both are interested in technology, because I don't know if the relationship would have worked otherwise.
Now he's a sports fan, and it's like when you've got back-to-back football games, and he comes in and he tells me what's going on, and I'm going, oh, yeah, okay, and it's like, I don't know who he was just talking about.
When my sister Kelly married her husband Bob, she said she wasn't aware of the significant role that football would play in their marriage. I think that's the way it is for a lot of folks. Okay, a couple submitted questions. Jerry Johnson, good guy, asked from Synchronized Claims Services, said, how will Google utilize the G+ platform to maximize their Android smartphone presence beyond the sale of ads? Interesting question.
And that's something I can't answer because I'm not privy to the secret going on of what Google's doing or what Google Plus is doing. I'm just not privy to that information. Some people On Google Buzz, they actually thought I worked for Google, and I had to dispel that rumor because I was big. You know, I was a promoter of Google Buzz, but I didn't work for Google, so that's not information that I have. I have no idea what to look for in the future as far as that goes.
Okay, I would think the obvious thing is the integration of services. Like if you have an Android phone, it automatically uploads your pictures, and you can get them on Google Plus, so it kind of steers you in that direction. And as you said,
that's happening now. Yeah.
Right. It's all about the integration of all the Google services under this umbrella.
Right.
Emmanuel, can you help me? Is this someone you know? Okay. Oh, this is kind of a tech support question. How does Emmanuel Bayero? How does one manage that the contacts from Google Plus are not synced on my mobile phone? See, this is the thing. So you
aren't synced.
Are not synced. I have 800 or more contacts with pictures, and then this slows my phone down dramatically. I've tried to find some info on this, but without success. What I've done so far was to delete each picture manually by hand. Boy, that's it. I don't think that's within the scope of our interview.
Well, no, actually,
or do you have an idea?
What I found, first I found out that I had, you know, all the people that I was circling was bogging my phone down as far as contacts go. So I had to hunt around, and I couldn't find the answer on Google, actually, when I Googled it. But the Android operating system on a phone, there is a learning curve. You know, you do have to just click on everything. And what I did was I happened to find where I can choose which contacts to sync, or at least that's what I thought I was doing, syncing just certain contacts to my phone. Almost like labels in Gmail. You can choose which labels to sync to your phone in Gmail. But someone told me you're still syncing them all. So I don't know, but once I changed what was syncing to my phone, and I don't have my phone in front of me right now to figure it out, but I'll try to figure that out and put a post up about it. But that's what I did. I changed what shows on my phone to me, and it's not all of my contacts. It's not. Okay. It's like going to your contact groups and choosing what your phone is going to show you, and that worked for me. That stopped my problem right there. So what it shows me is it shows me my favorites, it shows me my email contacts, but it doesn't show all of my Google Plus contacts.
All right. I know you had some questions you wanted to ask me, but first I want to see if anybody in the room has any. I guess Oleg, did you have anything you were curious about to ask Linda?
Are you sure you're done with all your questions now? I just want to make sure first.
I put him to sleep.
Yeah, I am done. I had a list of questions.
Yeah, basically the question I have, Linda, and thank you very much for joining us today and answering all of Dan's questions. The question I had was, you said that you're only, dealing with people who are in your, who are in your circles, basically, in terms of replying and responding, which just, makes a lot of sense. But I was wondering, how actively are you adding people to your circles? I mean, are you doing this actively or not?
Actively.
Okay. So
and I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, this was just basically part of the question. So if you're adding people actively, then my follow-up question is, then you end up dealing with a lot more traffic that you need to deal with, because if you're only dealing with your circles, but you keep adding more and more to your circles, seems like you have more and more people to deal with, don't you?
I have. The maximum that you can have is 5,000, and I probably have 4,999 right now.
Right.
Because I actually, when I want to go to add someone to a circle, I actually have to go in and clean somebody out to make room now. But to manage your circles are for reading, not for posting too. So if you have good circle management, we're all a little lax on that. I know I am. I need to do some reorganization again, but I have a lot of circles, and I put them in like I have a photography circle, and I don't have to look at anything 200 photographers have posted and are posting prolifically until I'm ready to go over and look at that and look for something I want to reshare that just blows me away. Sure. So circles are for reading. Mm-hmm. Not for, and that's how you manage them. Yes. You can create, I believe, if I remember correctly, you can create as many circles as you want. So right. I have a tech circle, social media circle. I have one that I have Googlers in. I have I have now. If there's someone I don't want to miss what they post, no matter what they post. I put them in every circle. That way they're going to show up one way, no matter which, because circles are like a filter. I never ever sit on the word stream. Never. The minute my stream starts loading, I click on the very top circle and work my way down.
Okay. Okay, but you do put people in multiple circles, though.
I have, yes. Oh, absolutely. I put my husband in several because I was missing his post. I gave him his own circle, and I still was missing what he was posting, so I had to stick him in all my circles.
That's interesting that you would manage it that way. That's a good tip.
But you're saying you never post. Sorry, Dan. Your questions are over. You haven't haven't actually posted to. You don't post normally to people that are in your circles when you're looking at a circle.
When I don't, when I have to, no, when I post publicly, it's publicly. If I post to circles at all, it's to all of them, just all my circles. I don't just post to the tech people. I don't just post to the social media people. Because, first of all, it happens. We miscategorize people because they don't. I like having on someone's profile. Where do you want me to put you? For reading purposes. It's not because I'm going to post to you and shove things at you. It's because I want to know where I can go read. Where can I go read your tech articles? What filter? And that's what they are. Circles are filters. And if you, like I said, create 20 of them and work your way down. You're not going to, if you've got 4,000, 5,000 people in a circle, you're not going to see what everybody does, and you're not going to see everything. But you're going to get a good. You'll always have fresh content. Even with reshares, where something goes viral and you may see it a few times, the more you circle, the more you'll enjoy the whole experience, and that's what I have found. The only thing I don't like, and I have made the suggestion to Natalie and through feedback a couple of times, please don't make me dump my pages that I've circled, because I feel like as much as I enjoy the pages that are up there, I think the people are more important. And if I have to get rid of anything, I'm going to start dumping pages now, not people.
Well, pages, I mean, my solution to pages was you just set up another circle called Google Pages. And so you kind of deal with pages as their own separate entity.
But the pages count against your quota. The pages count against the quota of 5,000. So
no, but 5,000 is 5,000 the limit on all your circles or just individual?
Total. 5,000 is total, how many people you can circle. Okay. It is also the total number of people you can have in any given circle.
Right. But okay, but still, it's a total. If you have two circles of 2,500, you're done basically.
You're done until you clean somebody out. And one of the early recommendations, I haven't seen it mentioned in a while, is when you first circle new people that look like they're interesting, they look like they're posting, and that sort of thing. Is some people called it the lobby circle. Where you create a lobby and you bring new people into that lobby. To give them, to see if it's someone you want to continue to circle and hang with, whether they circle you or not, And then if for any reason you do get to a point like I have, that's the first circle you go to, because you haven't, as you get to know them, you move them out of the lobby. You move them up to a friend or up to another named circle. Whereas if they're still in the lobby after several months and somebody's got to go, you're going to head to the lobby circle first.
Yeah.
And then you look around and go, well, he hasn't posted in 3 months. Why is that? Why am I even still, got him here? And you dump him and put somebody that's active. So that's just, that's just one of the things.
Had a horrible accident in the hospital. He just took him out. Gotcha.
Well, somebody that's just not posting and I'm there to read.
Well, that's why, because he was in an accident. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. He'll come back. If he comes back, that's great. I'll find him. Or he'll find me.
What's your feeling on, and my last question, and I'll turn over to other folks, because I'm not Dan. What's your policy with reshares? How do you feel about reshares?
Oh, I reshare as much as, if I like it, I reshare it. The only thing I don't like about resharing, I can reshare something and I can put my comment up top that might include an important link to read also.
Right.
That's relevant. But if anyone reshares from me that reshare, my whole comment is gone. So if I put something that's relevant, that they need to carry over. If they reshare from me instead of the original post, I always say, be sure and carry this link with your reshare.
Sure. Do you recognize publicly who you reshared it from, or not?
Oh yeah, I try to always do a hat tip or via. If I were to see you did a reshare and I was going to reshare it, well, I want to give you credit because you showed it to me. I might not even be circling the other person, would have never seen it otherwise. So
Right.
I try to do that. The one thing I don't like, I've only had it a few times, thankfully. I'll post something up. It'll either be a reshare or it'll just be something I read about and wanted to put up. And someone will pop in and say, be sure and give this person credit because they posted this same link 3 minutes before you did.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, I don't know them. Number two, I never saw them do it. And so what?
Right, no, I totally agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
One last. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
No, I'm just going to make one last comment, not a question, and it's more directed towards Dan. He said he's a very good friend of yours.
Uh-huh.
Considering Christmas just went by, I think webcam was owed by Dan to you.
Well, actually, I have several computers, and some of them here have webcams and some don't. But my husband just built me a brand new, powerful desktop, and this one doesn't have a built-in webcam to it. That's all.
In that case, Dan, you need to get you one of these new. I don't know, it's called like 920 from Logitech, which is HD webcam. Should be really slick for this.
We'll get our lights and the whole set, the whole deal.
No, just the webcam. Anyways, thank you, Linda. I appreciate your answers. And I'll turn it over to the rest of the folks. Thank you.
All right, let's get Alan, Priz, you want to fire away?
Sure. I wanted to welcome Linda to our Motley crew here, first of all. But one question that I think I have is what sorts of features do you think Google Plus really needs, both to help you and to help other people in their enjoyment of the environment?
Believe it or not, it's a few Google Buzz features that haven't come over yet. One in particular is in Google Buzz. I love this, especially in a very long thread where you've got 100 comments. Every comment in Google Buzz, you know how some people aren't aware, the date time stamp on a post is also the permalink. Right? Well, in Google Buzz, every comment's date time stamp was a permalink to the comment. I could post the permalink to any comment in a long thread and say, hey, look what this guy just said about this topic, and when people clicked on it, it would take them somewhere in the middle of that thread, right on the comment that I just posted the link to, and I miss that. I really do. I have put it through into feedback a few times and mentioned how much I miss it, but that's one of them. And the other one, not so much. It used to be that you could post a link at Google Buzz that ended in .mp3. You could store a music file somewhere, and when you posted that link in Google Buzz, it put up an audio player instead of a YouTube video player. I kind of miss that a little bit.
I miss that too.
Oh, you remember that?
Yeah, I remember it.
I miss that, but and there was another Google Buzz feature, and I can't remember what it was now. So there's a few things from Google Buzz. People did not realize how powerful Google Buzz really was. Even people that were there, they were still discovering the permalinks at the date time stamps on things because it wasn't obvious. But that's basically the one I'm really pushing for right now, is because that would help. I really like being able to refer to a really good comment in another post, but if it's in the middle of 200 comments, I just can't lead people over there. There's no way to get them to, unless I take a screenshot of it, post the screenshot, and then do a lot of explaining, So I'd like to see that come back, or come over.
And since this is a question that's going to come up in later discussion, and since Oleg pointed out that you don't seem to have a webcam tonight, how many Hangouts have you been in, and what do you think of the Hangout feature as part of Google Plus?
I've been in a couple. I've been in a couple with audio only, depending upon what computer I was on, and I've been in 1 or 2 with video, and I'm trying to get my son, actually, he lives several hours from me, and he's wanting to do the old, he has an iPhone, I have an Android phone, and we're trying to figure out how can we do this face-to-face thing, and I know if I can get him onto Google on his, I think he's got an iPad now, but I figure we can work it out. I've just got to walk him through it as far as doing that. But audio or video, it's like one night I was in my pajamas. My husband walked in, he said, "You don't have that cam on, do you?" I said, "No." I said, "But it is pajamas." And he says, "I don't care."
I think we have Skype on iOS, Linda, so you should be able to do Skype with him.
That's what he suggested, Skype and Uvu, and this was a while back when we first talked about it before.
Right, those are the two. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was before there was a G Plus app that you couldn't
for iOS, yeah.
initiate a Hangout, or you couldn't join a Hangout with a mobile phone, which he has an iPad now. He has a regular no, he's got the one with the camera. That's right, he's got an iPad too. So we're going to figure it out as soon as he can sit down long enough for us to go through all the details over the phone so I can get him lined up and so that we can do it. And I'm looking forward to that. But as far as using Google Plus for anything other than, that, I don't know that he will. Once he gets in there and finds the Hangout feature, he may just fall in love with the place.
Okay, we had, Linda, you're awesome, and I know you're going to stick around, I think, with us. But I want to continue our discussion about the Hangouts. Or I'm sorry, you had. Let's do the Hangout thing, and then I know you have some questions you wanted to ask me. Let's do this Hangout thing.
What Hangout thing?
Mike Elgin wrote a really good piece. I know that Oleg and Alan, but have read it. I'm not sure if you had a chance to before the show, but it's basically the premise is that Hangouts are, and we're obviously I'm using one here to connect with folks, but that it's a whole new medium, and I'm calling it a new paradigm, a new way of looking at things. And he makes the point that as radio and television was sort of a new way to do things, but really this is a whole different thing. It's really democratic, it's accessible, it's free. I want to see what you guys think about this and what you could forecast with Hangouts as we go along, because it really is a different thing. I think, Oleg, you got a call, so I'm going to shoot to Alan. What do you think, Alan?
I read the article, and I was fortunate enough to catch the broadcast that he did with it, and you did very well on it, Dan. I think while he raises some interesting points, to be honest, I think he doesn't shoot high enough.
In what way?
What was that?
I was just going to say, in what way? Yeah, elaborate.
Well, he kind of says, this is a whole new thing, this is a whole new media, and right now we're kind of treating it like a bunch of talking heads, and in the future we're going to treat it like a different bunch of talking heads. I think he doesn't quite really grasp just how much that it can do, how much it can bring about. He kind of spins it from this is a new form of news. He kind of touches just a little bit on how this is a new form of entertainment. But I think it goes even beyond that. I think that this is just a new way of bringing back together something that's very, very traditional, very, very common. And that's sitting around a campfire and people talking. And people sharing with each other, people sharing stories. This is something that's, I don't know, I kind of get that he almost grasps at it, but he doesn't go far enough. And in not going far enough, he doesn't really identify what's still missing to bring all of that about.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Let me, Jonathan Maddox, what are your thoughts on this?
It was I was basically going to try to take it right back to what Linda Laurie was saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, that's cool. That's cool. What, Oleg? What do you think? What do you think about the
whole? Well, a couple of thoughts. Number one, I would say that in most of the article, basically, he spells out all the facts about Hangouts. In other words, all the dry specs, basically. So most of the article, from what I've read, is he talks about the pretty much specs of what it does currently. And for people who don't know, then of course it's news to them, so it's somewhat useful. But at the same time, there's nothing compelling in saying that necessarily, where he brings it to the point. And I think what Alan was alluding to, which was definitely my feeling as well, was what's happening here is you got a guy like him, which in many ways similar to what you were talking about to Linda, which is Linda, you got all these followers. You must be Larry Page's next door friend because you have so many followers, because you know everything that's going on inside. And just because Mike Elgin has a lot of followers and wrote an article doesn't make him necessarily a super expert when it comes to
he's also Mike who's watching right now.
No, I'm just giving you my opinion. That's the way
really,
it is.
What I'm saying is he wrote this article that Hangouts are beyond just a
Can I please finish?
communication, that it's the thing. I don't want to. I mean, I didn't think the focus was on. I thought the focus was more on. Do you think Hangouts are a new? Right.
So what I was about to say before I got interrupted was that what Alan was saying, which is that the guy doesn't quite get the stuff out there. And I say it because let's not listen to him like the voice of God. I mean, he states his opinion. And I'm saying what's missing, that the reason he's not making that connection that Alan was saying was not there, is because things like APIs and new possibilities with Hangouts are not out there in the open just yet. And I think people like Alan firmly understand that, and Alan, correct me if I'm wrong, that it will be a whole new era once these other things come in. But for now, it's nothing more than a Skype with 9 cameras, but it's just a video communication service, and there's only so many things you can say about it. You got a webcam, I got a webcam. I can say something, you can say something. Now Alan's going to say something.
I think Oleg has started grasping it. I think the bigger thing, though, is that what Mike is trying to look at, and where Mike is trying to go with it, and where I think he doesn't quite get there yet, is looking at exactly what is it that the technology is bringing us that is different from 9 cameras all pointed at Skype. And he kind of hints about, well, we're going to have this recording capability, but what does that mean? And we've got he doesn't mention neat things that Hangouts bring that other video conferencing doesn't, like how the speaker comes up on the screen by default, and what does that mean, and how does that do? And if you're looking at a production later, that automated editor, essentially. I mean, that's a guy in the control room doesn't have to flip cameras now. That's now automated. How does that technology change, from his perspective? He's saying, how does it change a newsroom? What I would then say is, okay, how does that change a band playing? And how does that change a storyteller who's telling a story? And how does that change a family gathering who's, all gathering around on Christmas morning to open presents in 5 different countries? Those are the questions that he doesn't ask. Mm-hmm. And so the question isn't so much, what are we going to do with this? It's, what does the technology do differently that makes that unique and special? And this is where Dan starts saying, hey, it would be great if we had the television with Hangouts. And Dan's right. And, Dan, I know that shocks you to hear me say that, but
it would shock me more if Oleg said it.
Dan is only wrong when he's wrong. He's always right otherwise.
But Dan's right. The technology isn't quite ubiquitous yet. And when it gets ubiquitous, when it's in the TV, when it isn't just something that we've got to wear headphones to deal with so that we can manage the echoing, when we don't have to worry about, all of us have backgrounds except for Dan, who's got a nice, custom background, because the technology takes care of that for him. When all of us can do that automatically and cleanly, then we really start to transform this into something different. When we can have a Hangout that has people playing instruments in 5 different parts of the world, and they're all playing together, and together it gets recorded. can't do that with Hangouts today. The language,
They have done that. They actually have done that.
Yeah,
but they had problems with it, and the people involved were all pretty close to each other.
Yeah,
That was very early on, too. That was very early on in the service.
Right, but my point is, these are where it's going. And when you can do that cleanly, successfully, and it's transformative.
And also, I would add that it's going in that direction, but at the same time, we don't really know, nobody except for Google knows where they're taking it, because they're the ones taking it. So.
Well, I think you're wrong on that point, Oleg. And I don't think Google knows where it's going. I don't.
I think that's up to the users where we take it, because I have seen it is a powerful tool as it stands right now if nothing changed. It is an intimidating tool to a lot of people who've never been in front of a camera other than old movies, you know, when they were kids, and they haven't been in front of a movie camera since. It's underutilized right now by the majority. Soon, I do believe, when people see more and more, I've seen cooking shows on Hangouts. I have seen
concerts,
classes.
But here's
language
the thing.
Classes, and it will become more as it becomes more mainstream, and people it'll go by word of mouth. And Google, you have to admit, we are a social experiment for Google. I mean. Now, I don't know if Google has, you know, psychologists and psychiatrists as part of their team watching everything we do. If they don't, they should, because we are going to be the determining factor of where they go. What are they going to need it for? They're going to come up with ideas maybe we didn't think of, but they're going to look. They pay attention. That's Google's strength. They pay attention. Yes. They always have. And they're going to notice, what is it that this person meant? Oh, you know, this person needs something, and we could do this, or we could show that it can be done. Just like, you know, when they do the Hangout commercials that they did, the Muppets, for instance, and just, you know, the other things that you see. You know, they're trying to put the word out, but a lot of it falls on us when we do it and we show it. I saw one where people got together. Someone talked about it, actually. They didn't show it as a video or anything, but they talked about how their entire family from different parts of the country or different country, whatever it was, had Christmas morning together. And you know, that's exciting, but people don't realize yet. A lot of people don't. And like I said, it is so powerful, it's intimidating. And soon it'll be mainstream, Dan, like I am. You know how mainstream I am now, so.
That's an inside joke. Okay, I just got another question here real quick from a guy up, Pancho Elliott, from Big Pan Cooking, and he wants to know, can you see, for anyone who wants to chime in, can you see Hangouts like this replacing television? If more people can join in, the crowds will want something more personal than television, about things that actually interest you or that kind of thing. Do you see this as competing for time with the big tube?
Yes, absolutely. No. You know, no, also, Don, come on.
No, absolutely.
But you're looking from a recording standpoint, then of course it'll be just like TV. So if somebody generates decent content, then it'll be just like it, no question there. But A, you need to have decent content, number one. Number two, if you're looking for the interactive part, you're only talking 10 people. So that's where it's not going to be like TV, because TV doesn't have this limitation.
Well, that's TV also doesn't have interaction.
I know, but I'm just saying, if you're comparing it directly to TV, yes, you can have a recorded thing that'll be just like TV, but like I said, then you have to have content that looks a lot better than what you look like now.
Yes, okay? And this is what I was speaking to when I said Hangouts moving forward. You know, currently you've got this guy in the control booth who's flipping between the 10 of us automatically based on who's speaking. In the future, you're going to have that guy in the control booth doing a lot more automatically for you. And when I say that guy in the control booth, I mean the software behind Google+.
Right. No, you're right about that. But I'm just saying, if you're talking about doing things like advertising, and you need to insert different things, if you're trying to kind of do it like TV-like, then I'm saying it's a different medium. There's no question, it's a different medium.
Well, you just agreed with Mike. You realize that. I think, though, when we talk about it competing with television, I think it is going to be taking eyeball time, especially when you see things like Hangouts integrated in Google TV, and when you've got, you know, when it makes it so that you can, when your circles become the equivalent of your channel.
Right.
And so you start flipping between circles to see who's on currently and what they're doing.
No, I think if Google actually implements the concept, of you being able to pick your own channels, as opposed to the baloney right now you get with all these packages from cable companies. They're going to kill the cable industry. I don't have any. It's just like CDs basically were wiped out pretty much by the digital deal, with being able to record songs that you want as opposed to the entire CDs. I mean, definitely that's the answer on the TV thing.
I mean, that starts getting to a different topic, but I think what I mean when I say channels is when when it starts getting to the point where I have my music channel,
Right.
and when I flip to the music channel, I'm going to get Daria performing live at that moment because she happens to be performing live. And if there's nothing, if there's nobody from my music circles, i.e. my music channel, currently doing something, I'm not going to see anything. So
No,
I'm
but
going
I'm
to change
talking
the
beyond
channel.
that. I'm talking about HBO having a channel that you can basically subscribe to, which is flowing through Google Plus, is what I'm talking about.
But I'm saying, what if there is the Daria Musk channel that you subscribe to? And this is, through Google Plus is how Daria starts making direct money. Or how Dan starts making a direct money off of this show.
No way unless he starts sharing it.
All right.
Well, the big thing right now on television, believe it or not, the moneymaker on television are all of these reality TV shows, and that's exactly what Hangout is. It's getting
Absolutely,
into
exactly.
everyone's living room and their bedroom and their kitchen and their recording studio, and there's your reality TV already on
We got to remember, though, where reality TV started. It started, reality TV got its start
Big
from
Brother.
the internet. That's where it came from in the first place, with things like
Big
Jenny
Brother.
Cam.
Yeah, but Big Brother on television was simulcasted on the internet. And after the 1 hour show went off, you could watch these people on this Big Brother show for free online, day and night.
Before Big Brother was Jenny Cam.
Mm-hmm.
Jenny's what got this whole mess started. So coming full circle back around to a person having a camera trained on themselves. That's
really,
no big
in a
surprise.
way,
That's not
you're
even
right.
anything new.
It's a great tool that we can use, and it's fun and exciting, and we can do fun stuff like this, but it's also providing free content for Google Plus as a draw, right? Right now we're providing
Absolutely.
free content for Google Plus that they can eventually monetize and use to draw more people in, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, Linda, I know you had, and we've got 3 more topics, and then whatever you guys want to talk about after that. But I know you wanted to grill me, and
I wanted to interview you. It was only fair because
that was the condition to get Linda on.
Mm-hmm.
What did I call you? The prolific and delightful Linda. She had to be able to grill me as well. So go ahead.
Right. First, for anybody that's watching that knows me and doesn't know who you are, that one person, I wanted you to just say a little bit about yourself, tell us something about you that maybe we don't know.
Well, I was born in Okinawa, Japan, which is why I'm short, and just kidding. But I grew up overseas, and I was always interested in news. I was picked on. We were in West Africa. I lived in Greece, India, Belgium, Liberia, which is in West Africa. I lived there. It was under martial law. They had just killed the president, and we were under Sam Doe, who was a brutal dictator. I saw people get killed, and the president used to drive in front of my house all the time, and after we left, he was literally skinned alive with a machete, and that's on YouTube. So I was there in between the coup and the Civil War. And then we went to London, England and stuff, and I went to Fort Union Military Academy in Central Virginia, which is probably closer to you than I am now. Anyway, so I was always interested in news, and I got made fun of because I subscribed to the Wall Street Journal in the 9th grade, and apparently that's not cool when you're in the 9th grade, and so other kids made fun of me, but I didn't care. I was like, I'm interested in news, and so anyway, I got into it, and then I was got in radio when I was 19, right out of college. Right out of high school, I got in radio, and then at WLVA in Lynchburg, I was a news director there at 19 or so, and then got interested in politics and stuff. And so I've always had this kind of thing. I always wanted to have a newspaper, and so I started a news website in '05, and then in 2006 went print in Front Royal, Virginia, and it's called Warren County Report. It's now the #1 newspaper there. It's a county of 30,000 people, 35,000, and we print 9,000 something copies. And then now I've added Frederick County Report and Lynchburg Times. So I have 3 newspapers, and it's exciting because whenever I write something, if it goes in all 3 papers, we'll have 65, 70,000 people read it just in print. People picking up the paper and reading it, not including online. So then I discovered, as many people did, Google+. I got really excited about it, and I thought this is just the coolest thing. And I discovered that when I would use to do a talk show for fun, and because I want to get good at it, right? The only way you get good at something is to get good at it and do it. And so in order to do shows locally that we could monetize, because I have a really excellent sales staff locally, but not nationally, I would do some shows like this. I just got sucked in. This is so awesome.
How did you land on Google Plus, though? How did you hear about it?
I heard about it. I was a MySpace user, then Facebook, and like everyone else, I've largely, if not 99%, abandoned MySpace. I logged on today because I forget why. Or someone quoted someone said, "Oh, I found your videos on MySpace," and I was like, "Oh my God, what is that?" Because it was like years since I've been on, right?
Yeah, and it's like, what's my password?
I know. So anyway, yeah. So the thing is,
where'd you hear about Google Plus? Did you read it in the news?
Was the leak on TechCrunch when they said that there was something called Loops that was coming, and it was a secret screenshot, and it vaguely looked like
Loops or circles? I remember the circles.
It was before circles. They called it something else in a real alpha test period. I want to say loops. It was some dumb name that thank God they didn't stick with. And there was a screen capture, and TechCrunch said, "Oh, this is something big happening." And then there was the other thing that something's going to happen. It's going to be called circles. And they kind of had it 90% right in the description. They just had the final name wrong, or they had it right and they changed it to plus. And then I got on. I don't know if it was right before it went public or right after. I can't remember. I can't remember who invited me. Oh, no, it was Kat Ballard, who's a friend of mine locally. She said, "Oh, I can get you in. I have an invite." So she sent me an invite, and I got in really early on.
What was your first impressions? I mean, it was raw.
Overwhelming.
I don't know if you hit the field test phase or if you.
No, I was
the beta phase, but.
I wasn't in the secret, committee, the Linda, just kidding. No, I'm picking on Linda. But no, I wasn't at all. I was just a Joe Sixpack regular guy, went in there and just fell in love immediately. I thought, oh my God, this is so awesome. Because initially, as you will concede, it was largely tech geek oriented, right? Because the kind of people that they would ask to be field testers were the original population of Google+, and it grew from there. So yeah, definitely. I just fell in love with it, and then now it's exciting to see people who more mainstream people come on and it grow to be a general population. So there's less of a need to go to other social networks to interact with people who are there that you don't get to see in person often.
But you've been on Google Plus long enough to notice the improvements, the changes, the new features, and that sort of thing.
The pros and cons of that, correct. The pros that it's more finely honed. It's awesome. It's still awesome, and they've added. We've talked about all the features as they've been added, and also it's become more mainstream. I see more people who are on it that are local that would have previously just been on Facebook, and it's becoming more widely adopted. So that's exciting.
What you do right now, as you use it now and how you predict you're going to use it in the future, what does Google Plus need to do to service that need that you're going to have if you don't have it now or that you foresee having? What are they going to need to do? Are they going to need to do something different with Hangouts, or are they going to need to do something different as far as making it more, and I call it blog friendly, where once you post a blog and you decide you're going to blog on Google Plus, easy access to that blog post and easy finding it and that sort of thing. What do you need?
You mean as far as to make it more widely? I'm not sure what your question is. To make it more widely adapted?
No, to make it work for you as you see what you're going to want to do in the future. What do you need?
For my particular needs? I'm cool with it. I would actually I would be excited because like right now, like this show, typically, except during the holiday period, Christmas kills you and New Year's, but typically this show will get between 1,500, a max of about 4,000 viewers on YouTube, and then there's people watching live. And that's in a week, right? And then it,
Mm-hmm.
slowly grows over time. But it's a news show, so pretty much it's a weekly news show. So pretty much all your viewers are going to happen pretty quickly. It's time perishable. Nobody's watching the NBC News from 4 weeks ago. I would like to be able to, when they start advertising, I would actually like to advertise it. And I don't do this for money. I mean, there are ads on the YouTube thing, and maybe every year or so I'll get a $100 check from YouTube, and I don't care. I mean, that's not makes it worth. I've got 10 grand invested in equipment for this. This is a fun thing that I find exciting and interesting because I get to meet so many new people. So I'm not really in it for that, but it would be neat if I could actually advertise once they do it to just tell more people if you're interested in Google Plus. We've got this cool show, Google Plus Week, that we interact with people on, and it's fun. And join us, check it out.
Yeah, and it's not all about Google Plus. Everybody likes to hear about and know about what's going on with Google Plus and discuss Google Plus topics, but you do talk about other things as well.
And from the very beginning, because this show largely started out because I was doing a show called McDermott Report every night, which got to be too much because the newspaper business was just growing. But Christina Trapolino came on, and we started doing it regularly, and we started talking about Google Plus, and largely for a forum for her, because we were talking about that, I created this show called Google Plus Week, now 24 weeks ago, and then she's now got this great new job. So she did a few episodes in the beginning, and then had to do other things, and that was totally. I kept the show going, and thank God for the folks here. Everybody, especially Alan and Oleg, who are just the anchors of the show. I mean, they're awesome. They're so smart, and they're so wonderful to take the time to do this with their busy schedules, and they're both very talented people in their own right. And I'm so blessed to have them here because they add an element, a lively debate about virtually anything. They almost never completely agree on something, and they can always find the creative thing, like, well, okay, that's right, but what about this? Or sometimes they'll just go at it head to head, and it's great. And they're just as tough on me as they are on Mike Elgin earlier or anybody else, But it's great. I mean, that's why people watch the McLaughlin Group, Well, you always want to know the planes landed on time. Sometimes,
Yeah. Well, your interviewing and your broadcasting format, it's unique and it's different than some of the others that I've seen that other people have watched. It's more laid back. You have your share of tech glitches, your stink bug attacks. It's actually endearing to watch, even if you're not participating, but just to watch you go through the motions and watch how you deal with it. Because even when you're dealing with this stink bug that landed on your head and crawled up your shoulder and all of that, you just kept talking. You kept entertaining, and somebody falls out that you're talking to, or they get disconnected. You're talking while you're reconnecting them. There's no dead time. There's no tapping the fingers, let's get on with it, because you're talking to, you're talking on the phone to someone that's not part of the show and things like that. So it is endearing to be able to see you do that. Why, and this is back going with Google Plus, my personal comment policy is comment moderation policy, I'm all for it. I'm 100% believer in it. I believe that you are the host of every post you do, and everyone that comments is your guest. And you not only respect your guests, you want your guests to respect you and to respect each other. So I have a real strong comment policy about that. What is your personal comment moderation policy, or do you have one?
Wow, that's two separate questions.
I know.
The thing, I guess, I've seen. You see TV shows that are really tightly scripted and professionally done, and you see podcasts that are very distinguishable from TV shows. So I try to keep things moving. I try to have the show look attractive, but at the same time I try to have the personal element, and I try to be real. I don't want to put on some airs. I mean, if you meet me in person, I'm exactly the same as I am now. If we met in a coffee shop or a bar or wherever, this is me. And so I try to be authentic, but still keep it as fast-paced as possible, given that I'm ADHD and I'm easily distracted and I screw up, things, and it's hard to keep track of all these different things going on. There's like 7 monitors in front of me. But it's so much fun. But I think I try to be classy and dignified, but fun and easygoing. And not to get to be a downer, but I've seen, in Africa, I've seen people beat to death. In India, I've seen people starve to death, where they would, every morning, they would come and pick up the bodies and put them on the truck. And I've seen all kinds of rough things in my life. So it's pretty hard to faze me. I can handle a stink bug. We lived in Mamba Point in Liberia, which was named after the black mamba, which is the most poisonous non-nerve attacking snake in the world. In India, or I forget what country, it was normal. You'd pour the cereal in the bowl, put the milk in, you'd shake it up, and the little bugs would rise to the surface, and you'd spoon them off and trash them, and then you'd eat the cereal when I was a little kid. I didn't know any different, so it was normal to me. So I've seen all kinds of crazy, awful things that a kid shouldn't have to see and dealt with them, but that's life, and I've seen the world. And so it's made me very thick-skinned, hard to upset, pretty even-keeled. And so when a stink bug lands on me, at least I don't have to, at least I'm not discovering half a stink bug in my
But
That's
how does that same experience carry over to comments in your posts, or even in seeing them in someone else's post when people are starting to go at it with each other? I mean, that's totally different than some of the things you've seen in your offline
that's the whole
life.
thing, and it's worse for you because in my case, people have chosen to follow me because they've discovered me or seen a post or what have you, right? In your case, you're getting mass random audience that has no idea what you are. Like if someone who's completely uninterested in Scoble, or if someone who was completely uninterested in technology all of a sudden clicked on Scoble because he was recommended and then said, well, this guy sucks because all he posts about is boring technology stuff. Well, that's a problem. It's unfair criticism of Scoble, right? Or if all you post about is cooking and someone's not interested in that. In my case, they basically discovered me or found me out. So we both have a lot of quality and you more so than I do because of the numbers, but you have more quantity than I do. But I'm very happy. I would say the quality-quantity ratio on my people who've circled me is pretty good because I just look at it. If they choose to follow me, they know what I'm going to post about. And I don't have to moderate as much as you would because just the vast number with 500,000 people, you're going to have kooks in there. And I've seen them, and some of them are hysterical and some are hysterical.
There's none of them are too scary.
I've never had a problem with that. I think I've blocked one person. I've actually been blocked more than I've blocked. I've been blocked by...
hey, we've all been blocked.
I've been blocked... I don't want to get into that, but a very prominent media person blocked me, and then talked to me about it and tried to unblock me. And
can I interrupt for just a second?
I'm not going to say who. Go ahead.
I just want to say, Dan mentioned that he saw people getting skinned alive. He did talk about that, but somebody blocking him, he doesn't want to talk about.
No, I don't want to, because the person is someone who didn't understand. It's a long story. I shouldn't have brought it up. It's not fair to introduce.
It happens. It's happened to me.
No, Linda, here's the real truth. The deal with me and Alan, what Dan said, was very nice. It's not true. It's all about the stink bug, and it's all about, like you said, the entertainment portion of the show. That's what it's about.
That's right.
What do you mean?
Well,
what are you saying? That I deliberately encourage stink bugs? But
well,
no,
I only have one more
fun and interesting, but but the other thing is I've never really had a problem with moderation. That's the answer. Go ahead, Linda.
Okay. I only have one other question. Of all the, and I call them terms of endearment or just terms or sayings that you see online that people use and overuse so much, what is the one you dislike the most? And I'll tell you mine. I dislike in real life, and the reason I like it is because I prefer to call that offline life, because online, the online community is real life for most people now. It used to be, it was some kind of a fantasy life, but not anymore. It's part of real life. So I don't call it. I call it offline life. What term do you dislike that you hear so much besides maybe the words marketing or expert?
Oh, you mean just like general things you see in
that
posts?
You hear over and over. No, just something that people keep referring to over and over and over, and you just wish they would use a different way of saying it.
Give me yours, because I'm not sure I understand. I want to make sure.
Okay, you hear about in real life, and what they're talking about is like something they did when they weren't on the computer. They went to the park or they did something with their kids in real life. And that's almost, to me, demonizes online life as something that's not real. It's a fantasy. And it's not. Google Plus, there was a time, AOL chat rooms and MSN chat rooms, that wasn't real life. Believe me, I've seen all that goes on in those. But Google Plus is different. You got people that are using their real names, and they're posting pics of their kids and their grandkids, and pictures of what they just baked in the oven. It's real life, and they're sharing it online. So I don't like in real life used as a term for when you're away from Google Plus or any social network. I prefer to look at it as offline life. So that's my little thing that grates on my nerves. That's just me.
I don't know what I guess you're getting at turn-ons and turn-offs, right?
Yeah. What is it that niggles you it niggles at you when you see it on Google Plus?
What I don't, not so much terms. I'm more interested. I'm interested in content. I'm interested in humor or music or all the different forms of content. I'm interested in interacting with people. Everybody in this room I consider a personal friend now because I've met them through this show or through Hangouts or posts, but largely through the show, and they're cool people. They're all extremely different, and they're all awesome. And I just, I can't count how many friends I've made that I never would have met otherwise. And we've talked about this multiple times, and that's really the biggest plus for me, pardon the pun. But I would say that the thing that's what I enjoy. What I don't like is people who are trying to run a hustle, trying to, let's have how to make the most money on Google Plus and that's not why we're here, right? And at least
not why I'm here.
For some folks are into that. That's fine. Cool. Good for you. But I'm interested in Linda telling me a funny story or something that makes me think or something that makes me happy or something that pisses me off, some story, but it's something I didn't know. And now I know it, and boy, that's interesting. That's what I'm after. I'm out to meet new people who I can learn from or laugh with or, whatever. And I'm not into that whole thing. And I don't like celebrities who come on here and milk the thing, and they will post and never engage.
Yeah.
Like you engage like crazy. Mike Elgin, we talked about earlier, he engages like crazy. I don't like these celebrities.
Scoble engages.
Scoble, I can't tell you how many. Jeff Jarvis, big time guy. Everyone's after him to do stuff. He engages. He just reshared a post of mine the other day. But those guys, I love them and I respect them. I don't like guys who have half the number of followers you do, right? But they're so self-important. I want to name names. They're so self-important that they'll post provocative stuff. They'll never engage unless it's to post a snarky response to some particular critical comment by somebody. They never do it. They just use it as a thing. And I'm like, why are you on a social network if you're antisocial? If you're a social outcast, why the hell are you on a social network? That's what pisses me off. When people just
Dan, let me ask you something.
Yes, sir.
How much do you see that on Google Plus, and how do you think? What do you think the solution to that is? Because I agree with you 100%. The people who are the hucksters are really beginning to get to me, and I want your thoughts on how to deal with them.
I don't see it too much because you are a victim of, as we've said, you are a victim of who you circle. You can control. Like in Linda's case, which is an extreme case because she has, close to encroaching up on 500,000 people following her. She can't possibly receive every notification because she would need 50 hours a day to do that. She has to have a life. So she turns it to where if she has circled you, then she gets your notifications. Otherwise, you're screwed. The disadvantage, of course, is someone could be trashing her, and she wouldn't have any knowledge of it unless someone saw it.
But I would have to care. I'd have to care, and that's the point.
Yeah, but you got to do that. But I don't know. I mean, it's not a big deal because if someone is, if it's someone who's you don't want to be rude to because you like them but you don't like what they're posting, you can move them to a circle and and use the tools that she's talking about. Where at her level of traffic, instead of ever looking at her mainstream, she always uses the circles and people who are important to her. she will actually, put like her husband. She'll put them in every circle, so she won't miss something. And I think that's that's probably the most valuable suggestion I've gotten during the show was her
Well,
advice.
yes and no. Remember that you'll end up losing numbers. I mean, you can only have 5,000, and they will count against it. So that's the drawback of this.
No, you can have 5,000 total. I can put him in every circle, and it doesn't count extra. He's He is still just one person.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And so
we can do that.
She could have 5,000
very
circles
neat way
and
of
put one
handling
person in every circle.
Right, I could do that.
Still
I
have
guess.
one.
But
And still have one.
right.
Gotcha. Well, in that case, absolutely, you can do it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's smart. Linda's got some game.
Well, you have to. It's a learning curve. Everybody had to learn. I had to learn it. I had to figure out what worked for me. And initially, especially with the field testers, everybody was sharing, this is what I do, and this is how you do this, and this works for me, and, you pick up, and even still, every now and then, just recently something cropped up. It was like Hangouts for beginners, and somehow I lost it because I was going to reshare it again. I am having a little bit of a problem. You've seen it. You may have seen it on my, I know you saw it, Dan. I'm getting people with no profile picture, and you put up a post, and it's something lame. I mean, some joke or something. And immediately, somebody is hanging out to discuss this topic.
Oh, the Hangout thing. Yeah, there's no option to turn that on.
It's like Hangout. It's like Hangout whoring is what it is. It's Hangout whoring. And I don't know.
Hangout whoring?
Yeah, it's like, here's some dude that I have no idea what people in my thread, if they were to go in that Hangout with no profile picture and no profile information, and I don't know him from Adam, what are they going to see when they pop in that Hangout of his, It's like, so I just remove that comment the minute I see it. Unless it's someone I know or I know they're okay and they just want to see if anybody wants to go in a Hangout and talk about something that, it's an easy way to start a Hangout too, and it doesn't have to be about that topic. But I'm getting a lot of Hangout whoring right now, and I'm just removing those because I have no idea what's up with it. It's almost like a form of spam to me.
That's a great term. That's going to become, we're going to meme that. We're going to Hangout whoring. Because that's a thing. I think it's largely irrelevant and useless because if some person with no picture and it's some weird name, nobody's going to join that Hangout. I mean, you rarely see anybody join it.
But it's like a spam thing. Like I said, I have never had a bad experience in a Hangout, and I don't go anywhere that I'm going to have.
Until now.
I wasn't a chat roulette person. I didn't even go check it out. No chat roulette kind of situation.
Oleg just said until now. That's great.
Yeah, until now. But, I don't know what people would see with this stranger, and if they see them in my thread, maybe they think I know them, that maybe they think I know they're okay, and I don't. So I just remove the comment.
Oleg?
That's just...
I was just going to say, I think it's a phenomenal feature for business use. I think Linda is absolutely right. For personal use, I don't really see that much use of it. In terms of, there's just not that much use. But from business perspective, I think it's a phenomenal feature to have.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
The post-based Hangouts, or are you talking about?
Yeah, post-based Hangouts.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. They haven't figured it out yet. This is, with all due respect, a fairly ghetto implementation of it. It's too in a hot post. The only time that would work is in a hot post where a lot of people are interested in the post. But in that case, that comment, the only place it's mentioned is in a single comment, which may be 40 comments up by the time.
Right, and you're right. And there's many problems. One of the other problems, I think, is the deal with threading. If they had threads and comments, it would make it much, much better, too.
I've used, what is it? I can't remember which services does threaded comments, and I didn't like the layout. I like the idea of the permalink, comments having a permalink, but...
Linda, have you ever used Wave?
I played with it. It didn't, you know what I felt like? I felt like I was walking into Grand Central Station. Even if I did know everyone there, I've just felt like it was...
I'm saying, did you see how they did the comments in there?
Oh, I can't remember because I didn't use it enough to...
I did, and it was horrible. Absolutely horrible.
It wasn't great, but at the same time...
No, it was horrible. That was the worst threaded implementation I've ever seen. And
I was just saying that you can at least see what people are saying to a particular thing in one place. That's all I was trying to say.
They weren't saying one particular thing in one place. It was impossible to follow. It jumped around all over the place. It was an utter mess.
That's why I kind of got out of it. I didn't use it. It was like it was too overwhelming. It's like with ADHD, it's like, oh, even I can't compensate for this. And ADHD, you can compensate for just about anything. And I couldn't compensate for that. But I will tell you one thing that another social network does with their commenting system that was absolutely amazing. I don't know of anybody that does it, and they did it years ago. Every user had a choice to choose how they wanted to view comments. They could choose them reverse to where the most recent was at the top, right under the post. They could choose it, the normal timeline where the most recent was at the bottom, or they could choose threaded. And whatever you clicked, any post that you were on, and whatever format you chose to see that, it stuck until you changed it again, which means you could bounce all around, you could log off, log back on, and your comment choice, reading choice, was set the way you last left it until you change it again. And each user got to choose how they wanted to view their comments. Now, the problem with viewing them in reverse was nobody read all the previous comments. I never used that because I always read all the comments. I tried the nesting a little bit or the threaded, and it was okay for a while, but I went back to just how I'm using it now. But for any user to have the choice and, the back end of all that, I'm glad I wouldn't have to code that. And I don't know that Google ever will, but Google Plus. But it was a choice, and it was an amazing system, and everyone loved it because every individual got to choose which of those three things, how they wanted to look at their comments.
Which service was it, Linda, if you don't mind?
It's actually multiply.com. Yeah, you may have never heard of it, but
no.
It had
I've heard of it.
Yeah, it had millions of users, still does, but the company actually sold, or the owners actually sold it, and it became, it's now it still has the individual social element, and all of the original social members are still there as regular members, but they have moved over to commerce now. They have a lot of online shops. It was big in the Philippines, and they sold, I think they're still there, the original owners, but in what capacity, I couldn't tell you because I'm not privy to that. But they had features before Facebook had them. They had features before any social network. They had amazing privacy features that you could only dream of. Relevant to, they weren't circles, but, what you could be as walled as you wanted or as public as you wanted. And the only other thing they also have design features. Every person's page, every group could be totally designed. You could either use preset themes, or you could put in your own CSS and HTML to design it how you want. So, but that's just one idea of if Google wanted to implement it. But see, one thing about Google is they pay attention to who uses what. And if something doesn't get used to where it's not worth it to them to maintain it, any service, anything they have, eventually it goes away. Some of the lab things, they went away,
How much of that is Google, and how much of that is the new Larry Page Google?
I don't know how, I don't know how much they've pulled in, tested, pulled in, let go. I don't know over the years. So I can't say it's Larry Page's, administration doing it, or if it was previous, I can't say, but I just know that it only makes good sense. It's just like with Facebook and the timeline. Eventually, Facebook will move everyone over to the timeline feature because they will not maintain both. It's not cost effective to them. Eventually, they may find that, there's not, even if they were planning on doing it, eventually, just like Google, they'll find there's not enough uses for it to justify us continuing to support something. And so I don't know whether Google would consider it, and if they did, or if they tested it and then decided that not enough people are using the reverse timeline or the threaded, what's the point of supporting this feature? So it's an idea, but I just don't know how well it would go over.
Yeah. I would even be for them doing just one level of nesting so it doesn't get crazy. But at least have one level of nesting where you can see replies to the same.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Well, here's a way to fix that. And back again to multiply. For every time you hit reply, I use there's a Chrome extension, reply to author or reply to a comment, so that it auto-populates the person's, linked name.
But that's all it does.
Right. Well, at multiply.com, what they did was you could click on reply, and then you had a little box that said quote, and you quoted, it would actually show up in your comment, their entire comment that you were replying to, or you highlighted a line or two, hit quote, and it would populate right in front of you.
Yeah, I'm totally opposed to that. That's why I'm trying to get away from email because of that, because it gets ridiculous after all.
I wish we had a quoting feature.
And they never trim, and it gets to be a mess, so you'll get this 50-line quote that somebody replies to saying, yeah, I agree.
Or just take off, we had a lot of that, so they could get rid of the quote all. Don't consider quote all, make it a highlight only feature.
Even without quote all, I've seen it horribly abused by people who really aren't paying attention.
Yeah, plus it's tons more content that you're duplicating.
But that's the problem. I think the solution that you actually alluded to earlier, the one where having a permalink, and we won't discuss real permalinks or not,
right.
Is a clever solution because it starts leading to real threading. It starts leading to real referencing and not just horrible, 50-layer deep nesting, which just
that's what I'm saying. Do one layer deep.
Read.
So you have one indentation. So you cannot do a comment on a comment. You can only do a comment one time, and then everybody else can only reply to this one comment.
Well, that's what you have now, Oleg.
No, but so you can
reply one time to the main. I mean, that's exactly what you have now that people are complaining about.
Well, you don't have that now.
Sure you do.
When you reply
to exactly one comment, and that's called the main post.
No. I know. I thought about comment on the comment. Okay,
so what's the difference between replying, one level nested in versus two levels nested in versus five?
Well, I'll tell you what.
One is totally arbitrary. If you're having totally arbitrary, 0 is the correct totally arbitrary number.
No, I disagree. Totally disagree. I had an argument today
You don't totally disagree. You partially disagree because you think that nesting once is okay, but twice is evil incarnate.
No, I'm saying if you go twice, you go more than twice. So that's what I'm saying. You limit it at once. But at least you can have the
And I'm saying you limit it at 0. It's very simple that way.
Who does nesting right now? Doesn't Reddit do nesting? I'm trying to remember.
I don't know.
Yeah, but they have infinite nesting, I'm pretty sure.
No, I had today Chris Perillo pointed, indicated, he had one post talking about YouTube, and he was why YouTube has dislike button. Why don't you just only use like button and forget the dislike altogether? And I thought the guy was all wet, and so tons of people put in comments, and so between me and him arguing on the subject, wound up like every 10 entries or so, every 5 entries, you wind up seeing response to what he says to me, what I say to him, what he says to me, what I say to him, and that's what I'm saying. It just doesn't. When you read it, it looks weird. That's all.
The problem is, the other problem is if you were looking at it with Wave, the way Wave ended up doing it, it looked weird because the indentation looked weird to begin with, and then you couldn't find the reply in the middle of all of the other comments anyway. Having comments logically grouped either forwards or backwards as they're coming in an easy to locate location, that sounded good, easy to locate place is very simple, it's very straightforward, people can find it. The biggest problem, as you note, is trying to get a grasp on exactly what has been replied to. And I think using names is the best solution we have so far, and it's a pretty darn good solution.
Well, other than, I'll have you get in a long post and someone goes, oh, that comment is so full of wind, and they even named the name, and then you have to scroll up and go, oh, which comment? You're scrolling up and scrolling up.
They may have multiple things they talk about. No, I disagree. I think to have a post and then comment and then sub-comment level, that would be much better than what it is now.
And I think that's an arbitrary division, and once people get that, they're going to say, why can't we go one more?
So today we have a classic disagreement, that's all.
And if you're saying you should have sub-comments, there's no reason why you shouldn't have
sub-comment level, 1, not more than 1.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you're making an arbitrary distinction based on absolutely nothing.
No, I'm making it based on today's specific situation where it would have been very helpful. That's what I'm basing it on.
Okay, all right. They've reached a rare moment of agreement.
We have? You mean we've agreed to disagree, right?
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we're way over time. So let's, if you feel, we can either delay.
You got somewhere you need to be?
No. I'm just for the broadcast part, because if you get too much over 2 hours, you can risk losing whatever the thing on YouTube.
Google's liquor license.
All right, here's the thing. We definitely have this breaking news out of Ireland that we want to hit last, but I see a couple of topics here. Photographs on Google Plus okay, photo uploading on Google Plus to pass photos uploading on Facebook this year. This was a thing today. What do you guys think? It's basically because it's built into Android, right? It's involuntary almost.
Well, there's one thing I read today, and oh Lord, I can't remember what it was. Isn't there some kind of now Instagram thing that has to do with Facebook that now you can see these now all of a sudden, you know, there's some kind of a little deal going on there, or thing, or app, or something over there.
Yeah, it's only for iOS, but yeah.
Yeah, well, for now, and that's going to have a little bit of an impact as far as it's just, you know, one feature battling another, you know, one social network battling another one for how great a feature is or how well, you know. But I did read that today. I was thinking it was Instagram. I couldn't quite remember.
Okay, and then
Can I?
Go ahead, Anthony.
I was going to say that I think the reason that there's so many photos that are getting uploaded to Google Plus is because there's so many photographers that are following each other, and because Google Plus is big for photographers, obviously you're going to have a lot of photographs on the service.
Let me ask you something though. His analysis. This is Paul. Oh gosh, what's his name?
Paul Allen, who's the same guy that is giving estimations on how many users are on Google Plus.
His numbers have got to be from public picture posts, not private. In other words, if you have an Android phone, it'll automatically upload every photo you take to Google Plus.
But it loads it
private.
But they're private.
Not totally.
So those numbers can't be.
They're private until you share them.
He doesn't indicate.
So he
doesn't indicate where he gets his photo numbers from, Dan.
It has to be public.
He doesn't indicate where he gets his number of photos uploaded per person. Okay. All he's saying is, based on the number of users, he is projecting that it will be this many photos uploaded per day. I can only guess that Google at some point said, here's how many photos we see being uploaded a day. He's multiplying that by his projection for number of users and coming up with his extrapolation.
And he may be right on the money, or he could be way off. There's no way of knowing for sure, but people follow what he says. People are paying attention to it.
You know, Alan, I don't want to flat out disagree with you, but that would seem pretty sloppy for the way that he gathers numbers to do it so simply like that. I just don't see him as being that sloppy.
His quote, well,
he's been doing it a while though. He's been paying attention to all these numbers from the inception of Google Plus almost, that how many users, and I don't know how close he's been compared to what's been announced by Google.
Okay, looking further at it, he bases this on a survey. And the crucial question on the survey is, how many photos have you taken with your smartphone in the past 24 hours? There's a follow-up question, have you uploaded these to Facebook or to another site? So he's basically saying...
survey-based.
Yeah.
That's survey-based.
That's survey-based.
Did he take the survey of Google Plus people or Facebook people?
I never saw the survey, so I wouldn't count, but that doesn't mean there isn't...
It's not entirely clear to me where the survey was posted. But he's not asking how many photos are you publishing to the site. He's not asking how many, he's not saying how many photos have you shared. Right. He's asking how many photos have you taken using your smartphone. And he specifically says using your smartphone.
Well,
I think he's basically coming up with a number which seems kind of out there and multiplying that by his user projection, which I think is a fairly solid user projection.
So he's done a sampling, and that's what most polls are. There's nothing but a sampling.
Right. I think it's an interesting number, and I think it's an interesting number to discuss. I'm not entirely sure that I'm going to, buy or sell Google stock based on it. But to be honest, I don't see a lot of people posting photos, except for photographers, And I continue to think that Google's photo management system, although it's gotten worlds better, is still a mess.
There's some. I'm finding myself getting, when I go into my photos, or I'm looking at photos from other people's posts, I'm still fumbling around. There is a bit of, I think it needs to be simplified for the average user, because I look for, I'm not looking to save someone else's photo. I'm looking at, can I plus it here? Why can't I plus it there? I've been tagged in some photos, and I see it in my stream. And so when I go to share from just me, private, to public, it won't do it. It won't let me do it, and I'm not sure why. I don't know why. I guess I have to share it from their post and not my stream. I'm not sure. So it's all part of the photo process. Brian Rose and the team, and I say Brian Rose because I'm most familiar with him, they've worked really, really hard at enhancing things that we want with our photos. Privacy, for one. I just discovered the other day that I could turn off downloading, I think it was, of my profile picture, my profile picture, which I could at one time you couldn't do. No. And now you can. I went in on all my scrapbook photos because I have a picture of my daughter, my son up there, my husband, and it's like all of a sudden I realized people were leaving these comments and I didn't like them, and I couldn't figure out how can I turn comments. All of a sudden I could turn comments off on them, and I could also turn off downloading of them and resharing of them. It's like, why are people sharing a picture of my daughter? I'm going to take it down if this isn't fixed. These are strangers, and all of a sudden, and it's just her face, but still, I would never share somebody's baby pictures or something. I mean, why would I want to do that?
Not for sharing purposes.
So there's a creep factor there that was bugging me, and I let it be known. I let it through feedback, and I let Brian, and I've posted about it, and all of a sudden it changes. They're listening, They're listening.
No, in terms of number of photos and stuff, it's not unusual if you look at it. Number one, they married Picasso to the thing, so that's automatically gave them a tremendous library that immediately became part of Google+. I mean, that was just, again, Facebook doesn't have anything like Picasso.
But the big problem there was when they first married it, it was a really, really bad connection between the two.
You didn't have the features on Google+.
You didn't have the features in Google+.
No, I'm just talking about the stuff
that... how to jump hoops and get to Picasso.
I know, but Alan, I'm talking about, number one, I'm talking about now, and number two, I'm talking about that they got all those pictures in, so immediately there was a whole set of pictures that were, quote-unquote, uploaded to Google+, because of the Picasso integration.
Right. But I think the point that I'm more trying to make is Facebook had to do all of this from the ground up. And in doing so, they put in features that were useful and that people wanted from the beginning. So you had album management from the beginning. You had, good caption management and all of this sort of stuff.
I don't know.
From the beginning. And you still don't have some of this in Google+.
But how do you not have album management now? You have album management.
You don't have good album management.
What do you mean by good?
It's there. You got to find it. You got to locate it.
It's still difficult to reorder pictures.
It's drag and drop now, isn't it?
In Picasso?
No, yeah.
No, in Google+.
Oh.
You just go to Picasso and do it. Why do you do
You can't just go to Picasso.
You have to go to Photos. You have to go to Photos.
You can't just go to Photos. They removed that.
No, Photos is still up in the black bar.
Yes, but it takes you to a Google Plus Photos. It doesn't take you to Picasso anymore.
Oh, okay.
If you go to Picasso web, it doesn't go there?
No, you have to go google.com/photos, I believe. I won't swear to that. I don't have a
No, go to picassoweb.google.com.
If you go to picassoweb.google.com and you're logged in correctly, then yes, you can get in there.
Oh, okay.
And you can manage your albums.
Okay, that's not managing albums from Google+.
No.
That's going to Picasso, and that's like 3 extra steps.
Alan, come on.
No, it's significant, Oleg. It goes back to paying attention to details.
Well, they're still bringing those features over.
I agree. Okay, I agree with that.
I mean, yes, I could, and I have a problem going to Picasso because I use multiple logins. I realize I'm an edge case. Okay, but Picasso doesn't work with that.
Yeah, I don't want to go over to Picasso if it's because I've already got. I really don't want to have to go over to Picasso now to do something. I want to be able to do it in Google Plus because I'm already there.
They'll eventually do it. One of the big complaints I have about the whole thing is when I share some pictures from a single album, And then if I want to add more pictures to the same album and share them differently, I cannot do it. It winds up having all these pictures in there. So they definitely have some issues.
They've got a lot of issues.
Yeah,
they've got issues with circle management. They've got issues with moving things between
No,
folders.
circle management now, that falls on the user. You know, they can't spoon feed us everything. And circle management, that's up to us. We create a circle, we name it, we put people in it. Then I really not want, what was it? Facebook did that thing.
To be clear, we've got issues that if we have for example, if we have a post, we share that post to a limited number of people. If we wanted to share it to somebody else, we need to actually reshare it. We can't just, change the permissions on it.
No, I don't want permissions.
That's a post. An album works completely differently, though, because we can change the permissions on an album. So they've got this mixed metaphor. They've got this two different ways of doing the exact same thing.
You're right, but you got to give them some time. That's all. They're working on it. They already released the Picasso.
I know this. I know this. And, I was thrilled on the day that they brought over what they called the Creative Kit. And then the only thing you seem to hear about people doing in the Creative Kit is adding party hats. And that's fine and dandy, but the Creative Kit is the most powerful thing they've got in the photo management system, and nobody talks about it.
I looked around in Creative Kit, and maybe I didn't see it, but the things that I use my programs and other online photo editors for, resizing, I couldn't find a resize option in there. Now, I don't know if it is.
Well,
maybe it's there and I just didn't see it.
Resizing isn't too big a deal in this particular case, but you can crop there. It's there.
Yeah, I did see crop.
But it's there.
I did see crop. I just didn't. I resize pictures a lot.
Yeah.
And, I use Paint for resize. If all I'm going to do is resize, I pull up Paint and resize it, because if it's a funny picture, as long as it's readable, I don't need it to be huge. If it's got words on it, or maybe I need it to be larger because it has words, so I do that before I even go in there, rather than try to do it in Picasso or in photos.
The neat thing with having it online, and certainly having it in the modern Picasso web, is it really doesn't matter what the size is, as long as it's smaller than 2048 by 2048, and it's free. That's free for you.
Yeah. A lot of them I need to actually enlarge. I need to make them a little bit bigger.
Well, in that case, what you get to do is okay, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah. Now, one of the things I've done, or I found, that I could take a screenshot of a section of comments in a thread. As I take it, just as it is, and then if I were to post it because it's a really funny comment or something, the fact is that it's not readable, even if you hover it, even if you click on it. So what I learned, it finally dawned on me today, why don't I just zoom the page and then take a screenshot? And it worked perfect. I didn't have to resize it or anything. It took me this long, all this time, to figure that's something so simple as that.
Linda, you know that during Picasso you can go ahead and select Edit and using Picnic, right?
Yeah, I have.
So here,
I went in there a little
the
bit.
screen here. It's probably reversed, but you'll see it. You
Let
see
me
they have the options. One of the options they have is resize at the bottom there.
Ah, there it is. Okay, and
So
go back up a little bit.
Just right-click and select, or not right-click. If you just pull up a picture and then simply select Edit in Picnic, then you can just, right from online, you can resize it using that.
So there is resize. I didn't see it when I went over.
Yeah, when you said you're using Microsoft Paint, I just had to intervene and add this.
And if it's in Picnic, it's almost certainly in the Creative Kit as well, because that's all the Creative Kit is.
Yeah,
Right.
and the other thing I do is I will resize GIFs. I don't post a lot of GIFs. I don't post real flashy bang ones, But occasionally I'll want to resize them so that, they fit better there. Or I will also want to change the speed of the GIF. And I go to lunapic.com for that, because it's a good GIF manager.
Yeah.
A good GIF editor.
Lunapic.
Lunapic, LUNAPIC.com.
Okay, here's the... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm finished.
Okay, I was just going to say, I want to move on real quick and close the official version of the show, and then we can hang out if you guys want to. We can still stream the Hangout and Justin stuff, but I got to close the YouTube thing because I'm worried about how big the file can be. Okay, so here's the deal. We got 3 fun things to talk about. First of all, Anthony, I actually got a comment from Denmark from a viewer who said, you promised in a previous episode you would get better lighting, and you failed. So all of our viewers in Denmark are are going to start demonstrating in the streets if you don't get some front facial lighting. Anthony's one of those awesome guys. I also got to pick on him because I was all excited today. I thought that our page had finally been hacked because our doc I always leave open, right? And no one's really messed with it. I think one time someone messed with it a little bit. But I leave it open to the public, and I post it publicly, and it gets spread out to God knows how many thousands of people. And nobody's ever destroyed it. They've always just looked at it, and we had like 60 people today looking at it. But
well, you know you can back it up.
Correct. So it wasn't a big deal. But it saves each revision or each version. And then it got all hacked today, and I was all excited because I thought I'd have a fun hacking story to talk about. And it turns out, what was it, Anthony?
My cat sat on the keyboard.
His cat sat on the keyboard because I was like, oh, this is cool. I got this, so I reverted back to previous version, and then I got this random thing from Anthony's like, I'm sorry about my cat sitting on the keyboard and ruining your doc. And I was like, oh, that's funny. All right, the other thing I want to tell, and then we've got to talk about this breaking news from Ireland that Linda turned me on to. All right, this is an Android phone, right, a Motorola Photon, which is a wonderful phone with a really bad camera, but that's not part of what I was talking about. But they got this cool new app, and I'll just show it to you. I posted about it today. I forget what the name of it is. If anyone can tell me, I wouldn't mind at all. But anyway, here's how it works. Everyone has a flashlight app on their phone, right? Mm-hmm. So the way this one works is you always, like when you need a flashlight, it's dark, and you often like you're trying to find your keys and you got your bag of groceries or something. This is a cool innovation. Here's the deal. You all you have to do is hit your button, right? And then you go to this sign-on thing. All you have to do is shake your phone like this.
Oh.
Smart. All you have to do is you hit the power button, which everyone knows where it is, but you don't have to swipe to turn it on. You don't have to click the flashlight button. You don't have to click the on thing. You just hit the power button and shake your phone, and the thing comes on. That is smart. And it's I'll tell you exactly what the app is called. It's
I remember the post. I can't remember the name.
LED flashlight. I don't know. Just go to my site.
Okay.
And you can find it, and I'll put it in the show notes or whatever. But anyway, that is smart. That's a real innovative thing. I don't think we've ever covered an app before.
Unless you carry a purse and you're standing there digging in your purse at your door because the porch light blew out.
Well, I've lived in Europe for a number of years, but I got to tell you, I'm not comfortable enough to have a man purse.
Not yet.
It's not. It's in Front Royal, Virginia. It ain't happening. I'm not European enough, I guess. Okay. Last thing. There's this breaking news from Ireland. Very exciting. It's actually a Facebook story. But Linda, why don't you tell us about this town, part of Limerick, Ireland? What's the deal, Linda?
What is a little town or little whatever called Effin?
It's a village.
EFFN, I believe. Yeah, village.
EFFIN, Effin.
I don't know if it even has the I in it. I can't remember.
We've covered it before to give props to Alan. He reminded me that he's mentioned this before. But so what was the news today?
Well, Facebook finally broke down and allows people who are there to designate that as where they live. If you don't live there, but you're from there or you want to put it there, you can't. You have to actually be there to use it. That's my understanding of what I read about it today. Finally, and there's been a big sting. It's been going on for, a few weeks now. And they finally, I heard today, I think it was, when I put the post up, they finally caved and let the people in Effin, Ireland, say they lived in Effin, Ireland. So
this is really only the second time we've covered some real effing news on the show. Because Alan covered it the first time. And this is this is great for effing.
Well, I heard, what was it down in my post where I posted about it? Someone said, but what about bitching somewhere? There's some place called bitching, and, are they going to allow bitching something? And then they listed a bunch of other ones that I'd never heard of, didn't know existed, so.
I think this is some exciting effing news because we rarely get to do that. Alan and then Oleg and whoever else.
This is just, another effing excuse for people who, just want to effing censor themselves, just effing all over the place. I mean, come on. What I've said this before. I've said it again. Stop messing with the names. Facebook's doing it. Google's doing it. You knew this is a hot button for me, Dan. So don't grin like that at me.
They can't see me grinning. See, I can control the. Well, they can in the Hangout.
We can have a segment on FN, called FN News.
Oh,
what do you think about this?
I need to tell you something, Dan, real quick about your profile. Speaking of effing, speaking of effing places that you have lived and where you live now, you do know you've got a list of all the places you've lived.
Yes.
On your profile, you do know you can designate your current area, don't you?
This is funny. I am all the rage in Dhaka, Bangladesh. I am like the 5th most popular person living in Dhaka, and I don't
all
live
because
there.
you ran through there?
No, because it's at the top of my list. I didn't realize that, and I was getting all these ads from these wonderful people in Bangladesh, and I was like, well, that's nice. Nice to meet you, Rajneesh.
There's a little doohickey. There's a little icon. Edit and click
this guy, but he sent me a link. He's like, oh, you are very big in Bangladesh. I said, what are you talking about? I haven't been there in 35 years. And he said, since I was, 3, right? Whatever, how many years? And so he said, oh, no, look, and he sent me this link, and I think I'm right near a Nobel laureate from Bangladesh. I'm like, all that over there. And
well, my point is you need to fix your effing profile so it's cool.
Yeah. Exactly. I've been in Ireland, but I have not been to effing Ireland. I've been to Dundalk and Berlin, or not Berlin. I've been to Berlin, Germany, but what's the big city in Ireland? I don't know.
I don't know.
Dublin?
Irish Spring Soap. I don't know. I've never been there,
The Emerald Isle. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
Rain, that's your place.
But with your last name, Dan, it's a perfect thing to have a, segment called FN segment.
I don't know.
The effing stink bug show.
That's right.
That's funny. But
I hope you know that for the sake of this show, I let a stink bug crawl up my curtain, and I kept thinking when the show is over, I'm gonna get it. It's disappeared.
How do you kill him? Because I have a number of candidates.
I stun it, and then I grab like 5 tissues and pick it up. I stun it. I don't squish it, and then
How do you stun him?
I just take the swatter and kind of like a midair, knock it unconscious or knock it so it's upside down on the floor, and then I scoop it in like 5 tissues.
See, Linda,
and
right
flush
there.
it.
Linda, you need to get a webcam and you need to do a live presentation on how it's done.
I almost took a picture of it while we were talking. I really did, because I was going to prove that I had one crawling over there on my curtain and I did not want to disrupt the show to kill a stupid stink bug. And if I was going to do it, I wanted to be on live video feed when I did it.
All right. We'll continue our discussion in the Hangout, which is streaming live and on Justin TV. But let me conclude the formal part. You guys hang on for a sec, and then you can excuse yourselves or stay if you wish. Okay. I want to thank so much. I really appreciate Linda. Give me the
Laurie. Law, as in law.
Laurie. Like British bus or truck. A lorry.
Kind of.
That's what they call it. It's
Laurie. Well, however you say law. Like, the law.
Laurie.
Legal law. Laurie.
I want to thank Linda Laurie. for,
Close enough.
Linda L. for being here on the show tonight. I really appreciate it. As always, the hardcores here. We got Anthony and Alan and
yeah, they're hardcore on Main Street.
Earlier. Oh, they're tough, man. They're just as tough as they were tougher on me than usual tonight, which is good. Keeps me
nice to meet you, Linda.
Nice to meet all of you too.
They're great. But anyway, I want to thank everyone for watching. I want to thank folks who submitted the questions tonight. I think we got to everything just about. But anyway, this is great. We're here every Friday night, 8 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, which, depending on what we're doing with our crazy clock system here in North America, is either midnight or 1 a.m. Right now it's 1 a.m. GMT and 5 p.m. Pacific time. But anyway, I want to thank you all for watching. I'll be back next week, 8 p.m. Eastern USA, for another exciting edition of Google Plus Week. All right, we're still streaming, and
you're all done?
You want us to help you along here now?
No, we're done. We're done with the official recorded version. It's still streaming out. If anybody wants to watch this, or if you guys want to leave or come back, whatever you want to do, hang out. But we're done with the official show, so you can.
Well, I have a question. I have a question. How do I rank on the interviewer scale? Did I ask you all the right questions?
Oh, I've never been interviewed here before. I've been interviewed by like college classes or stuff like that, but not on the show.
But did I ask the right questions?
I thought it was interesting. I don't know. These guys could tell better.
Yeah, it was good, Linda. It was good. Don't ask Dan. He wouldn't know. Last Cast.
Yeah.
That was good. It was good.
Oh, and if he's listening right now, I want to say hi to Mark Richards, who is a friend of mine here on Google Plus, and he's had the flu, and he said he was still going to listen in tonight. So if he's listening, I'm glad he was able to make it.
And if Mike Elgin's listening, these guys were
Totally serious.
good. He was listening. We know he was listening earlier.
Mike's a class act.
Oh, he is. He's a good guy. Yeah. But see, at least you were tougher on me, Oleg, with your digs about my lengthy interview of Linda.
I was?
Actually on Mike.
I don't know. Anyway, I want to put on the show at some point, maybe next show we can do. Let's talk about, I had this big deal with Perillo today, and, if you want, you can read the post. You can find his post on this deal with dislike. I think the guy is completely, totally wrong. But it's an interesting topic to discuss with the +1, -1. And so if you want, we can discuss it.
What was it? With what?
He did not like the fact, he basically made a comment, he made a post that YouTube has dislike button in addition to like. And so he posted some video of his, and immediately it showed, like the picture he shows, it shows like 29 likes and 21 dislikes. And so in the post he put in that he hates this whole dislike concept because it's completely useless, and you got a bunch of people basically
trolling,
signing up with different accounts just so they can put dislike on his deal, and so it's meaningless. That was basically essentially his post.
I don't like it.
I'm sorry?
I said where.
I don't like dislikes. I don't like downvoting.
I like the dislike button for this reason.
I like it a lot.
I was watching a video the other day, and it was a scam. It was one of those things that's like an SEO thing, like they put up what they say it's going to be, but it's totally different, and it was a total waste of time. Like I wanted to punch the guy in the face for wasting 3 minutes of my life. And I looked, and the thing, it said 30 likes, 785 dislikes. At that point, this is a scam.
Absolutely, it's exactly my point.
That's the good use of it.
Exactly.
Because to limit the time that you have to waste because some idiot
it's not so much the waste.
His First Amendment freedoms to be stupid.
It's not so much the waste. It's the fact that people either like stuff or they don't like stuff. It's not like we always like everything and there's nothing else on the other side. And that's to me why the whole concept of this +1 and nothing else or the like is meaningless, because just because it says 5 people like this movie doesn't make it a good movie, because 1,000 of them could have said it's a lousy movie.
Right. And plus,
wouldn't the lack of +1s tell you something?
What do you mean lack? Based on what do you mean lack? What's
if you
lack?
dislike something.
Well, you never know what the engagement is going to be.
You have no idea what the engagement exactly.
I mean,
so the plus doesn't tell you anything.
I mean, you could have one video with 1,000 views and it has 1,000 likes or dislikes or whatever, 1,000 interactions, and then you could have another video with the same exact views and have 0 interactions. So
in some ways, it's a better gauge than the number of views, because you could have some. I mean, how many times have we seen some obscure film that wasn't a huge box office sensation, but we saw it. It was an artsy film or something, whatever, and it was fantastic. It was like, oh my God, this was awesome, but it just didn't have a mainstream appeal or didn't have the backing. So if someone has 7 million views, it's probably good because of the number of views. But if something it only has 700 views, but you look and there's 300 people bothered to click the like button, that says something to me, big time. Like, wow, this is maybe something watching. I think.
Yeah, but if 10,000 people said the negative, then it also tells you something
as well.
I have a YouTube question. Only because I couldn't find it, maybe it's not there. You can't, although I have seen where you couldn't do it on some YouTube videos, so I'm not sure. Is there a way to turn comments off on YouTube videos that you post?
Yes.
I think so.
I wasn't sure.
You can also turn off the like and dislike button, so maybe Chris should look into that.
No, I wasn't sure. I just knew that I think I took some pictures of some snow or something that I was just linking to on a post. I didn't need comments on it over on YouTube or anything, and I certainly didn't want to spend moderation time over there either, and I thought, oh, I wish I had...
Yeah, I think it's set for the video. You can change it.
This actually reminds me of something that you said during your interview earlier. You talked about the really good integration between Google Plus and YouTube, and I actually don't think there is really good integration between Google Plus and YouTube.
There's not enough yet, but I meant on Google Plus. when you post a link to a video to a video on YouTube, you get, if you do it in the post, of course it populates. If you do it in a comment, you actually, instead of getting the URL, you actually get the YouTube name. You hover it, of course.
But I mean that's integration. I mean, I think even Facebook has that exact same integration.
No, it's not just that, but also there's the slide out deal on the right, top right.
Yeah, that's not integration. I mean, that's a tab there. I mean, to me, integration is, you bring circles into YouTube, and they're not there right now.
No, but I'm sure they will be coming.
I know.
Also, they have a Hangout.
It kind of surprises me that YouTube doesn't have permissions. Really, it's either on or off or hidden. That's kind of weak
they've
when
added
it comes
circles to Gmail, so it's probably coming to YouTube as well.
I mean, I don't. I'll believe it when I see it, but I mean, I think it's telling to me that videos on Google Plus are tied to photos, not tied to YouTube.
Yeah, they go into Picasa. And that
Right.
kind of threw me when it first happened, or I was thrown into the photos section to watch this little video, and it just totally kind of confused me.
Now, you got to understand, though, they're trying to put together services that were built by them with the ones that were bought by them. So
Yeah, no, I realize that. I realize that, but it's an odd, it's just kind of odd and kind of jarring, and
I think they still need to be, I do see where they need to stay. They need to keep some distance between the two, because there are just YouTube addicts. They just go from one video to the next to the next without having anything to do with the social element yet, other than trolling, troll comments over there perhaps. But honestly, it's like, I do see where they have to keep it separate, but I do think the integration of it too could be cleaner.
I really just don't understand that, little small tiny, 20 pixel square icon sitting on the right hand side of the screen all by itself. It's like, what's the point?
Which one? Which icon?
The flyout on Google Plus he's talking about.
Oh.
The point is, you can have a playlist of Google videos that that are playing for you. It's mainly for music than for anything else. So
maybe I'm just not the type of user, because
exactly. Yeah, you put in somebody's name, put in whoever, Joshua Bell or something, and then it comes up with all his videos, and then you just minimize them if you want, and they're just playing there. So you're doing your Google Plus while listening to music. I think that's all it's for.
I like being able to view a YouTube video at Google Plus, though, and not having
it's
over there, unless I want to. Unless I want to.
Yes,
sometimes I want to. I rarely go full screen. Oh, did you, Dan? I was just wondering. That, or all of you for that matter, that Chrome extension that I can't remember who did it now. I'm terrible with names, but anyway, that it gives you those extra Hangout feature where it goes full screen or goes bigger in the Google Plus. It's a Chrome extension.
That's all. I don't know if that was Mohammed Mansour or somebody else.
No,
it wasn't Mohammed. I can't remember who did it now.
Yeah, it's another. I read about it.
Talks about today. I don't remember it either.
It has to do with on air, though. It's only for on air.
Oh, it is only for on air. Okay, I just thought it was pretty neat. I know what it was. When I went in, I actually started viewing the one with Mike Elgin and you today. Mm-hmm. Was it today?
Yeah, it was earlier today.
I tested it with that, and it was really
yesterday. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I tested it. I actually did the full screen thing, and it was great. I didn't try. There's two options, and I just did the full screen. And it was so clear, and it was so good, and I thought, oh, this is great. I got to post about this.
How big is your monitor?
This one's a 22.
No, so it's very nice then.
Yeah, it's a widescreen 22, and it just went through the whole monitor. I mean, one of the problems I have with YouTube is I get stuttering. It doesn't matter,
How fast is your internet connection?
It's Comcast, the highest they offer here, which is
pretty
decent.
slow.
But there's so much rich content online now. Every web page you hit, everything, your temp files get filled up so fast. And there's, I realize it's supposed to dump some to make room for more. I have raised my temp file size to compensate, and that's helped a lot. But I still have, I just.
How good is your machine? Is it a pretty decent computer?
Yeah. Yes.
Those also
Yeah.
the only two
Yeah.
factors that really play a role.
Yeah, I don't know. We have a lot of devices now that pull on my internet connection, but not all the time. You know, my phone is Wi-Fi. We have Netflix in the other room. My husband might be watching. You know, there's a lot of things that play into it.
Well, if you're doing Netflix and stuff,
Then it's
you know,
different.
you're
But if
sucking most of them.
but if
Yeah.
we're not, and our tablets are all off, and our phones docked, and he's not watching Netflix in the other room, there, I think it's because I'm running wireless. I think I'm on wireless away from my router.
What kind of wireless are you running?
Just the router and the modems and
No. But I mean, is it B, G, or N? Which one?
It's in.
It's N. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should go fairly smoothly, actually.
It should, and I get stuttering, and but usually by the time I discover a video at YouTube I want to watch.
How
I've
far
already
away from the station are you with N?
I'm down the hall from the office to the living room is, I don't know, 15, 20 steps. But the setup in this house is just that, I mean, I talked to my husband that, maybe if we put a bridge in, or we put, something...
How old is the house?
Old.
Old?
Yeah. 1973. It's a huge house.
That's not old.
Yeah.
Well, I meant, no, but...
Are you saying in one area of the house you're getting it fine, and the other area you're getting stuttering?
He gets it better in the... If you come out of the office and make a left into another room, he gets good. It's good in there. But if you come into the living room, there's a lot more electronics in here, especially with the television, and there's so much electronics in here. Plus, there's like this half wall and where the steps lead. I don't know. I just think that I've got some interference somewhere in here that my bars will go up, and then they'll go down, and then they'll go up.
You gotta ask me a classic question. Are you using a Mac?
I couldn't hear you.
I gotta ask me a classic question.
No, it's a PC.
It's a PC.
Yeah.
Well, you should take a laptop and test it in the room, and then test it in the one room, and then test it in the other.
I have. We've just
then
about. Well, one of the things we're considering doing is putting the house up for sale, downsizing a little bit, mainly because it's such a huge, huge house, and we don't need this size house anymore. So we're talking about doing that, but if we don't, we may just go ahead and get the wire, so just run wire all over this house so that, the bedroom and the living room and the office are all hardwired, and we can get away from using wireless.
That would be the best, yeah. Also, do you live close to Dan?
Yeah. Say,
I was just asking if you live close to Dan.
not that close, no.
Okay, so it couldn't be Dan's interference then.
Well, I'm not using his internet. I haven't hacked his internet connection. No.
No, but don't diss Comcast. Where I am, I have Comcast Business out of the mid-level, and it's 30 down and 10 up. I mean, it's phenomenal.
That's not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I can stream to Justin. I can stream to.
Not bad. That's excellent. That's like almost third world speeds.
It's not, no. 30 10.
What do you have, Alan?
Well, we've got what they offer residential. We don't have a business.
Alan's living probably over some WC 3 connection somewhere.
Let me tell you something. Here's my story.
He's tethering.
If I was tethering, I'd be lucky some days.
2G.
Here's my story.
No, 2.5G.
When I worked in Houston, I had ISDN. That was state of the art at the time.
1.5 megabits, right?
Half that.
Okay.
750.
It was 640K. 640K. It's pathetic. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
When I moved to Maryland, I picked an apartment building based on the assurance that they had high-speed internet. They had DSL. Really neat, really radical, new high speed at the time.
Right.
I get there, and I discover that I can't get DSL because they actually have a digital loop in the line back to the central office. So the wires were too new to support DSL. They weren't ancient enough. So I couldn't get DSL. I had to do dial-up. So, I spent most of my time in that apartment complex trying to find a way to get, real high-speed internet. where real was defined as faster than dial-up. I was looking at satellite services. I was looking at everything. The true irony was where I was living at the time was very near to the DC Beltway. And I don't know if you know much about the DC Beltway, but there's a cable that runs underneath it in the dividing strip from Virginia to New York. And that's the high-speed backbone that ran from Virginia to New York at the time. So if I could just tap into this wire that was about 100 feet away from me, I'd have the highest internet speed that anybody could get. But I couldn't. I was stuck on dial-up because my cable was too new. I hate high speed.
I hate DSL.
I'm going to say goodbye.
An abomination.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh,
Have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend to you. Have a good weekend, you too.
Let's go, man.
Take care, Alex.
Is that the kid who was hungry before?
I'm sorry?
Is that the kid who was hungry that time?
That's the kid, Ben.
That's the kid.
Ben, you need to get something to eat, buddy.
He's good. He's good. He lost his first tooth today, so today's a big day.
Congratulations, Ben.
Yep, today's the big day.
See you later. Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
In fact, it's also
Good night,
the smallest.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's cute.
I actually knew that because I read Oleg's blog earlier about about his son losing his tooth.
Who has a dog? I hear a dog.
Oh, it's my dog. We live across the street from a high school, so there's always foot traffic, and they are always just going crazy.
I can't believe I have 4 dogs here that have not barked once the entire time I've been on here. And have not had to go out and pee. I'm just stunned. It's like I have no idea what sedated them tonight. Probably some of that steak I gave them. Who just fell out?
Oh, I guess we lost Jonathan.
Well, I was just wondering if it was me.
What I'm going to do, let me open it up real quick. I don't know how long you guys can stay or would like to stay. Let me, I'm just going to open it up to your circles and extended circles. And then the only thing is I've got to make sure nobody cusses or anything because I'm responsible for their behavior.
I meant Anthony, not Jonathan. Whatever I said.
Anthony's cool. Anthony, he doesn't speak every time, but when he does, it's really interesting. You know, he's kind of shy, but he's a really terrific guy, and he's always interesting whenever he says something.
I don't know who's available.
Oh, it'll fill up in a sec. Don't worry. Let's see. Innovative. I'm doing my thing now for the description here. I got to make sure everything in here is accurate. That's good. That's funny. The first suggested tag was Linda McCartney. You were wonderful, Linda. You should. You're always welcome to join us. I mean, you're a great guest, but you're also a great panelist. Just to weigh in on whatever we're talking about.
Well, thank you. If I know the topic, it may be something I'm unfamiliar with.
The topic is Google Plus.
No, I'm familiar with that.
Yeah.
We put the topic list out early, and anybody can edit it. And Alan will usually go in, and sometimes Oleg, and they'll add topics. And then during the show, usually Alan and Oleg can weigh in on just about anything. And then anybody else who's in the room wants to weigh in, they can do so. They just type in the chat, you know, I want to say something, and then I'll call on them. And if
I have a question.
Yeah.
The green background that I see in the Hangout, and I assume everybody else is seeing that green background on you, what generates that green background?
It's actually a green chroma key background behind me.
A curtain. It's a curtain.
Well, I told him one time I thought maybe he was doing the Osama bin Laden thing and hanging a sheet up behind, and there's a bunch of rocks and a cave back there. And all he needed to do was hold a newspaper up with today's date. But I you know, to prove that
it's the first time I've been compared to.
I know. But no, seriously, I was wondering what generated that color.
Okay, the green is actually real. That's really what's behind me. And,
okay.
And the way it works is for video, green works best, pure green. For film, blue works best. So if you see like a Star Wars movie being made, you'll see a blue background because if they're when they were doing it on film before they went digital.
This is the story, the origin of the term blue screen, which you may have heard.
Right. What a
Just on TV they use green instead of blue.
Brad's joining us.
Hello, Dan McDermott. How are you, mate? We just done Tech Webcast 169. Just want to come and say hello and.
That's awesome. First one of the year.
Yeah, we did, mate, and we're actually on live. We're actually live on air right now with you.
Oh, great! Awesome. I'm getting attacked by a stink bug behind my head right now as we speak. That's I don't know if that. I know you have lots of wild animals in Australia, but I don't know if you've got stink bugs.
I'm not sure what they are.
And I got to tell you a funny cultural thing. I saw you made a post today in one of your social networks. How do you pronounce it? Macas or Macas? You said you went there for lunch?
McDonald's, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was. It's M-A-C-C-A-S. That's how they. That's their. That's their colloquialism for McDonald's.
Yeah, that's the way I say it.
Yeah, but that's the common slang term. You know, I'm going to McDonald's. They say, how do you pronounce it?
We're going to Macca's.
Macca's, yeah. And so I actually had to go to Wikipedia or whatever to look it up because I was like, what the heck is Brad talking about? But so we're on your show now. That's great. Or you're streaming now. Great to be on. It's exciting. 2012.
You're actually on the Steve show, Chatterbox Live. This is the after show.
Yeah, I remember you jumped into my last time I broadcast. You jumped into my show then for quite a while.
Oh yeah. It was awesome. So how's it going? What you guys been talking about?
Your show.
Yeah, you're always welcome. What have you folks been talking about tonight?
Oh, geez, so much.
There's so much to handle. The new Boxy Box update and that sort of thing, and yeah, we had Brian Aldridge on. He came on to talk about his plugin for Chrome for the Hangout canopy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hangout canopy. That was it.
Yeah, he came on and that sort of thing. It was quite fun.
Yeah, we've got Linda in the room with us. Linda, Lori.
Oh, Lori.
Did I have it right, Linda?
It's close enough.
You know.
Hi, Linda. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Hey, Linda. You can't see me, but hello anyway.
Hello.
Now, who's with us? I forget your name. I'm sorry. It's Brad and who's the gentleman with you?
We've got Steve and we've got Jacob.
Okay, Steve and Jacob, right? Okay, cool. So this show, this show is based. Is this a show out of Australia as well?
No, this is we do Tech Webcast live on Justin TV on his channel, and then we do Steve shows afterwards. Tech Webcast.
It's multicultural.
Yep, multicultural. Yeah.
That's right. Steve, where are you based out of?
Corpus Christi, Texas.
Oh, okay, cool. Rick Perry country.
So what area are you from?
A couple of us sit in Virginia, and then Alan, I forget. What state are you in?
Currently, I'm in Massachusetts. Usually, I'm in New York.
Okay.
Oh wow.
So we've got New England.
You said Virginia, right?
Yeah, Linda and I are both in Virginia.
Okay.
So it's warm down there, I guess.
I was there. I lived there for a while. Virginia.
So Dan, is this going to be on YouTube when it's done, mate?
Yeah, I'll send you a link. I'll send everybody a link to it. And then this is right now we're doing a live Hangout on air, and then it's on Justin as well.
Oh, this is an after show as well, is it? Okay, cool. Good stuff.
Yeah, this is after show, so we're just sort of hanging out for anybody who's watching. And I don't know, there's 6 viewers on Justin right now on my end, and but I think there's more on Google and YouTube or whatever.
We have like 11 viewers right now on Justin TV on Steve's show, Chatterbox Live.
Okay, cool.
11 viewers. It's pretty good.
So how do you, Linda, do you have anything you want to ask broadcasters from Australia?
Oh.
And Florida?
In Florida. Well, I'm curious, what is the weather like in Australia right now where you are?
Right now it's summer. It's getting pretty warm, pretty hot, so it's pretty nice.
What is your average hot temperature?
The other day we got up to about 40 degrees.
Ah, you're Celsius. You have to convert for me.
Yeah.
Is it summer or winter there?
It would be summer there if it's winter here, right?
Yeah, it's summer here. It's summer here, mate. Yeah.
That's kind of wild. You know, different seasons, different at the same time.
Well, y'all have Christmas in the middle of summer.
Yep, that's all. That's the best part about it. Christmas is the hot weather.
You know, there's one question I always wanted to ask. Do you guys really put shrimps on the Barbie?
Yes, we do.
Really?
Yep.
And I know you got what do you call it?
We have Australia Day coming up in a couple of weeks, and Vegemite apparently going to put the Australian flag on the Vegemite jars, which is pretty
Brad,
cool.
I got to tell you,
which I should send you a jar of Vegemite, Steve, to try out.
There's an interesting story about Outback Steakhouse. It was like three guys who started that restaurant, and none of the owners had ever been to Australia. They just went to marketing people, and they were trying to find a marketing gimmick for their restaurant. And so they came up with the whole shrimp on the Barbie and you know, Outback Steakhouse and Paul Hogan doing the ads. But it was all a scam because none of them had never even visited Australia at the time. It was all just marketing.
Oh, but they do have good food. It got the people in, and they do have good food.
Oh, yeah. And you know, they don't char grill anything. All their steaks are fried on a flat-top griddle.
Hey, Dan, we have Kelly Lewis as well. So do you want to say hi to Kelly Lewis?
Hi, Kelly Lewis.
Chatterbox Live Show. See me every week on Fridays.
He's not playing that. That's so embarrassing. That's me.
Oh my goodness gracious! These after-hour shows.
Yeah.
Actually, the Outback Steakhouse, I always wanted to try it, but the only thing is the one where I was at in Chicago, it's not open until 5 p.m. You know, that's kind of a strange hour.
Yeah, I think ours. I think the one in Central Virginia. I think that opens at. I think that's open at lunchtime. But you can. One thing I know for a fact, it doesn't matter what the special occasion is. You're not going to get a reservation. And at some places, at least, had done away with reservation. It's first come, first serve. And you just waited.
What does Vegemite taste like?
It's very salty sort of flavor. It's hard to explain.
What does it look like?
It's black. Do a search on Google, just do it for Vegemite, and you'll see. It's more like a Marmite. Have you heard of that?
No.
I don't have that.
Is it like a paste?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
And you make sandwiches, right?
Yeah, you can put it on sandwich and on toast and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember something about it on crackers at one time. I read about it.
Yeah, most of us have heard. I mean, the first time in the United States, the first time we heard about it was that wonderful song, Down Under.
Oh yeah.
Down Under.
Yep.
Yeah, and Paul Hogan, of course, was your biggest ambassador, but was it Men at Work, right? Was that the band?
Yep.
Yeah, they were so great. 80s band.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Do.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. The Outback Steakhouse, the owners weren't Australian.
That's crazy.
No, it was a scam. It was all marketing gimmick. Just like, well, that's what they'll do. They'll discover, like I think Olive Garden, they did a test to see if they were trying to find a restaurant concept because they wanted to do some kind of restaurant, and they looked around and they said, you know, there really isn't a national chain of Italian-themed restaurants. They were looking for some sort of popular food that was already done. Down under. And somebody's got to mute something. David or Anthony, one of you guys, can you mute your biggest playback? But they came up with the Olive Garden theme because there wasn't a Italian theme. And then Sheep, which is based out of Pennsylvania, a regional thing. They were actually hurting in the 80s. They were a gas station. They still are, but they were hurting.
Oh, Sheep.
Sheetz, the gas station that serves sandwiches, similar to Wawa. You probably have one of them near you. And then a marketing person suggested to them that they come up with this made-to-order sub deal. And now, basically, Sheetz is really a to-go food restaurant that happens to sell gas. They're a sub shop. Another interesting story is Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel started out as a chain of Shell stations, and I was actually reading this. I was getting my car fixed, and I went into the bathroom, and they had a convenience store news magazine in the bathroom, so I was reading it. That's how I found out there's too much information, but I hope you don't get a visual. So I'm reading through this article, and it was really fascinating about Cracker Barrel, that they said they started out as a chain of Shell gas stations, and that's why still they're really friendly to RVs. And you see these gigantic parking spaces for RVs, motorhomes and stuff, and trucks, because they were gas stations, and they were like, there's a million gas stations. How do we differentiate ourselves? And then they said a consultant came in. They hired a consultant, and they said, well, why don't you set up a store and a restaurant combo and have like this little general store, quaint tourist trap type thing next to your gas station, and then you'll sell more gas. And they said, well, that's great. And so they did it, and then, of course, the restaurant general store, right, and that's why they're all, if you notice, they're all located right at big interstate intersections usually, because they were gas stations, and that's their history. And so the store and the restaurant blew up. And so now I don't think any of them still have a Shell gas station with them.
I've never seen one with gas.
That's the history. They actually started out as a gas station that wanted to sell more gas, and then the add-on became more popular than the thing, and they just decided to dispense with the gas.
Can I ask you a question, Dan? I've seen a screenshot on Google Plus, the Hangout games. Apparently, there's a new game that has been built into the Hangout now. Do you know much about that?
The poker thing. Is anyone else? I can't speak to this, but maybe somebody else can.
No. He's talking about something else, I think. He's talking about the game shows, I think.
No, that's the poker. That's what I'm talking about, the poker.
Oh, you're talking about poker? Poker is last month's news.
Is that in Hangouts, or are you talking about the game, the other, the game icon?
I just seen a screenshot of something, and apparently they were playing poker in a Hangout. I just wanted to know how you get that.
With real money.
You've got to find somebody who's already gotten an invite and get invited to it. There are invites floating around, but they're hard to get right now still.
Oh, okay.
The interesting one that I've seen so far, though, is the guy that's running a Hangout through the video. He's basically running game shows, and his video stream is the game, and you interact with that, and stuff happens. It's vaguely interesting. I'm still working on games through the official Google API. And that's going to be gangbusters when they finally let us release stuff with it.
Cool. I'm still waiting on Hangout on Air for my podcast, but I'll probably be waiting for a while.
I kind of used to do that on my show. Like, I'd play theme music from TV shows and movies, and then you'd have to guess, what the movie and TV was. And if people wouldn't guess it, I'd give clues, and after a while, I'd just tell them what it is. But
yeah, some of it is like that, but it's like that with graphics being displayed at the same time, or playing Wheel of Fortune with actually seeing, something that vaguely resembles Vanna White or that sort of thing is what's currently there. And it's interesting, if you're in a Hangout on Air, hey Dan, go try this out again. Go up to the Apps tab and see if it's there yet.
Okay. Let me see here.
Oh, is it open? Poker?
If I click on apps, I get nothing.
You still get nothing.
But I can do the favorite Oleg. I can do the reindeer. This is beyond demeaning. I hope. I'm glad Scott's not here, because he would definitely get a screen cap of me doing the reindeer thing. And make full use of it, I assure you.
Oh, they still have the reindeer thing? Oh.
Yeah, they do.
Just like on YouTube, still has the snowflake thing. Well, I think they still do.
Jerry Blackwell, welcome.
Hi, Jerry.
Your first time hanger outer with us, I think, right?
Yeah, first time with you guys.
Yeah, cool. Well, good to see you. Where are you
Dan?
from?
Hey, Dan, excuse me. I'm on mute my mic just a moment. I'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Jerry, where are you from?
Texas, Austin area.
Oh, okay. We got Steve. Our Steve and Brad, you guys still there?
Yep, we're here.
How close are you, Steve?
Yes.
Steve, are you in Austin? Where in Texas are you, Steve?
I live close to Corpus Christi, Texas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Cool.
Very close.
Now, is that like Allen area or Beeville area? How close?
Let's see, where is that? Beeville? I can't even remember where Beeville is. Is that Beeville's right on the border, right? Mexican-Texas border?
No, it's like halfway to San Antonio from you, I guess.
Oops, I'm in the wrong direction. It's just we're just like on the coast and probably a couple hundred miles from the very tip of Texas from Mexico.
Okay. Middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
So what are these hangouts all about?
Dan's left the show. Dan's Hangouts, usually they start with a show that he runs every week called Google Plus Week, and then we have an open hangout afterwards where we just either talk about what's going on in the show or just generally talk about stuff. If you mean hangouts in general, what are they all about? Well, that really depends on the hangout and the people involved in it.
Yeah.
And I missed who asked the question. I apologize.
I've got my mic back on. I might have done something.
It was Jerry. You know, Brad just left. They had to go. But I could tell you that one interesting thing about Australia people don't realize, because their population, I forget the population. Somebody could Wikipedia or something, or Google population of Australia. It's smaller than the United States, but Australia is a huge country. Australia is actually about the same landmass as the 48 United States. It's huge, but it's not all populatable, right? Some of it's pretty rough terrain.
Dan, there are 50 states.
But it's not the same size.
He's talking about the 48 continental states, though.
No. He's talking about the 48 contiguous states.
Right.
There are 49 continental United States.
There are 48 contiguous states. What did I say?
Right. You said 48 United States.
I'm going to have to do an instant replay.
Go for it.
It'll take me about 4 hours with modern technology. But no, of the 48 contiguous states, that's about the same size as Australia. Very close. But people don't realize how big it is. I mean, Australia is a big deal. It's a big country.
Have people ever looked at a map?
Yeah, well, but Dan, I mentioned this last time you brought it up. I'll point out that people don't realize how big Alaska is, and that's the same country. You know, we're talking, you know, the American education system here.
Are you dissing me? What are you saying? I'm fairly educated. What do you mean? Oh, people don't realize that, yeah. And a lot of our earlier maps were inaccurate. Like they would make Africa look smaller in comparison than the United States.
Well, like Iceland.
Dan, I know you're educated, but weren't you the one saying that you grew up in Japan?
I was born in Japan. In Okinawa, it actually was a U.S. territory at the time. It was not. We had not returned it back to sovereign control in 1960. I was born.
So you're not a citizen of Japan?
No. My dad was a U.S. diplomat, and so I was born in Japan, and I lived in Pakistan, or we were in Dhaka, which was Pakistan. It's now Bangladesh. We were there during the war, and we were evacuated to Bangkok, Thailand, because the war broke out. And I remember my sister, who's 6 years older than I was, so I was like 1 or 2, 3, so she would have been 8 or 9. They told her that it was firecrackers going off, and they said they found her one day. She was on it's a sad story. She was on the swings in her backyard, crying, because she kind of knew it wasn't really firecrackers going off, and she was scared. And then they flew us out, because the war broke out. It was like East-West Pakistan, and it became Bangladesh now. But it was all part of India at one point. And then it broke off because there's Hindus and there's Muslims, and they became separate countries, which was a big shock to Gandhi, who led the liberation movement from when they were a British colony. And then we went to, I can't remember the right order, but Brussels, Belgium, and Athens, Greece, Monrovia, Liberia, London, England. I've been to Ireland, Germany, France, everywhere. You name it, I've been there. And it was exciting. The disadvantage was I don't have friends that I've known my whole life. I've never been to Texas, and that's where I'd like to go, Jerry. I'd love to go to Texas. Yeah, so it was exciting because I got to see the world. Rough and regal. I got to see Princess Diana. I've seen Ronald Reagan. I got to see Princess Diana and Prince Charles I was in Trafalgar Square in London, and there's a big crowd, and I was like, what's going on? And they said, oh, the Princess of Wales is coming out. And I was like, oh, cool. So I stood there, and they came out, and this is in the late 80s when they were still married. If they'd stayed married, she'd be alive today. Very sad story. But anyway, yeah. They come out of the thing, and there's these, first the motorcycles, and then the police vans, and then you see, if you've ever seen a member of the royal family, which most people haven't, I was very lucky to see it, they're in this fancy car, like a Bentley or a Rolls Royce or something, but really old school, like 1950s, 60s, but looked immaculate, shiny, beautiful. And they have a blue light or a purple light, a solid color that means that the member of the royal family's on the in the vehicle. And then at the top of the vehicle, there's these giant ostrich plumes coming up, and the seal of the House of Windsor. And then there they were, doing the royal wave. But I was like, oh my God, this is so awesome. It was like when I got to see Michael Jackson in concert once. And he was, in my opinion, the greatest living entertainer of my lifetime. The big three were Elvis, the Beatles, and Michael Jackson. I got to see him, and I got to see Princess Diana and Prince Charles. And that was exciting, even though we don't have royalty here, and it's largely a tourist trap for them. It's still, that family line dates back, to, Henry VIII, the whole deal. It's tremendous history, and it's fascinating to me as a history buff. So I've seen a lot of cool things, and I've seen a lot of rough things, and I think it makes you stronger. But I wish, I'm jealous of people who live around here who have friends from their childhood, because I don't have that. I don't have any contact with anybody I actually grew up with. Everyone I know now is from, my late teens forward. And so that kind of, you miss something there. But there are pros and cons in life, and everyone's life is different. There's no such thing as normal. And the older you get, the more you realize that. Anyway, on that somber note, if anyone else wants to talk about something else.
Oh, I was just sitting here while listening to you and cleaning up spam.
That's a constant battle. I don't know how you deal with it.
Oh, it's easy.
Thing, all the comments.
No, I can do it in 5 minutes, and then I just every now and then I'll go over there and just go down my profile. All I have to do is go down my profile. Most of it's grayed out now anyway, and nobody can see it. The spammer doesn't know it, but nobody can see it, and I just hit remove, and that's it. Occasionally I'll find something that is a legitimate comment with a link in it, and Google has flagged it, and then I'll go on Outside Doggy. Finally, one of them had to go. It's no big deal. Google gives us the tools now. I think that was the most brilliant thing they could do. No more Chinese wedding dresses that I have to worry about sitting there until I get there, and now it's cheap cigarettes. I've seen a lot of those.
I'm multitasking. I'm uploading the polished show, but that's one of the things I was curious about. Like, it's a battle for you. That's one of the things that I find so fascinating, is because we don't understand what it's like to be popular or whatever. You're a humble, sweet person, but to have.
Gee, thanks, Dan. I really appreciate it when you say things
Alan
like that.
is also a humble, sweet person. But it's fascinating to have to deal with that kind of traffic, because that's not something.
It's really, but see, it's not. It's really not. Now that the tools are in place, it's no big deal. I mean, it was just something that had to evolve for people that did have that much public traffic. I don't limit who can. I can go in and limit who can. I can limit it to my circles only, or extended circles as to who can comment on my post. That's a new feature. I've chosen not to do that. If it got so bad I couldn't manage it and couldn't do it quickly, then I would do it. But I don't have to do that, and I don't want to have to do that because I'm meeting people that I wouldn't meet otherwise if I did do that. So I'd like to, I'd like to keep my options open. It's nice to know I have that option. Other people can use it or not use it too, and I like that. But it's no big deal. I speed read. I read unless I'm very tired or it's something technical. I actually see paragraphs at a time. I used to read a book a day, and and I type quick too, and I click quick. So it's like boom, boom, boom. It's cleaned up. Now it didn't used to be that way when we first, but right now the big thing is cheap cigarettes, and wedding dresses. So if I decide to get married again and smoke my way down the aisle, I've got it made.
Probably in Martinsville, probably that wouldn't be a first everywhere. I would think.
But that's the latest thing is the Chinese wedding dresses. It's just 4 or 5 links and they're slammed, bride dresses, dress bride, and there are all these links, and it's like,
that's funny.
Yeah, and then like I said, this week it's been the cheap cigarettes thing, but Google's already flagged those links as spam, and they're graying them out, and I just remove them. I know they're still being reviewed. I still report it. I still block the person and report them, but that doesn't take too long. Like I said, I can do it. I can clean most of it up, and it's a lot, but I can clean most of it up in 5 minutes. So whenever I've been away from the computer and go back, I might look for it. It shows up in notifications too, but I usually clean it up before I even go to my notifications, just by going down my profile.
Well, let me ask you this: since you quizzed me, how was your first experience? Did you enjoy it on the show?
Yeah, I really did. I wasn't nervous about what you were going to ask me. Because if I don't know something, I'll say I don't know something. But I was more nervous about what would be good questions to ask you that people might want to know. Because I didn't know what to ask for sure, so I just asked what I was interested in.
It's funny how your online persona, or for lack of a better term, like so many people have seen your profile picture and seen your posts. Millions and millions of people on Google+, but this is probably I would guess, for 90% of them or 99% of them, this would be the first time they've ever heard your voice, and it's interesting. You're like, I'm curious, what's it like? It's like when you see I know you like I said, you're humble. You're not a celebrity or whatever, but you're well known to so many people. And it's like they know you, but they really don't. And it's almost like it'd be interesting to meet this person in real life. It's kind of close to that. But it was funny when the first time we spoke on the phone, I was like, oh, that's what she sounds like.
I know, you were laughing. You said, what was it? You said I sounded like Glenda the Good Witch, and I mean, I wish. I have a fairly deep voice.
No, someone said that in the chat room. That wasn't me.
Oh.
No, I said you sound like a proper Southern gentle lady.
Oh.
I forget what I said. I'm kidding. No, I don't remember what I said.
No, I have a little bit of a deep voice, I think. At least that's my understanding. That's what people tell me.
Well, you're very charming and eloquent and a delight. And I hope you become, a regular, occasional participant in our show.
I will.
Because you're wonderful as a panelist.
It always depends on what's going on at any given time. The other night, if it had been the other night, it would have been a disaster because I was sitting here absolutely with nothing to do, had TV on bored to death. Phone rings. My mother-in-law has fallen over at the nursing home and she's getting therapy, and she fell and cracked her head. And I went into panic mode. It was like everything in life stops when something like that happens, and that's my life. There's always something. I feel like it's always something at a most inopportune moment. So I was so glad that so far the phone hasn't rung tonight.
Anybody want to chat amongst yourselves, or Linda, or anybody? I'm trying to. Go ahead, Anthony. You had something? Because I want to kind of pay half attention because I'm trying to get my post ready because this video is processing. It's getting close to being done. So if y'all want to carry on.
No, we're just going to carry on and
Everybody
hang
at
out.
once.
Yeah.
Go.
I know. I don't want to,
Action.
I don't want to be one of those people.
Hello, Linda.
Hello.
Hello,
Who's that?
Linda. This
Hi,
is
who's
Mark.
that? I got to get my glasses on. I wasn't even at the computer.
It's Mark Richards?
Yes.
Mark, hey! God,
I just want to say what a great job tonight.
Thank you. It was so nice of you to pop in. There you are. No, I was away from the screen.
Yeah, Linda and I go way back to Buzz days, so I just want to...
Skype.
Yeah?
We used to talk on Skype. He is such a nice guy. He's my sports, buddy. He's the one I post sports for. He's the one that's been in bed with the flu I mentioned earlier. Did you hear me mention you earlier?
Yeah, thanks. I'm doing better. I'm trying to rest up because we're having a Google Plus Hangout tomorrow night in Phoenix.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, there's about 10 or 15 of us, I think, gathering. So it'll be the first time I'll be able to meet some of these people. So
you mean offline?
Yeah, we're going to meet at a bar and have fun.
Oh, cool.
So that should be fun. But I just didn't want to interrupt anything. Just wanted to say you did a great job tonight.
Thank you. Do you know Dan?
Yeah, I follow Dan. And follow quite a few people who are here. I can't hear anybody but you.
I'm the only one talking. I can make your ears bleed if you listen long enough.
Yeah.
Did you all
It's
see
nice
what I
to meet
posted
you,
there
Mark.
in the chat?
Jerry, I'm sorry.
Did you see what I posted in the chat, the little directional I was given for adding the plus sign after your domain? On your websites and blogs, if you can make a redirect and make the redirect for the plus symbol and then just have that go to your Google Plus page, it's an easy way to let people know what your, because right now, your Google Plus homepage is kind of a bunch of numbers and letters.
Right.
So if you just make that redirect, it can just be whatever your site is /plus, and people go straight to your page.
Oh, like
I tend
we
to go
use
with
the
plus.
go to plus thing.
Yeah, I tend to use plus.yoursite.com instead of trying to add the plus afterwards because people will inevitably mess it up. But so I've got plus.prisoner.com going there.
It's just something I saw the other day done, and I thought it was a pretty cool idea. And I wish that would be like a common practice so people would just know that's what my Google Plus site was.
Now, Aaron, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, Anthony?
Do you do plus like the symbol, or do you do the word?
The word, P-L-U-S, just like plus.google.com.
Yeah, I think I like the idea of using the word more than the plus, just because
it's easier.
Well, I use that because otherwise it gets confusing whether you mean the symbol or whether you mean the word. And I can say just like plus.google.com, you can do plus.prisoner.com.
I guess I don't know how do you do that? I mean, is that just a subdirectory? Or?
No, it's basically a DNS change, and then you can it's a DNS change in a virtual host.
See, that's above my level. Would you be willing to put that into a tutorial and post that on your page or something so people could?
If somebody reminds me, I will try to remember how to do so. Sure. The biggest problem is the DNS entry. I mean, setting up a virtual host that does the redirect is trivial. It's essentially the same as what you're doing now with your Plus page.
I actually saw a tutorial about that on Google Plus somewhere at one time.
Yes, I know.
I don't know who wrote it.
I know a lot of people are doing. I know Scott Johnson's doing that with his sites and stuff. It seems to help.
Is that done through the cPanel? Do you know?
Yeah, you can do it in cPanel. It's a subdomain. You're just setting up a subdomain.
See, but I thought that mine only did them with the slashes instead of the dots, but I guess I'll have to look at that.
No, it's a subdomain as opposed to a subdirectory.
Oh, okay.
It's a DNS change as opposed to a website change.
So yes, we're having a Google Plus meetup here in Phoenix tomorrow, so that'll be fun, Linda. I'll finally be able to meet Jose Vega.
Who else is going to be there?
Thomas Tinkley, Oh, who's it? Who's the one guy who's married to the? He's married to the one who's big at GoDaddy. Tad Donahue. Tad Donahue's supposed to be there. There'll be a few people. I think we're expecting about 15.
Pictures or it didn't happen?
Well, there'll be pictures. Looking forward to it. But I just wanted to pop in and say hi, Linda. Good job, and nice meeting everybody here.
Oh, I'm glad you did. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go back to bed now.
Mark. Drink plenty of fluids, some chicken noodle soup, all that stuff.
Hot lemonade.
Oh, definitely. Talk to y'all later.
Don't feel bad if you have to go to Snopes to check on any of those remedies we just gave you.
No. See y'all later.
All right, thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
All right, y'all carry on with your conversation because I'm typing here. I'm trying to get the post ready to put the show up.
Oh, go right ahead. You know Mark, though.
Yeah, good guy.
Yeah. Oh, I've known him since early Google Buzz days. He's a real great guy. He's big into sports. So there must not be a football game on tomorrow night if he's going out.
Awesome. Thank you for the tip. I've adopted your new process. It was pretty easy.
Cool.
Alan, what you been up to lately?
Same old, same old. I'm about to post another blog entry.
Uh-oh.
This is one of my. This is actually a fairly long one, which I probably should have posted, about 12 hours ago. But no, it's a pretty good one. I like this one. This one is tile is a. Actually, how did I put it this time? Tile is a fun 4-letter word. And yeah, having both makes sense, Jerry.
God, Linda, that story from Ireland was so awesome.
It wasn't so awesome, Dan. It's effing awesome.
That's right.
Oh my God! As soon as I posted my share of your story, Linda, I was like, I should have put at the bottom. I should have put funny comments in 3, 2, 1. But I didn't think about that till afterward. As soon as I get something like that, I was like, okay, how do I do this? Because I like to do a family-friendly stream, and the same thing with the show. I like to keep it clean, right? And I was like, how do we? But this is just too good to pass up. And Alan gets props because he was the first one to bring this to our attention on the show.
Remember, I tied it back into the whole naming issue. So because I'm boring that way.
Oh, the Nimwards.
Yeah.
No, Aaron just won't shut up about it.
No, I'm boring that way. I'm just a boring guy.
I'm trying to coax some cold water out of my refrigerator.
I'm trying to find the ASCII bullet character.
So do you guys think that it would be beneficial at all for Google to have just a voice chat room?
Well, they do. They have, what is it, Google Chat?
So is that voice only?
You can do voice and video there. You can do voice and video, but isn't that just one-on-one? That's not, group? I can't remember. I've never used that for...
You mean specifically or as an option?
Well, I mean more as an option. I understand that you can, mute out your video feed on here, but when I'm using this in the background, as just office noise or for, coworkers or whatever you want to consider it, it's sometimes better if I'm not on video because I'm not as worried about what I'm looking like on the screen.
Then black out your video.
Yeah, that's not, I don't know. I don't know.
I think generally speaking, if you had just a audio chat room with 9 people, like they do here, I guess the direction I was going to go is to say that it would be harder to have a conversation with 9 people that you can't see, so you can't see that they're trying to interject into the conversation.
Yeah, unless you know a person's voice. It's like when Mark. It's been so long since I talked with him, and I could tell he hadn't been feeling but so well. You know, when he came on, I didn't recognize his voice. He said Mark, and I'm going, okay, which Mark who? And he's the only Mark that that the name rings a bell with quickly. But I thought, well, it can't be him because he's not feeling well. And I was over here at the door letting a dog out. So I ran back over when I found out who it was. And now I have a dog out, and I can't figure out where she is to come back in.
Now you're on a wireless thing, right? You're on your wireless.
Yeah, I have a Plantronics. It's a Plantronics USB headset, and it has a 40-foot range. So depending upon where I go, I get real good. I've actually been on here when we were doing Skype hangouts. You know, I went down 2 flights of stairs into where the laundry and back to another part of the house in the laundry. And it was only once I went in there and turned the dryer on while I was talking that I lost the audio feed, and they lost me. And the minute I walked back, out of that room, it came back. So depending upon what's interfering with it, which isn't that much, I can walk around. I do. I don't sit at my computer when I'm using it, usually, or I can get up and be doing something while I talk or while I'm listening. And it's good. It's Plantronics it's the full headset that goes around both ears, and then it has a drop-down mic, a stiff mic that goes, I drop it down and I can talk. I can raise it up and it mutes, and I don't even have to go to my computer to mute myself. If the phone rang or something and we were in a hangout, I could just mute the mic and not have to leave, the hangout.
That's neat. I wish I could do that because I can't. I mean, with this, I would have to compromise on the audio quality.
They have. Now, this is kind of like a bit bulky on the ears because it covers the whole ears. It's not the little earbuds. I hate earbuds, and it's not noise canceling, so I can still kind of hear what's going on in the house. But at the same time, for you being on screen like that, you wouldn't want anything as big as, like this. You'd want something, with a minimalist look to it. And they do have it. You just go to the Plantronics website and look around there.
That's neat. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right, Dan. How you doing?
Someone's baking's done. I'm doing good. Mike's a big. He's an attorney is it North or South Carolina?
North
Carolina. And so you have to go south to get your illegal fireworks.
No thanks.
And he's an audiophile. He knows more about, with the exception of I guess Bob Heil. You probably know more about microphones than anybody I know. And he's given a lot of tips, Linda, to folks who are interested in Hangouts and want to kind of up their audio quality or what have you. And he's found the mics that sound like $500 mics that are like $50 and stuff like that. So it's really helpful. He's got a website about it.
Oh, him and my husband get along famously because that's kind of my husband's field too. One of his fields is audio. He's done audio engineering, which I know nothing about.
That site's MikePhillips.me. MikePhillips.me.
Okay.
If you want to check that out, and he's got.
It's a Scoop It page and has some collections of things that people might be interested in for internet and webcasting.
Are any of these portable?
Go ahead, Jerry. I'm sorry. You were cut off.
I was just asking, are any of these portable? Can I put them in my laptop bag and use them?
Yeah. I mean, the mic that Dan was talking about is it's an XLR and a USB microphone, so all you have to have is a USB cable to plug it into your laptop, and you can go anywhere in the world.
Is that the top one there, the ATR 2100?
Yep. $39 at buydig.com. BYDIG. And what's so strange about the microphone, I don't work for Audio-Technica or anything, but what's so strange about it is I've got thousands and thousands of dollars worth of microphones, we've tested them extensively, and for some reason I keep coming back to that one. It has about the best sound of any of the mics, and it's not, if you were to test it in a recording studio, it would not have a better sound than all the rest of them, but by the time you listen to it through Skype, which is a filter, or through Google Plus as a filter, the quality is just fabulous. I mean, this one I'm talking into now is $200, and I don't know that it sounds as well. I'm just playing with it.
You sound great. You sound absolutely great.
Thank you.
I mean, you sound like, like you're in the room with me.
It does sound exceptionally well.
What are you using? Are you using the microphone on the laptop?
I am, yes, a MacBook Pro microphone, whatever it is.
Bad idea.
Every time I've tried to use a mic on a laptop, no one can hear me, and I was always leaning forward with my face against the screen, you know, and oof.
Trying to find it for that price that you said.
BUYDIG.com. I haven't been there today, so I'm assuming they haven't sold out. I may have given that, caused them to sell enough to.
Should get commission.
Well, you know, I don't care about that, but they don't make any money on them anyway. The darn thing comes with a little portable stand, an XLR cable, and a USB cable. You could pay $39 for all of that if you went to the wrong store.
Best Buy.
Linda, I just checked for my post. You're the 100th most popular person on Google+. I mean, you're literally number 100.
Where did you check that?
Socialstatistics.com.
Oh.
You are.
Yeah. Well, you mean in men and women? I got bumped up. Oh. I used to be, like, I don't know, somewhere in the hundreds and something of the women.
No, you're 100, like there are 99 people on the whole network out of however 60 million or 100 million, depending on what story you've read and believe.
Well, what do they base that on? Number of people that circle you or something?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that doesn't mean anything.
365, 604. Let's see. When I last refreshed, you were at 366, 967. Now you're at 367, 717.
One person, right? Yeah.
I go take a leak and you've got 1,000 extra people. It's crazy. Yeah, so you are the 100th. Boy, you better not mess up because then you won't be in the top 100. You're number 100.
Let me tell you, it doesn't matter if you have 100 followers or 1,000 or whatever. For every one that decides they don't like you or they want to block you, there's 5 more to take their place in any social network. You never have to worry about that.
It's funny, when Chris Perillo was on the show, he was at like 50 or 60,000, and now he's at 384.
What
Mark
good
Cuban's
is it?
at 399.
What good is it, Dan? I mean, I don't know what that gets you.
It's just interesting.
Get your little spam.
He's above LeBron. Okay, here's who she's got more than. She's got more than LeBron James.
Wow.
Mark Wahlberg.
It's content. It's content. A lot of it is content. You have to be active, and a lot of people are not that active. They have, you know, they're not in a position and don't have the opportunity that I have to be as active as I am when I'm there and I'm active. And I say when because, I mean, there was one time I think I was gone 3 or 4 days. Nobody noticed, you know. I wasn't missed. There's too much. Everyone's replaceable in content because a lot of what I share, somebody else has shared it on there. They have the same interest. I just don't know them and they don't know me.
Dan's not replaceable.
Graveyards are full of indispensable people.
Have you guys tried Empire Avenue yet?
What's that?
It's kind of like a game. Well, it is a game. It's basically a stock market where you input your Facebook and Twitter and website, and it rates you based on how active and popular you are on those networks, and your stock value goes up or down, and people can actually buy your stock or trade you, build a portfolio with your shares and things like that. It's kind of neat.
My stock would be like negative $50.
But everybody starts out at 10, and then of course, as soon as your stats start populating, you start going up, and people see that you're going up in value, and they buy your stock.
There's also a site called, and I forgot who runs it. It's called plusclout.com or something like that. Plusclout.
Yeah, Plusclout's kind of like the real world version, and then Empire Avenue's like a game.
Yeah, and then there's.
But it also is helpful because you can keep a track on how good you're doing on your Facebook and Twitter and things like that, and it makes a game out of you actually doing a good job of being more social.
Well, what hurts me in any of that, anything that wants to rate you to include Facebook, that would hurt me because I'm not, I deactivated that. A year or so ago.
Well, actually, Sarah Hill, I guess, who's on Google Plus a lot. She's on Plusclout, and she has a higher rating than Forbes magazine, and her Facebook weighs in 2% of her result or something like that.
Oh, these things. I mean, you can argue they're generally accurate, but like my clout score, you look. It's like if someone went up to you in a restaurant and said, you're a 7, you're a 3, it would impact you. So it's fun to look just for curiosity, but I think it has me 2 points above Larry Sabato, who's a UVA political science genius professor, who's on national TV and is just one of the smartest people I've ever met. And the notion that I have 2% more clout than he does is just ludicrous. Give me a break. He's just not on Plus.
One thing I noticed on Plus, I had more people circling me than someone that needed to be circled if they were a Google Plus participator. I can't remember who it was now. And I kept thinking, okay, I have to share this person. And I think it was a Googler. I don't know who it was, but it was someone that just you need to circle to get updates about Google and Google Plus and stuff. I'm going, this makes no sense why this many people are circling me, and they need to be circling this other person because they're going to get the information they need about. They're new here, and that this is who they need to follow. To follow around this place to get a good idea. They post so much varied content, even more so than I do, that this is who they need to be circling. Because the numbers are, like I said, you can't go by the numbers. You really can't. If you want to count. Do you remember, Dan, one time, I don't know if you saw it or not, I posted a post about all the people who comment, with just hi and, hi. Yeah. In the middle of a topic, we're discussing something serious, and and the minute one person does it, all of a sudden, everybody starts doing it. So I posted a screenshot of it. And I said, y'all, you really need to introduce yourself to other people in your own post, and in your profile, and not interrupt. And you know what? That entire post was spammed with highs. It's like they didn't read what I said. They saw the screenshot that had all these highs in it, so they all started saying hi. It was like it was useless. It was pointless to do that. I thought about one time just saying, dear spammers, this is your opportunity. Spam this one post all you want. I promise I'll let you have it. Just see what happened.
I think it's just a language thing. I mean, imagine if you heard about something that was cool, and it was all in Mandarin, and you didn't understand Chinese characters. And you had a few sakis or whatever, and you just said hello, I'm Linda or whatever, and hoping someone would recognize or what. I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing I'm trying to do a stretch here, but some of these things, you'll have this in-depth thing, and all of a sudden, I am Ishmael in the middle of it or something.
Oh, you just remember that funny comment.
I don't want to tease that
guy made.
You're saving your.
Yeah, I am Ishmael, and some guy, hi Ishmael, can I call you Bobby? How's the weather where you are?
Can I read it?
Yeah, you can. Just don't use the
there's
name.
Probably fewer than 20 people. There's 3 Justin viewers now, and let me find it here.
Yeah, but there might be some Google Plus viewers. So don't use the name. I laughed so hard I had to. I literally didn't think I was going to make.
I've ever read on Google Plus. I swear to God. There was this guy. They were having a conversation about just random things, And
well, it was a topic. There was a topic. I don't know what the topic was.
And the let me find it here. I've got it here. This is your secret to be announced page. Where is it? Yeah, with the appropriate artwork, of course. All right, this is. All right, here we go. So this guy, they're having this conversation, and then this guy writes Ishmael Ahmed Bobby, and he says, "I am Ishmael." And so this guy, so another one writes, "Nice." And then this guy, William, writes, "Ishmael Ahmed Bobby. Is it okay if we call you Bobby? What's your favorite color? If you were a Beatles song, which one would it be? Do you feel the introduction of the 84 Ford Sierra in Europe solidified the company's stance as a maker of global cars, or was that stance weakened by the failure of the platform in North America? What about headlights?"
Wow.
I mean, you really have to see it to appreciate it. But oh my God, it was funny.
I had to screenshot that. I did, because it cracked me up so much. Because I guess it hit me because right before that happened, I had put up a post about all the people that were trying to introduce themselves in the middle of a topic, and please fill out your profile. It happened right after that, and I thought I was going to bust a gut when I saw that. I couldn't. I left it. I don't even think I deleted it.
Some of the best stuff that we've shared to each other has been private, which is a shame because, I mean, you know what I mean? Like some of the funniest, like the screen captures last couple of days I've sent you, some of these are hysterical.
It's
the
just
things people do. It's funny.
And you have to. I mean, I remove it because I really don't want anyone to be put in a position of embarrassment, even if they do it to themselves. And I understand there's a language barrier, and so I try to not let people jump on them for doing something wrong, and I'll just kind of delete the comment and let them watch some more, because that's all it is. They haven't watched enough of how people are using Google Plus to realize it's not a chat room where you know, like the old MSN chat rooms or AOL chat rooms where you pop in and just say hi in the middle of a chat room. It's not. These aren't exactly chat rooms. You know, and I think it's just better to just remove the comment than call them out, or, you know, say, hey, could you quit, you know, go fill your profile out and get a profile picture, then we'll talk. You know, I don't want to do that. I think it's a language barrier, because most of them do have a name I can't pronounce, and they haven't filled out their profile, so I don't know what country they're from or what language they speak, but they know how to say hi in English, and so I think that's what they say and why they say it.
Yeah, still, it's crazy. Some of them are just
bless their hearts. You know, a proper Southern lady always says "bless your heart" after, or "bless their hearts" after you say something about someone that you don't want them to be offended. Well, they do. You know, you can call someone a jerk and say "bless their hearts," and that makes it okay.
Someone has a complaint. Dan, your microphone is low, and Anthony's microphone is near screaming. Is it not possible to make the sound at the same level in the same Hangout? Linda's microphone is making scratching noises. That's because she's approaching 40 feet.
See, this is part of what I was talking about during the Hangout itself of the guy in the control room. I mean, because in a professional studio, you'd have some guy in a control room, and he'd see the audio levels, and he'd be, you know, nudging up one and nudging down the other, and Mike's about to cut me off and tell me how wrong I am.
60A.
But
yeah,
this is one of the tools that Hangouts need to develop over time to get to a professional level.
I'm actually near my computer now. I don't know if you can still hear scratching noises, but actually I was over there sliding that heavy sliding glass door that needs new rollers on the bottom, and you might have heard that scratching as I pulled it open.
Okay, you need to go look at what Mike just posted. There's a small control board for you.
Let me see. I gotta.
Wow.
Where'd he post it, on his page?
No, he just posted it on the in the chat here.
Okay.
That's my podcasting mixer.
Now that's a small control board.
Right.
And it's portable.
Yeah. What's funny is I think I was going to ask that.
That would solve the problem.
That's actually the console for some sports team. You see, some hockey or something like that, and the lady at the console is actually a friend of mine. She works for public TV here in North Carolina.
I can't share it on the show because you're not allowed to. But
no,
it's this woman with this. It's the size of a horse trailer console. It's funny.
Probably $1 million.
Oh yeah. That's funny.
You know, but dealing with hot mics and you know, audio problems like that, that's where this has got to go in order to start addressing what Mike Eglin was talking about. Elgin? Whatever.
I got all these people wanting to add me to their circles. I don't know who they are. Jerry, I added you, thanks.
Oh, I was going to say, one's me.
No, not you. I wasn't talking about you. People, I have no idea who they are. Never seen them, never heard of them.
Because you're on the show. You're a celebrity now.
Yeah, right.
You're famous.
Ooh, wait. There's a good one. He was actually on the show. Why don't I want to be in circles with all these people?
No, they're just adding you. You don't have to add
them.
Yeah,
you don't have to add them back.
It's like Twitter. You can follow. I mean, I can follow. If someone follows Britney Spears on Twitter or whoever.
She doesn't follow them back.
Yeah, but there's still always the question of why would I want to? And
then that's
most
your
cases
option
is, well, I don't.
Well, you look for a reason.
And once you get above 5,000, you can't follow everybody. Linda wrestles with that. She early in the show she said she's got probably 49 something 100, and she has to make decisions all the time. So you're not obligated to follow them back. That just means they find you interesting. That doesn't mean
Yeah, well, they in Twitter, if someone doesn't, with rare exception, if they don't follow me back within 2 to 3 weeks, I unfollow them. And the reason why is because Twitter for me is an interactive medium. If they don't follow me back, they're not going to interact. If they're not interested in what I have to say, then I lose interest in what they have to say. I mean, that's just the way it is.
And there's a lot of people that feel that way. They feel like it needs to be every contact they have in a social network has to be a one-on-one. I mean, a one-to-one.
Well, I don't think it has to be a one-to-one, but the capability has to be there.
Right.
Like for example, I'm not trying to build a long following. I've only got 151 people following me on one of my main Twitter accounts, and you look at people who have 16,446 followers in Twitter. He's not reading his timeline. There's no way he's reading it. If he's got a sort column just searching for his name, it would be sitting there flying by. He would have trouble reading just that. So I mean, what's the interactivity there?
Well, I follow a lot of things on Twitter that they don't follow me back, and I'll interact with them. They'll interact with me without them having to read everything I post on Twitter, which is basically it's my Google Plus feed anyway. Feeds over to Twitter, and for those and some of the people that I'm connected with on Twitter, I'm also on Google Plus. So they may be over at Twitter and see something I've posted, the link back to Google Plus, and they get a heads up that way. But I don't care either way.
Because see, if people post to Facebook or Google Plus and it reflects on Twitter with a shortened link, I unfollow them. I can't go through click-through. I mean, I read 1,000 tweets a day. There's no way I could sit there and click on every link to see what the rest of the sentence is.
Oh, I know. That's why if your first sentence isn't a proper title to whatever the link is, I don't click on them either. I have to know what I'm clicking on.
Yeah, there's just it's nothing. No, I'm not opposed to it. It's just that Twitter. The whole concept of Twitter was 140 characters, and if you're going to go through a lot of tweets, you cannot click and wait for a website to open to find out that you really weren't interested in it in the first place. pet peeve.
I'm really selective on Twitter because I want news stuff or really like in general I want news stuff. Like I follow Larry Sabato. He doesn't follow me back because he's doing the same thing. He's following certain journalists and certain things, but he's direct messaged me before, and he's talked to me before, that kind of thing, and back and forth. But I view Twitter as a tool to gather news. Like I follow Drudge Report, I follow CNN breaking news, that sort of thing. And with Facebook, basically anybody who adds me, unless it's like, some weird thing, I'll accept it. And on Google Plus, obviously you don't have any control over who follows you. And I welcome, people who want to read my content. That's fine.
The best way to find people to circle, and people don't know this when they're joining any social network, but if you open yourself up to the public like I have, most of the people that I circle right now are people that have commented in my posts. And that's how I've discovered them. Didn't even know about them. And then they circled me, or they found me somehow through a link and whatever, they left a comment, and then I look at their profile and go, oh, wow, look at all this great content they're posting, and I'd like to reshare some of that or read some of that. And so I'll circle them.
Okay, I think I see what it is. I'm still not an expert by any stretch of the imagination on Google+. I just figured out one thing here, so.
Nobody is. Anybody who claims to be is lying.
Linda's pretty damn close.
Then if you get to be an expert, they change it, right?
Right. I'm no expert. I have to ask questions. I ask questions about YouTube. I ask questions.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, Jerry commented
you log out for a few weeks,
you
come back, and it's totally different.
And it sent me an email. And I replied back to him, and it said, sorry, you can't reply by email. And then I looked, and it says, you can't reply by email. You have to go back to your post and comment there. So, I mean, it's just stuff like that to me is just not as intuitive as it probably should be.
They definitely, that's a fair criticism. They definitely have that issue for the non-tech people, but they've had that issue from the beginning. We've talked about this multiple times. I use the phrase to get the soccer moms and the grandparents and the non-tech guys, they're not as user-friendly.
That reminds me. I realized, I was thinking about your Hangout TV, and it made me realize the big problem with using it that way. And that's that you need a keyboard. And once you go that route, you're making a mess out of things.
Well, there's no Hangout app for Google TV yet.
Well, let's hypothetically create one.
Hang on. Here's my Vizio TV remote control. Right? You see it?
Yep.
Yes.
That's the rest of my Vizio remote control.
Okay. Here's the thing, though, Dan. You've now doubled the complexity of your remote control, and you're asking Grandma to use it.
I agree. It's not perfect. I'm just saying that.
Well, that's okay because I came up with a solution.
They can put Skype in it. Why can't they put Google Plus in it?
Because Skype, presumably, you've got other people asking to be your Skype partner, and there's minimal amount of keyboarding involved once you get things set up.
While you're talking, I'm gonna show my remote closer so folks can see what I'm talking about here, because this kind of surprised me. I thought my remote was broken when I first got it because it was wobbly. I didn't realize it was a slide out. So let me go ahead and show folks this.
But I mean, in thinking about it though, it made me realize that we've got the answer. Google has all of the pieces that it already needs to set things up. It's got circles. Circles can directly correspond to a TV channel. That's a metaphor that people already understand. So you can now just channel up and down through your circles and find out what Hangouts are already on each channel that are live and active.
Alan, I've got a great idea.
It would be trivial to add this to a Google TV.
It would, except for the fact that Google TV is trying to get rid of channels, which I found ironic. The other interesting parallel is that you can then tie it directly into your phone. Your phone, which you'll remember, is no longer actually a phone, but is something sitting on the internet, and which can easily tie into Google Voice. So here they've got the pieces already all coming together. Use the phone, which is an interface you're familiar with. Use channels, which are an interface you're familiar with. And use this to connect up with your family channel. So there's how you get Grandma using your Hangout on the big screen TV.
Hey, Alan, I've got a great idea.
Yeah, Mike?
Let's use Dan's money and start our own social network.
I'm trying to come up with a witty rejoinder for that, and it's a little too late for me to come up with a suitably witty one.
All right, well, I'll save you then. I want to tell you about something totally unrelated.
Okay.
Have you guys ever seen this? Have you guys ever seen this stuff?
Does it kill stink bugs?
It probably would.
Put it back up there again. What does it say?
I can't read the label.
What is it?
Folex.
I can't either.
F-O-L-E-X.
It's too close.
Select them there.
Carpet spot remover. I've never heard of this stuff.
Folex carpet spot remover.
Listen to me. Listen to me. It's Folex.net. I'm going to tell you, this stuff is amazing. They've got it at most local grocery stores.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got a spot on your carpet, now if it's dyed the carpet, it's not going to do any good, but if you've got a spot on your carpet, you can spray this stuff on it, work it in with your finger a little bit, take a napkin and wipe it, and the spot is gone from the carpet, but the fascinating part is there's no stain on the napkin.
Ah.
I have never seen anything like it, and it's not even expensive. But I've got a, what is this, Herman Miller Aeron chair, this $1,200 chair I'm sitting in.
Mm-hmm.
The thing sprung a leak and got oil on my carpet, so I figured it was ruined. And I've known about this stuff for years, but I just happened to think about it, so I went downstairs, got it, sprayed about 10 spots on it, worked it in with my finger, took a napkin, and they all came up. You can't see it.
Wow.
Now, if it only took care of dye stains. I had a friend come over with a little kid, and they had apparently just given him children's Tylenol, cherry flavored or something.
Ooh.
Kid got sick on my carpet,
and
when we there was nothing there. It was, I actually called a carpet company, and they said Tylenol. Nope, you too bad. That's dye.
Yeah, that's
your
when
carpet
it
has
changes
been
the color.
dyed.
When it changes the color of the carpet, it's not going to change the color back. They make that clear.
Yeah.
But this stuff, I am telling you, for dog problems or for somebody walks in with mud on their feet, something like that, it's worth me telling you about it. If Folex.net, I saw their website today for the first time. The stuff is amazing.
You said that it was in grocery stores too?
It's everywhere, yeah.
Oh, I got to look for it.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Yeah, I got to get out of here, guys. I got a long day tomorrow. But oh, Dan, wait a minute before I go. I had a question for you. Are you on Facebook? Are you a member of the VidBlaster group?
I'm not.
They're asking some questions in there about using Wirecast to grab Google Plus Hangouts.
Oh, you want to shoot me a link or something?
Yeah, I'll try to find it and shoot it to you, because I'm not even sure what the question is, but they were saying something can't be done, and maybe it can't, but I think you've either come up with a workaround or they're missing something.
Yeah, I don't know anything about VidBlaster.
Well, no, they're willing to use Wirecast, but it's in the VidBlaster forum.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty good with Wirecast, obviously, because I use it all the time. But yeah, that's no problem. I'd be happy to offer my 2 cents. Free advice with what you paid for it, but...
Yep. All right. Well, you guys have a great evening.
All right. Thanks so much, Mike.
Good night.
Bye, Mike.
I got the video done.
That was a good mic he was using.
Oh, he's got a great voice, but he's a real mic guy, and his mics are great.
What?
And that one, $50, and it comes out USB or XLR cable, and it sounds not, I mean, significantly different. I can't really tell the difference between. He has one mic, I think it's like $800 or something crazy, and he has a $49 mic, and I really can't tell the difference, except slightly more low end. If you're a man voice, like I can, you know, hello. I mean, this one, it's got more low end, right? So I can do that if I get real close to it, you know. But and a $50 mic wouldn't have that much bass resonance with it. But for podcasting or something, I mean, shit, $50 versus $800, it ain't 16 times better. All right, who was during the show, we had Alan, Oleg, Anthony, obviously Linda, but who else?
It would show on your Hangout list, wouldn't it?
Not yet, I don't think.
Not till he closes it out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're trying to post it here.
Or would it show on mine and not yours, since you started the Hangout?
Here.
Let me... That'd be nice to have a Hangout history.
All right, that's the previous one.
Like Phillips is what I'm seeing. I haven't refreshed
only showing you
that page. Wait a minute, let me go down. That's the same ones.
Vic just got a write-up
there's
in
Mike,
Time Magazine.
David, Cheney, Jerry Blackwell, me, and Alan. All right, it looks like they're all saying this. Well, each time someone joins and leaves.
During the thing, the show, what was the one dude who was here and left during the show, Alan, what was his name?
You're asking the wrong person. Hang on a second.
Lord.
I'm going to look at the chat. He chatted.
Hey, hang on a second. How far back does this scroll deck go? You're not talking about Anthony. Bruce. Are you talking about Anthony? Oh, no. You're talking about Jonathan Maddox.
Jonathan. Yeah. Let me see.
John Blanton.
Yes.
All right, there's a John Blanton. I'm going back.
I'd love to have Dvorak on. Wouldn't he be great, John C. Dvorak?
Oh, man. I'm just glad he's not on Twitter as much as he used to be.
I love John C. Dvorak.
I do too, man, but I can't. I got to take him in bursts, little small chunks.
Oh, I love him to death. Oh, Bruce Turner was on. I've got the episode done now, Linda. It's totally uploaded and ready to go. I'm just getting ready to click send. I'm just trying to make sure I mention everybody. I don't want to leave somebody out. You were on. Did you?
Bruce Turner, I just saw the chat. He says stink bug alert. It's on your collar, Dan. That was further back.
Oh, my God. No, when you were talking, you were walking around, right? And I was attacked, they thought, but this time it was my earpiece thing. I've got this thing for folks just watching. I've got this. I'll put myself up big.
Yeah, I think there was actually a stink bug there.
There was definitely I flicked one off at one point. But see, I've got this thing. It's called interruptible. I forget IFB. But normally this goes behind you, and this plugs into your collar, little snap thing, and then this goes over your ear, like this, right? So like this what they use it on TV, so you can't see the headphones, but it doesn't have the audio quality. So then you just put it over like this. That's what I'm normally wearing. But the thing came over, and it was like this, and of course with my recent history, they thought it was a stink bug. I was unfairly the stink bugs were unfairly maligned, when in fact it was not their fault.
Well, you know, I told you I did not get the one that creeped in here while we were broadcasting, which means it's going to sneak up on me while I'm asleep tonight or something and buzz my tower and freak me out.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, it's the thing about women and their hair. The thought of a bug getting anywhere near their hair to where it could get tangled up. You're going to hear screaming. That's all there is to it. And you're going to see us beating our heads like our hair is on fire because we're trying to get the bug out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen that. And then I laugh for a minute thinking the lady's just smacking herself in the head. And then after she's like kind of like stumbling around because she's knocked herself dizzy, I'm like, oh my God, are you okay? Did you see the bug? I'm like, oh, no, that was okay. No, didn't say.
Well, I think didn't I tell you the story, Dan, about I was outside working in the yard. It was my ex-husband, and I happened to feel something on my back, and I turned around, and there was this just out of the corner of my eye, because, you know, you can't see your back. I can't do the head turning thing. And all I knew is I saw these huge wings, and I started screaming. And my kids were out in the yard, and, you know, I'm screaming, get it off, get it off. So my ex-husband goes up, and he smacks me right between the shoulder blades, knocked me slam to the ground. And I got up, and I turned around, and I'm looking on my back, and it's still there, and he smacks me again. And at that point, I get up, and I'm ready to smack him back because I couldn't figure out what the hell he was doing. And I said, why are you hitting me? You're supposed to be getting the bug. He says, I wasn't going to touch it. He says, I was going to try to knock you out from under it. I mean, the neighbors, I swear, with my screaming and him smacking me, they had to have thought there was some kind of domestic abuse going on. But he was a wuss when it came. It was a huge bug.
That's funny.
I got this bug thing. I don't like bugs. But this thing looked like the size of an eagle stuck on my back. He says, I'm not touching it. I'll smack you out from under it. So.
All right, get ready. Click send.
Don't do it.
Terrific Google Plus week with Linda. You know, that's something you said. You said, like, you get used to it. Because you, when I talked to you about the pressure of, like, when I clicked the send button, 5 million people could read it. When I first did my first newspaper, I was petrified because I was like, once I finally like send it, that's it. You know, when I email or FTP the PDF, that's done, and it's going to be printed, and you know, 50,000 people are going to read this thing, and I was petrified. But then after a few times, you're like, whatever, you know, you screw up, and life goes on.
That's right.
Yep.
Hey,
Hey, I didn't use any profanity. I think
you behaved yourself.
Hey, I found something I'd like to share with you guys if I can.
Yes.
Okay, it's a web app for Google Chrome. I don't think I'm the only one here that uses it, but it's actually just a shortcut to a website that DeviantArt runs. DeviantArt's been around for a very long time. It's a website hosting people's artwork. They just started allowing artist sales not really all that long ago, but it's muro.deviantart.com, and it's basically I guess you could call it a Photoshop clone of sorts that runs in your browser. And if you look at the bottom left corner, it says works with Wacom, and there's a little browser plugin you install, and I've got a Wacom Bamboo tablet right here, and I can use this to draw on the DeviantArt web app.
Oh, I love visiting DeviantArt. The one thing I do know is you don't use anything from there without permission.
Oh,
they don't mess around over there. And
I'm gonna put the link in the chat if anybody's interested.
Yeah, but I love looking around over there. It's been a while since I've been there though.
There you go, it's in the chat now. Yeah, it's just a really nice little Photoshop clone. I've done a few things in it, just playing with it, and it works really good. I was surprised. The main reason why I tried it, though, to be honest, is because, like I said, I've got this little Bamboo tablet right here, and I was like, oh, that's cool, let's try that. And it works really, really good. I don't know if it works with any other browser other than Chrome, but I haven't tried it yet. So.
Oh, you have got to check out today's Google logo.
Yes, the Addams Family, which is kind of like, huh? Today of all days? There's got to be a tie-in somewhere.
What, a doodle?
Yeah.
Hover the
Charles
doodle.
Addams' 100th birthday.
Whose 100th birthday?
The original illustrator, Charles Addams.
Oh. Like I said, there had to be some tie-in somewhere. That's cool.
Man, now I need a 4-letter word for this.
All right, Linda, now you're really famous. I've just posted.
What?
Google Plus Week with Linda Laurie. Linda Laurie, episode 24, January 6, 2012. A nice thumbnail with your famous portrait. Eric Rice, how you doing?
Good afternoon, evening, good morning. How are you?
Good.
Hello, Eric.
Do you know Linda? Have y'all met?
I think we might have run across each other's. Our paths have crossed in Hangouts sometimes before.
Eric is a lot like Oleg and Alan. He's one of these rapid-fire, super smart guys.
Where are you from? Where are you?
Now I'm in Portland, but I'm a Silicon Valley brat.
Ah.
Eric's a fascinating guy, really interesting guy. I wish he'd call in during the show and be on the panel with us sometimes, because he's really smart guy. He could beat up on me like Oleg does.
I'm just here for that. Yeah. I always like a good bloody fight. Yeah.
Well, I like fights, that's for sure.
As long as the two people involved can kiss and make up in a manner of speaking afterwards.
Yeah. And don't make me take sides.
Yeah. I hate taking sides, but I end up doing it almost every time, even though I really don't like it.
That's just called conviction.
No, I just bow out, or I just, glad it's not me this time.
This is an awesome random post. Jeffrey Powers, he's a podcaster. He posted just a simple set. What color should I dye my beard? Oh my God, that's pretty random. That's awesome. He's funny. He's a nice guy. He's been on the show. He's really smart too.
Yeah. I got literally drug into an argument at work tonight. This guy, he had like a homemade, just basically just a white undershirt, and it says, "You're racist if you love Ron Paul." And I asked him, I was like, "Dude, is that some type of sick joke?" And he just looked at me like, "What do you think?" And he spent the rest of the night just. We've known each other, just like in passing at work, but yeah, he made great efforts to run my name through the mud all night because I questioned him about his shirt.
Oh, I stay away from that topic. I stay away from politics as far as politics and religion.
Sadly, the year 2012 being an election year, you will definitely get a workout bobbing and weaving, all the posts flying in all directions.
I may unplug my phone until after the presidential election. I may have to unplug my phone.
This is funny. Linda, where Mike was fussing about who are these people circling me, and he said, we got Sonny in Denmark. I think Denmark said I put Mike Phillips on my circle because you were on the show. I can always delete you again if I find you boring. LOL. Touche. Good for Sonny in Denmark. We appreciate all of our GMT viewers.
Hey, Dan, did you get a tan, or are you just wearing your TV makeup?
I'm all done up, yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's all these lights, there's 600 lights.
It's a green screen, too.
Yeah. When are you going to do something with that, Dan?
It's only in the Hangout. On the show, it's blue. I can't fix it but I don't care. I think it's cool because some people, it's two completely different shows. And for total stalker freaks who love the show, they can watch both versions. They can watch the behind the scenes
at the same time.
At the same time, you just
I know,
right? But you can look at the polished version, which looks good and has pretty cuts and everything, and it's totally different from this. But some people like the behind the scenes version. And some people like to watch the news, and some people like to sit in the studio and see how it's done. And you can watch the before and the after.
Here's the neat thing. Someday, in Hangouts, we'll be able to do something with that green screen. This goes back to my conversation. This goes back to what I said during the show.
Yeah.
Unless you have an intermediary.
Well, I have a question, Dan, and it's only because I can't click to find out. When you upload your... Where is it now? Where did you just upload it to? YouTube, or is it on your YouTube channel?
The
show.
The actual show. It's on YouTube. I have two YouTube channels. I have one that I put the polished show on. It's up, and I mentioned you. You should have in your notifications, and it's the top thing on my page right now.
The reason I ask is, does it show up immediately? Because I went to look for one you had done, And I knew you had done it, and I knew it was closed out, and I think I was supposed to be there, and I couldn't find it. And I thought, well, maybe there's a delay. Once you send it, it has to go through some kind of process or something. I'm not going to switch over to it because...
The last one you were on? Are you talking about the Hangout video?
I think it's the one I watched at Justin. It was one of your shows, and I actually watched it on Justin that night, and I was in the chat box at Justin TV. And so I knew you were going to upload it, and I went to look for it, couldn't find it to save my life, and I thought, well, maybe there's this little delay in it showing up.
Every single episode that's the version that's on Justin, and it's on YouTube, is on that YouTube account, Daniel P. McDermott.
Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, and it shows up right away the minute you upload it.
Well, I mean, it takes an hour. Like this one just came up about midnight, right?
Right.
Because it's 900 megabytes, so it takes a while.
Oh, well, maybe I went looking too soon because I think I got it. I know what it was. It was the night I showed up like 5 minutes, and it was all closing out on Justin. So I went to watch it and went to look for it, and I'm going, okay, now where is it? You know.
Yeah, because like this one just now, I posted it. I mean, just now, because it takes a while, and then they have to process it and upload it.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I didn't even know if, maybe there was a 24-hour delay. I mean, I had no idea how it worked.
My internet's pretty fast, so it gets it up. 900 megabytes to be done in 45 minutes is pretty good.
No, I didn't know if YouTube had to screen it first for...
They don't screen it, they process it. Because they have to make different, because like when you can look at it, it starts at 360 and you can click 480, or in some like 720 or 1080 has to do that.
Oh,
and then they have to make the thumbnails, and they have to do whatever. They scan it to see if they have algorithms to detect is there copyrighted content in there. Because like if when I upload a song that I've done, then it'll show it right away. As soon as I'm done uploading, it'll say you've just, this is copyrighted content, and someone else is going to monetize it, and that's totally cool as long as I'm not a felon. So until SOPA PIPA becomes law, I can continue to record my little karaoke videos. Eric, are you on a laptop or a phone, buddy?
Laptop. I was actually checking my Google Plus notifications on my phone while walking with a laptop and a Hangout. No, I don't. I don't have a problem.
He is multi-talented.
I'll show for folks watching. I'll show the difference here. Let's see. Let me switch to.
I wish my camera had a phone. My phone had a camera this good.
My phone doesn't have a front-facing camera, and I didn't even realize it. I honestly, I went to try to do something. My tablet does.
I don't know if this will work or not. This is all right. This is.
I see a reflection of 3 lights.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work or not. All right. So this is This is only relevant to the people watching on the actual Hangout. They're looking at the green screen, but this is actually this is the live or slightly delayed feed.
On Justin.
On Justin, I don't know if that's going to work or not. Yeah.
I did see a blue background there for a moment.
It's just a picture-in-picture crazy thing. But well, they'll see it when they watch, But it's up there. The current episode. But yeah, it's just, I mean, some people like to watch one or the other, and you want you want the most footprints. That's why McDonald's is so big, because, well, a lot of reasons. Their price point and their cleanliness.
Don't start talking about food.
Right, yeah, because we're all hungry now probably. But they're everywhere, you can't miss them. 7-Eleven, all those places. David,
do you remember?
David slamming the bruise, being wearing his reindeer.
That's the only thing I forgot to pick up today was alcohol.
You messed up. See, you should have hit the door. What are you drinking, David?
That is some good Kentucky straight bourbon right there.
Is that a whiskey?
Bourbon whiskey.
Bourbon whiskey.
Yeah.
I got some Maker's Mark up in the cabinet, but I don't dare touch that.
We'll be right over.
This
would have
is
made interesting.
This is supposed to be for sake. Sorry, there. But
I see the reindeer nose. That's what it looks like. He's pointing to his reindeer nose.
No, not here. Here.
Oh, okay.
Officer, I haven't had much to drink. But it's good stuff. No, it was a tough week this week, so I felt like I had to unwind. Really hard. Lots of eBay scammers. eBay is a tough place to sell on these days, but Amazon is good. It's Amazon's real picking up a lot easier to sell on.
Do you sell on Amazon?
Amazon and eBay, and on our own website.
Gotcha.
But,
What do you like? What do you like about Amazon?
Basically, the customers aren't out there to scam you. They're out there just to get their product, and they're happy. eBay just seems to. eBay started out with a bad reputation, earned a bad reputation, I think, early in like 2005, 2006. Started to get a bad reputation for a lot of bad sellers on there. And so now they really toughened up their standards as far as making it real easy for if you know how the system works, you can buy something off eBay and then open a dispute on it for an illegitimate reason, and in a lot of cases even be able to keep the product and get your money back.
Right.
So it's become a very difficult place to sell on if you're a legitimate seller.
Man,
Everyone here
we
has.
should have talked about that violin.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Man, we should have talked about the violin tonight.
If I wasn't busy and dealing with those kind of scammers, as far as like you have it, if you're selling eBay, you don't just take it from eBay, you take it from PayPal, and you also deal with the credit card companies. You have to deal on all fronts. Most sales are real easy. You just ship the product, they get it, they're happy. But when you have these, you have to deal with resellers where they'll set up a fake website where they advertise all these items in stock, and they don't actually have them. So instead, the order from a place that actually has it in stock resells it to the customer. Hey, sorry, I don't want to go off on a tangent here, but just saying eBay is kind of
There's no
ripe.
possible way with the reindeer nose and ears you could possibly.
Sorry.
I can.
But,
no,
Amazon
I find this
really
interesting.
to sell on. You don't have. I just want to say that eBay has basically created a situation where it's just difficult to sell. Amazon is very easy to sell on. People get their stuff and they're happy on Amazon as long as you send it within the time frame that you promise, and they get their product, they're happy, no big deal.
I'm glad to know that because my husband's done a lot of selling and buying on eBay for a long time, but he hasn't done any recently. And now we've got a bunch of gadgets we're going to sell. I think he's going to sell his iPad, his original iPad, because he has the two, and he's going to sell. Oh Lord, what else has he got? He's got other stuff like that, good stuff. And I was just dreading him putting it on eBay because that meant we had to deal with all that. I didn't want to deal with it. I told him, I said, let me offer it on Google Plus first, see if anybody wants it before we have to go that route.
Yeah, I actually tell anybody I know who's trying to sell something, I tell them not to sell on eBay. I say try to sell it on Craigslist, try to sell it to a friend. There's really no way for, eBay used to be a good venue. Sort of like Craigslist, but now it's turned into this whole different thing.
Friend of ours just bought something from eBay. It was $300. I want to say it was a guitar, but I won't swear to it now. I mean, a friend that was just over here this weekend. And from what I understand, he paid the money, and the user, no product, didn't get it. And he had to dispute it, and this was weeks ago. I still don't think he's got his money.
Well, if he's, I can actually tell you about this. They do have a lot of, if he bought it with PayPal, he can go to PayPal and get his money back. If you bought it on a credit card, you can get your money back. There's a lot of ways as a buyer to get your money back. Really
I have a feeling, I guess you can do that, but I got a feeling he used a debit card.
Yeah, if he can still, he should, I'm just telling you, like, you go to PayPal and open a dispute on it through there. And if there's no tracking number that shows delivery, in most cases you can get the money back. Like I'm telling you, I deal with that as a seller where I ship something and I know I sent it, but there was a problem with the delivery and the the buyer's disputing it, and then have to work it out.
Yeah.
Have to reship it or something, but.
How do you ship it? You should have tracking, right? Or do you use?
Yeah, if she never received it, or whoever, I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly, but if they never received it, they should be able to go to PayPal and dispute it and get the money back.
Yeah, he never received it, and he never did get. The guy would not respond to his emails.
Yeah, this should be an open case, like easy. Honestly, that's.
Well, I mean, his first mistake was, I think it was 0 feedback. I mean, no numbers to. He just didn't know. He's very naive when it comes to stuff like that. He knew my husband used it, but he didn't know how to, pre-screen who you buy from.
Exactly. That's a big problem on eBay is they try to launch an attractive marketing campaign that says come buy stuff on eBay, and they get a lot of people to buy stuff on eBay, but they don't know they're supposed to look at who you're buying from, and they end up buying from shady, disreputable sellers that are just trying to scam them, and that just ruins the whole venue for everybody. eBay really mishandled it. They had a great thing 10 years ago, and they really spoiled it. And all their sellers, I think, are looking to find other places like Amazon to sell stuff.
I bought a first edition, first printing of for my husband, the last photographs that were taken of Marilyn Monroe. And it came out, actually, when it came out in Germany first, and paid a pretty penny for it, but I was in touch with the seller because I wanted to do some verifications of the first printing, first edition. I wanted him to give me numbers off of. We had a lot of conversations before I finally purchased it. And I was happy with that purchase, and that's the last purchase I've made on eBay.
Yeah, there are really good deals to be had on eBay if you know how to find them. And it's still a big sell venue for us. Like we're still on eBay, but also looking at finding ways to get off eBay too, just because of the scammers.
I won't do Craigslist for anything, though. I just won't.
Free stuff that's local is what I find Craigslist to be awesome for.
Yeah, I got a free refrigerator off there, and
free
$50
free lumber.
appliances are great.
Eric, what are you making? Coffee?
Yes, I am. Time for my 9:30 snack.
He's going to eat in front of us.
No, I already ate earlier, though. You're safe.
Well, I did too, but I mean, that was a few hours ago.
Let me ask you something, whoever. I just thought of something. Mike Elgin just did a thing on the Addams Family Google Doodle for today, right? I just saw it on my stream, and we had talked about that earlier, and I just realized I almost never go to Google now. I have Chrome, especially if you turn Instant on, but you've got that all-purpose, I forget what they call it. What's the term for the, instead of just a URL field, you can type a search term or whatever. There's really no need to go to Google anymore. Once you
Google where? Google.com?
Google.com, the homepage.
There's no reason to go to the Google.com homepage. Once you have Chrome.
Right.
I like it. I still go there because it's minimal page loading time, and it gives my little bar up top time to register my notifications, and it does it so quickly if I'm out on just a plain page like that. And then when I open a new tab, I have a redirect to Google.com. I don't get the page. It's got all the little apps and stuff that you get. I just like I do like the search page.
I use the address bar in my browser. I just type words. When I switch browsers, it always messes me up because my wife uses Safari, and if I want to look something up on her computer, I immediately type in the search bar.
Right.
And it doesn't work. It goes to the ISP error page.
Oh, I hate
But when I'm there, I'm usually using almost images, or I'll pop back and forth to news or whatever on the sidebar.
Yeah. It's funny how they just like Apple, kind of each new major product line that they would create would kind of make the previous one obsolete. Like once you got the iPhone, you really didn't need the iPod anymore,
Or they just get rid of a peripheral. No floppy drives. Have a nice day.
Yeah. But it's just funny. I just was thinking, like, I use Google.com much less than I used to once I really got into Chrome. because it's so much easier. I mean, you have this multi-purpose or all-purpose address bar where you can just type a search term in. That's so frustrating when you go to Internet Explorer. Although I've had people rant against when I've said this before, that they said, "Oh, Internet Explorer is a wonderful tool. You just don't know, blah blah blah."
Internet Explorer is a wonderful tool. It's the absolute best way to download Firefox or Chrome.
That's right. I haven't opened Internet Explorer in probably a year. I just have, I used to when I was doing CSL and HTML over at Multiply, and anytime you do a page, you need to see what it looks like in all browsers, and I would have to open Internet Explorer for that reason. But other than that, I don't open Internet Explorer.
Okay, guys, I got to sign off. I probably should have signed off like 2 hours ago, but have a good weekend, everyone.
You too.
Real. Have a good one.
Take care.
Great.
Hey, I was just typing
Well,
in
I'm
there.
not far behind him.
It was a good hangout. I'm sorry I was late. And,
No, I'm just sitting. Oh, it was worth it just to see the antlers wiggle. Well, they do. They wiggle. Did you? Now, don't tell me I'm not the only one that sees that.
Wiggle your antlers. Is that what they're calling it? Oh, he left. Okay, he had to go too.
Yeah, it's like when every time he would talk or laugh, they would do this little wiggle thing like antennas.
I wanted to answer Jerry's question. What I meant that I had two answers was, yes, I've heard Empire Avenue, and I'm on it. But the other part is the verbal rant, because I can't stand it. Much in the same way that I can't stand the certain behavior on the social site for cars, car domain, and the same way that I can't stand the Insta ad circle sharing. Because there is such a meaningless behavior that happens. On car domain, you can basically make profiles for your cars, and usually it's for car enthusiasts who do a lot of stuff to their cars. And people comment, they're like, I rated you 5 stars, rate me back. Like, well, what if your car sucks? It's just this assumption that because I gave you 5 stars, you should come to my profile and rate my car 5 stars, right? Empire Avenue has that same vibe going on. I signed up for the site. I'm like, well, this looks amusing, right? I'm going to play around with it. I was still getting a good laugh out of Cloud. Let's go have some fun with another site. And all of a sudden, people started buying you for like no reason at all, no discernible reason. And I was kind of like annoyed because I'm like, don't buy me because I'm there. Buy me for a reason. Buy me because you think that I have value. So I realized the whole site didn't actually work like that. And then the same thing that happens with circle sharing on Google. They're like, here's awesome people, and there's one-click ad, and then I got like 10,000 circlers, and it doesn't have a significance to me because it was empty. Don't circle me unless I am valid and I post what I say I'm about in my profile. So that's why I actually don't like Empire Avenue in behavior, but it's a fun, goofy little idea, passes time. So that's what I meant by that was the second part of my statement.
On the rating thing, I noticed that like on eBay, you'll see sellers that will say that you can't, I will not sell to anyone who's ever given someone a 1-star rating. If you're a buyer who's ever told to, and really it diminishes the quality of the rating system.
There's the culture of only positive ratings, like and +1. But no minus and no dislike.
Well, there's the opposite end of that spectrum too, where someone would buy a product and then give you a 1 out of 100 even, when obviously it's not a 1. And a review like that can ruin a business on certain sites.
And not everybody is versed in
If they're a low volume business, it can. If they're a low volume seller, it can ruin you. But if you're a big volume seller, everyone has the 3 guys who gave him a 1 out of the 10,000 that gave him a 5 stars. So in the aggregate, it works.
Yeah.
And not everybody has the skill to look at a bunch of reviews and go, is this an honest, critical review that has merit, or is this written by somebody that just likes to complain all the time? Some people can't tell the difference.
Like on an app store, you'll see someone say like, it didn't work on my Motorola, and so I give it 1 star. Well, that's not fair.
Yeah.
And maybe in the description it says does not work in Motorola, but they didn't read that part, so they'll download it, and it doesn't work on their Photon or whatever, and so they give it 1 star that this app sucks, it didn't work on my Motorola Photon, when the description says this is not ready yet for that.
Have you seen the comments on the App Store, the Android app? Android market where people will say this is only for this, and then someone will come and say, well, it didn't work on this, and it's crap, and it's like, dude, I told you.
That's exactly what I'm talking. Yeah. Oh man, it's crazy.
iTunes Store too. Yeah. I mean, but you see, I do think that it comes to the root of how social is evolving, and that's one of my biggest concerns about Google Plus and people that are taking it to be like the second coming, where Google's putting that kind of social behavior on top of data as far as the search engine. Because the same argument that can be applied to the reason we don't want thumbs down or -1s or dislikes is because people will troll it down. But at the same time, the opposite of that is pumping it up artificially or pumping it up just because of quantity, not quality.
Yeah, but no comment and no plus states something also.
Right. Or maybe it states that people are lazy, you know. I mean, I was looking for an office supply store on Google Maps, and I had to get opinions. I'm like, I just need file folders. Can we save the commentary? Mm-hmm. And so Google Plus and Google merging and having that transparency is going to put a very dangerous precedent on our data. I'm only going to get the data that's the cool kid data, not that it's actually good. Most of my influential people are insignificant in the scope of Google+. The people who really...
And it's fair. You're going to get the early adopter data. When you say cool kid data, you're going to get the folks who actually care enough to make a Google+ page and stuff, and they're going to rise to the top. And is that fair to folks who are just legitimate businesses who may not be technically inclined? That's the biggest problem I have with Google+ is that I wish they could keep... And I don't know if it's possible to keep the cool factor that we love, that it's an intellectual debate. Like, we could never have this. If I opened up a general chat with my Facebook friends, I could never have it on this level.
Well, let's take something that's established.
I want to make it easier for my 74-year-old mom to join or my 74-year-old dad to join so they can figure it out, but I want to preserve the quality, and I'm not sure how you balance that. That's a toughie.
There's like there's a community around it. Could you go over to Justin TV? I mean, I think I heard you say that you do use it, and actually do something so you've got a following over there, if you haven't already done that since day one. You know, can you go into a game late? What's the status now of a company that wants to get involved in Twitter? And you're like, good grief, it's like all Twitter is a giant bullhorn for marketing. You know, good luck. Go blend in with everybody else and see who's packaging. I always love looking at packaging. Every piece of packaging has a Facebook and Twitter logo on it. I buy too much hippie stuff, so this doesn't have it.
Oh, I know. I've seen that in my town. I was so shocked. There was this little Japanese takeout restaurant that cropped up in, used to be an old Arby's or something, and they're not a chain or anything, and they have a billboard outside that says, like us on Facebook. And I'm going, I can't even remember how to spell the name of the place, much less if I wanted to hunt them down just to like them. You know, my vet, I was shocked. My vet, who is just a guy, okay? He's a guy, and he's got several vets in there, but he's all of a sudden, it's like me on, here's their Facebook page.
My heater guy,
it's like,
the HVAC guy, came to repair the furnace. And when I was writing him a check, I had my laptop in front of me. He's like, you got Facebook on that? Which just made me, crack up. I'm like, oh, yeah. And he said, could you go here? And it took him a few times to figure out what his own page was. And he made me like him on Facebook, if, you wouldn't mind. And, of course, I didn't like a little stupid HVAC place, but I felt bad. And he's like 100 years old. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'll feel like a jerk if I don't. So I liked it on Facebook, And it's just to see that in the normal context of just an ordinary business. Not, hi, we're hot, and we know the social graph and the woofie and the extending our brand and our reach and all that nonsense that we spout. Is like, do you have the Facebook on there? Do you have the Google Plus on there? Is coming. And the early adopters will be very, very unhappy about that. Just like they were on Twitter.
Dan, you remember we were talking about Walmart's page. Wasn't it you and I talking about it?
I'm not... What was the topic?
I just lost my sound from it. Dan?
Yeah. You said...
Do you remember we were talking about an underutilized page that Walmart Wasn't it you and I that talked about it one time?
I don't think so. Hang on one sec, because Linda, Jerry was trying to say something just earlier. Jerry, what were we saying?
I was just talking about how that business that you know.
I'm sorry, I lost part of my sound. I may have spoke over him.
That's okay. It's okay.
It might be a very good business, but because they're not fully technology savvy, you know, they're not going to get the recognition, and soon they're going to be out of business because of this whole social move. And it's actually hits close to home because I have a business also, and because we weren't very good at search engine optimization, we are one of the better companies in our area, but you can't find us anywhere on Google.
But check it out. In a town of 13,000 people,
mm-hmm.
and it's local, this is on my furnace. That is how I got a hold of them. Well, they've worked on it before. I mean, the magnet thing is a thing. I don't actually know if that's the case. I don't know if I actually believe it. That because this little, I mean, they got 2 employees. The receptionist's name is Rhonda, right? I mean, that's the name of somebody.
Footprint on your heater.
Huh?
They got that
just a
footprint
phone
right
number.
in your house. It's going to work.
Yeah.
That's
and the garage door people.
Problem. You're not going to go to the Yelp page. You got the phone number right there.
I'm not even going to go to the internet. And I mean, I go to the internet for freaking everything, right? So, but
that
it
thing
is
breaks,
kind of,
you're calling them, yeah, 100%.
Right, because they've done it. It's like the garage door opener guys. They have like a service record. It's very clever when you think about it. It's a little chart like you see in a bathroom that says the last time it was serviced, right? We'd like to have clean bathrooms, and here's the date and the signature of the guy that did it. So they have one of those above my garage door opener on the wall with like a couple signatures, right? We did this door, we did this door. So it looks like there was this running, guess what, their phone number is on it. So now who am I going to call for garage door repair? It's a brilliant and utterly simplistic marketing tactic that will work. And the only time that I would switch is if we're getting new garage doors and they might not do it, or I want to shop around because there I'm going to be investing into a bigger
What if it's a product that you don't have in your home? What if it's not a product, if it's a service?
Well, let me see.
Let's say a massage therapist.
Does a roofer count?
Well, I guess you're going to go over to your roof and look at your...
I mean, yes, there is a product up there, but I probably am getting the same product with all the services. You know what? We Googled and looked for the things that were local to us. The most logical place to start, because if you use a search engine like a phone book, like I need to find roofers in the Vancouver, Portland area. Not really Portland, mostly Vancouver, Washington area.
So they would still need to be online and at least somewhat capable of presenting themselves.
Yeah, I'm not thinking of how many likes they have on Facebook. I might if I'm looking for like entertainment or a band.
Yeah. But will you even find them on Google if you search for them and they're not, you know, well...
I found that people even don't even have web presence. There's always some random slurping directory that lists them. What's the one? Any pages or market pages? There's some random sort of yellow page thing.
Especially if they existed 7 years ago and they went out of business 4 years ago, they're definitely in that directory. I see that all the time.
But what about Google? That's the directory.
Businesses at the same awful business location because they've all gone out of business. I got some breaking news here from Europe. Someone just sent me this. Okay, I have big news I forgot to share. We actually have a volcano in Europe. Might be as big as the one under Yellowstone. It's begun to rumble, and we will have a bigger catastrophe than an island if it exploded. It was in the news today in Denmark. The volcano was placed near Bonn, Germany, under a lake called Lacher or Lacher. L-A-A-C-H-E-R. So there's your breaking news.
Oh.
Makes me nervous. I live near a volcano.
That's no joke.
Mount St. Helens.
There's an article.
Yellowstone is a super volcano, though.
Yeah. We're all on Wikipedia, aren't we? Aren't we? Admit it.
Who?
You and I.
Oh, no, I did know that much. I didn't know much else.
I just looked it up. I searched for Yellowstone volcano, and I'm reading the description. Yellowstone supervolcano.
Yeah, it's a supervolcano. No, I knew that. I watch enough Science Channel. It's a supervolcano. That's the one that could, you know, destroy us all, and we start over with, you know, except for the cockroaches.
Right.
And I don't know the name. I don't know all the super volcanoes, on the whole Earth. But it doesn't, from what I understand, it doesn't take but one to get pissed off. And
the area I live in is all on lava pools. So there's a city called Boring, Oregon. How love the word Boring. I think the most eccentric people on the planet need to move to Boring just to mess with people when they drive through some rustic town. But anyway, and so the Boring lava fields, all of the little hills here, I'm on a 5-acre farm, and right behind is a giant hill, which is actually a lava vent. And so all these like little random hills that they built suburbs were all lava vents, and it spreads a huge portion of the Portland, Vancouver metro area. So, little reminder, of course, because there's all the mountains that the Cascade Range going up. So.
Well, it's 2012 now. The whole Mayan calendar thing. We've got to, something's going to wipe us out. Eventually.
But Blade Runner doesn't start until 2017.
Right. So we've got till then, I think. I think we've got till then. But no, I've just got, Lord have mercy, it's been, starting since last year, Armageddon week has turned into Armageddon year. And, new shows, older shows, filmed back in, 2004. I sit and listen to some of them when I'm busy around the house, and I'm just background noise more than anything. But it's just, there's so much of it now, and it's one behind the other behind the other. It's like when they do a UFO marathon.
Well, they did that for holidays. Mother's Day became Mother's Day weekend.
Mm-hmm.
A blog you might be interested in. You can read all of the archives at their old site, but they've now become part of the Smithsonian blog network. Is called Paleo Future. Paleo Future is a blog that looks back at all of the historical predictions about the future. In the year 1970, we will have, and it was written in like 1910. And it's fascinating to see. In fact, video was probably the one thing that a lot of people, what we're doing now, predicted going back to the turn of the 20th century. But it's all this crazy stuff. In 1960, they're predicting the year 2000 and all of that. But Paleo Future, I think it's paleofuture.com, but you can just search for the term Paleo Future. And they stopped blogging, and then the new stuff that they're doing now is over at the Smithsonian's blog site. A wonderful, wonderful site.
Oh, that's my kind of site.
That's awesome. Yeah, because Linda's a big science buff.
Well, science and science fiction.
I'm a science fiction guy. I'm a cyberpunk.
My ultimate, like, oh my God, if this would happen, I would just, like, freak out. If Peter Jackson would redo the Harry Potter series and do it correctly. The last ones were okay. They were great. But the beginning, I mean, if Peter Jackson, the quality he brought to Lord of the Rings, if we could get him to redo, I mean, from scratch, because they could redo, I mean, they'll probably redo it every 20 years or so. I mean, that franchise is solid gold, and it's a timeless story, right? So imagine if someone like that could redo it from scratch and do it right with all new actors and oh man.
Oh, I'm just waiting for the Stargate SG-1 reunion. That's what I'm waiting on. I want the movie. I want to see them all get back together, old and going through the Stargate.
Time travel is a very convenient thing. I have a T-shirt that says, technically, you would only need one time travel convention.
True.
You would be an excellent actor, Eric, in one of those shows or one of those movies. I could see you as the disgruntled scientist arguing against everything, and at the end of the movie, you're totally proved right.
Well, Jeff Goldblum comparisons notwithstanding, because I get that a lot.
You get that a lot, yeah.
Because I do historical research with genealogy, and I'm Renaissance educated, and I'm in the future, and from Warcraft to Star Wars, yeah, I could cope. I could go back to the future. Let's do this. No, I mean now.
And telespeak is what it is.
There was a fantastic role-playing game that I used to play, like in the tabletop, you got pencils and papers and dice. It was called Time Lords. And the way the rules were is, and you'd never know that you were going to play it. You'd go over to a friend's house, it's game night, whatever is on your person is what you are time traveling with. So the first time we played it, we're like, oh, it was like a lighter, a string, whatever's in your wallet. I think I had a little keychain flashlight, and you had to apply these things to wherever the game master would send you. So, of course, the next time we go over to his house for game night, we came prepared. I just happen to have some mace in my pocket. You never know. Even if you're playing something like Vampire the Gathering. Just in case.
Do y'all remember the Star Trek episode where I think it's the SG-1 where they find what was it, Data's head, or they go back in time, and Mark Twain is there and Data's back there building stuff out of, you know, whatever the stuff was that they had. I love that episode. It was like a two-parter. And it was like, I just found that so interesting. And what I really found interesting with the Star Trek episodes is so much of what they actually said was based on true science as it was known at the time that it was made. And a lot of it was, you know, ended up being so true.
I think hence the resurgence of steampunk, you know. I can appreciate it as an art genre. I'm not too crazy about it, but I really respect it for what it is. The whole make technology work with gears and steam.
Oh, I do. I love the steampunk. You know, I love all the artwork from it. I mean, it's really, I wouldn't decorate my house in it, but I do love the pictures.
Yeah.
Eric, what kind of phone do you have?
Phone, iPhone 4.
Oh man, I was gonna show off my cool new light app that I did early in the show. This is cool. I don't know if iPhone has something like this. You know, you always have a flashlight app, right? Okay, they got this new feature in this new Android one, and all you have to do, like, 'cause you're always like, when you use your phone as a flashlight, it's like I can't find the keys in my floorboard of my car or something like that, right? It's some awkward thing. And to speed it up, all you have to do, let me put myself on the thing. I did this earlier. I'm so excited about this.
You're going to have to tell me the name again of it because I forgot already.
I'll find it because I did a post on it. If you go to my profile, like 5, 6 stories down, it's there from today. All you have to do is hit the power button, and then you get your sign-on screen, which apparently is a patent ripoff or whatever, and you just have to shake your phone, and the light comes on. That is smart.
I perfected the art of turning on my phone, hitting Safari, having a blank page, and then waving my way.
But it's not the same as this. This thing would light up. I mean, I'm in a studio lighting thing, so like it's real bright, so you don't tell how bright this is. But this is, I mean, crazy, crazy.
It's a perfect segue. So that flash, I have an app called Instant Heart Rate. And this blew my mind, but this is reviewed by doctors and EMTs. And what it does is it takes your heart rate with the camera and the flash. And when you start the app, and I'll do it right now. If I start the app, I have to then put my finger over the flash and the lens, and it's going to try and focus on my blood vessels because the light will illuminate my finger easily, and the camera is able to detect the pulsing of my blood. So I'm going to do this right now.
Absolutely.
And it works?
And they test this. I thought it was, I'm like, come on, right? It's like one of those fake apps.
Yeah.
It is tested consistently by not only people that have pulse testers at home, but also EMTs, doctors, the whole kit and caboodle. So I'm going to fire it up. Just a very simple gauge app. You know, just status, and you can save your, like, you know, it's going to start detecting the light came on. I'm going to put my finger on here. So it's going to be beeping. I apologize for that. It just starts beeping. I know I'm doing it right.
I'm going to mute my mic a second. Hold, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Asking if he doesn't really have to take a true heart rate and measure his true heart rate. I don't know how close it is.
It's hard to hold still, so it's taking a little longer to do this. Let me do it again. It's griping at me.
Now, is this an app that you designed, or
No, we're just showing off our cool discoveries now.
Oh, okay.
83 is pretty healthy.
No, it should start beeping consistently for like 10 seconds. But yeah, that's about right. Because my normal heart rate's about 75, or my pulse is about 75, I just rushed in here from having a cigarette, so naturally my heart rate's higher. No, I know enough about how my body works. So when I race up the stairs, I can get up to like 95, and then when I'm working out, obviously, it's up in there in the hundreds. So, but and
if you needed, you could just pick a phone up and hit a button, and like if you're
Hello,
jogging,
Dan.
you could reach into your pocket, pull out your phone, and check it. What's up, Jacob? How you doing, buddy?
Holy crap!
Jacob, what state are you in, or I can't remember.
Florida.
Florida, okay.
I was in the podcast with Brad.
Yeah. How's it going?
Oh, that's good. I just made an intro video for my podcast.
Oh, good for you.
I could share it with you.
We can't on here, I don't think. But yeah, share it with me on Google Plus, but we can't do it on here because I don't think it has the
chat.
I don't know if it has the option or whatever. Because it's
And we'll test it. Just to see if it works.
You own all the rights to that?
I'm 81.
You're 81?
81 is my heart rate right now.
That's good. Yeah, it dropped a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I've been sitting here for a bit, but... And you can save it, add a note, and then you can see a little graph of your heart rate over time.
It works.
Mm-hmm. So, yes, the flash has become that sleeper, awesome, killer technology, right? Flashlights and heart rate monitors.
I'll bring it up. How long is the intro?
15 seconds.
You own all the rights to everything, right?
Oh, yeah, I made it.
I'm playing
Hey,
it.
Dan.
They won't see it.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get off here mainly because I made a peanut butter sandwich and I have 2 dogs that can smell peanut butter a mile away and they're gonna bug me if I don't eat it down fast. So
it was great having you.
I was glad to be
Hey,
here.
Dan. What's up, mate? Hey, Linda.
Thank you for having me.
All right,
Hey,
Linda's leaving. Brad.
Can I ask you a question, Linda?
Yes.
How do I go about emailing
Who's
you to
asking?
get you onto my show, mate?
I'll post my email address in the chat box. Okay.
All right. Cool.
You might be getting 2 for the live.
Okay. Thanks, Linda. I'll email you.
Okay.
Thanks,
I'll
Linda.
talk
Enjoy
to
your
y'all
peanut butter
later.
sandwich.
Thank you,
Keep the
Linda.
dogs at bay. We don't want any trouble.
I
No, we
know.
don't want any trouble, no. Keep the
Night,
camera
everyone.
on the plate.
Good night.
Hey, Dan, what time is it there now?
It's about 1 in the morning.
What time do you go to bed every
You
night?
still up, Dan? How long has this been going on?
It's ridiculous. It's 5 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, 5 hours. I'm multitasking. I can hear everybody, but I'm multitasking.
I watched 2 movies since I left.
It's just I added her, so it'll go in my email.
All right, guys. I gotta go. I gotta finish up here, and I gotta sleep at some point.
Already? Wow.
I know, crazy. But everything's going okay, and I guess is Brad. Who's here? Who else here? Brad.
And me.
Yeah. Did your show go? Good show, Brad. Who's your
good show,
guest
mate.
tonight?
Great show. We spoke to Brian Eldridge.
Okay.
He did the he made the Hangout canopy for the Chrome browser.
Oh yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Did you see the game show with Sarah Hills on?
Yes. That was good. Did you make that? Who made that? I wouldn't mind trying that out.
Well, Kim Beasley was the one who was hosting.
Was it an app or just a Jimmy rigged it? Or
No,
what?
it was a really game show. It was like what's the one where you guess the words? You guess which word it is. There's little boxes.
Wheel of Fortune?
It's kind of like Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, it's like Wheel of Fortune. It's called Brainiac.
You know, if someone did a game show and they actually had a pretty big prize, it would be a huge hit. Remember that guy who shared?
It was Herman, and I was in it with him. I got 1 point. It was John Herman.
Remember the guy who said he would give a Kindle Fire out to somebody? But
Yeah, that's it. I was in that hangout. Yeah, I was in that hangout with him.
I mean, how many shares did he get? Thousands. In a matter of a couple hours. I mean, it went viral. Yeah. So for $500, he got, you know, how many? I mean, if you're into that, it was just amazing. You're very mobile, Eric. He's got his coffee going. He's got his laptop. He's set now.
Did you see my intro, Dan?
Yeah, I liked it. It's good. What'd you make it with?
Movie Maker.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
I'll let you go to bed, Dan, I guess.
Yeah, listen, it was great seeing you. It was great meeting you, Jerry, in Texas. It was good seeing you, Jacob, again.
Thanks,
and, of course, Harold, always great. Eric, you're one of the smartest guys I've ever met, and it's always a pleasure to have you on. You're always welcome in the show. You know, hope you join us more often. And, of course, Brad, down under, I'm jealous because I want a Vegemite sandwich, and I can't have one because they don't sell it in Front Royal, Virginia. We're deprived.
Yep.
All right. Well, you guys, I'm going to sign off and stop the broadcast because I got to close, but the Hangout will still exist, so you guys have fun and have a great night or day. I guess, what time is it over there? It's about 3 in the afternoon, right?
5 p.m. here.
5 p.m.?
Yep.
Wow. You guys are far ahead of us.
Okay. We'll see you.
All right, you all have a good one.
See you, mate.